Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predicted with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K and R. Compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I rack it. And my teen nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling? But you just still take notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill. Really? If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a knee walk. Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime. The nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can buy mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini-D. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel at little me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my D-com or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Saw on the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3.
Yeah, on MP3. STC. Shoutouts to Vic, Agnostic One, up and Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital snip, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony, TGD. And of course, that was YT Cracker singing Dig Dug. And I'm joined by 2 guys who always join me on live streams. You thought I was going to be racist, but I tricked you. We got Bomberny TV without the TV. It's just plain Bob. What's up, Bob?
What's up?
And of course, the Too Hot Scott himself, the former Street Fighter V Gabbing with Geeks champion. I say former because I whipped his ass after he whipped Bob's ass. Finbar Saunders. What up, Finbar?
Evening, gentlemen.
It's not lies, Bob.
L that way. L that way.
You went the wrong way, Bob. I'm on your right side. I'm not on your left. You went left. Do you not know your directions? Are you so confused? That's why you suck at Street Fighter V, Bob, because you don't know your left from your right.
Right, whatever. Yes, I am back. I had a cold and I was coughing a lot and it sucked balls.
Somebody clip Bob sucking balls.
I love sucking balls. There you go.
I love dick.
That was a good clip out. So, we don't have Blinded. We don't have Hammock. Hammock said that work kicked his rear end. He's tired, exhausted. He says, sorry guys, not going to be able to make it.
Rip dazed.
Blinded, who promised that he was going to be here. He said on his own live stream, which he was having secret live streams, our own.
They weren't secret, you just weren't sub to them.
Our own little baby has flown the nest. He's out there doing things on his own. A little baby bird, away from mama bird. Decided he was going to do his own live streams. Secretly, didn't tell me, didn't say nothing. No heads up, no warning. He didn't even use, he has access to StreamYard. And he actually has a thing on StreamYard that actually has his brand on it. I could pull it up. See? This is Blinded Braille.
How come we ain't got a fancy one like that?
Because he was supposed to make us one, but he never did. Look, he even has a little fancy live icon.
Oh.
but he never made it. So that's why I was like, I thought he was going to be using this account because it's free, it's unlimited. He has complete access to it, so I figured if he was going to live stream, he'd be using this account. But he didn't because he knew I would know. That's why I say it was a secret live stream.
Ooh.
He wanted to get his feet wet, keep it on the DL. That's all right because he was outed. We found out about it, popped over, watched him. It's pretty interesting. So if you haven't checked out Blinded Braille, he's got at least 2 podcasts or live streams up on his channel.
Do it.
They are good. They are good.
Yeah. Ninja Kitty, he's in the wind as usual. You can't hurt a cat, and Ninja Kitty's no different. Uh-oh. Someone heard us talking about him.
I said nothing but good things.
I heard everything, and I'm
And I'm out.
And I'm out.
and none of it is true. None of it is true.
No, so you
Okay,
didn't
he
have
was
2 live
slandering me
streams?
behind my back.
So you didn't have 2 live streams, is what you're saying?
Yes, those were not me. That was a doppelganger.
Well, your doppelganger put on 2 hell of a live streams.
Yeah, I know he's pretty good at it, but not as good as me though. You know what I mean? He needs to step up to the real one. You know what I mean?
I got you. You weren't here with us last night. We were playing some Street Fighter V. We missed you on that.
Oh yeah, I'm bad at Street Fighter, so I need a.
You
Well,
fit
Not
right
as
in.
bad as these
Don't
two.
stop us.
I probably suck really bad. I haven't played in such a long time.
Yeah, I could do with some more cannon fodder though, if you ever want to jump in.
The last time I played,
I would have to train.
besides last night, before last night, the last time I played was what, 2 months ago when I kicked Bob's ass and he cried about it all over Twitter.
Oh, I saw that crying on Twitter, by the way. Jeez.
Was not crying.
I thought it was like a string of tweets with you and Finbar.
It was this time and last time, both times he lost.
Oof.
Bob gets some early wins in, and it's fine. We lost. You
I get like
feet wet.
29 wins in.
And then when it counts, when we're like, all right,
I lose 1 game. No, like
You
I
you
Yeah,
lost a
it's a
couple of
couple.
games. Finbar beat you like 3 or 4 times. The only wins
Oh,
Finbar had were
damn.
against you, Bob. Because Finbar never beat me.
That's true. I didn't.
God damn. Bob, what are you doing?
The fact that I could beat you
When
more
you-
than I could beat Tony is not good.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. Well, these
Look,
guys
he's
keep,
struggling for words.
these guys keep shifting the goalposts, man. That's what it
It's
is.
not a goal, but if we're playing, we're not. There was no tournament brackets.
Like,
There's no season
what was the rule?
score.
When the person leaves, the game's over. So I left at 20 with my championship.
No,
and then
you
you're
lost.
oh,
You
we're
lost to
playing more,
Finbar.
playing more.
Finbar beat you, and then you
There is
left.
there is also video evidence up on my channel if anybody wants to go
Oh,
look.
there's going to be some more video evidence in a day or 2.
I'm gonna have to copy strike
You can't-
using footage.
You can't
YouTube
deny
downloader.
facts, Bob.
Yeah.
Like I said, Bob said he's gonna play one more game. He lost to Finbar using Zangief of all people,
And spamming one move.
spamming one move. Bob lost. Then he took his ball, went home.
It ran
And
off.
then-
Yeah.
Then I played Finbar and I beat him.
And
then
I would
off
just like
stream,
to
I played him when he was spamming Zangief, and I
and he
him
beat me again. And I would just like to extend my congratulations to my friend and colleague Tony TGD for becoming the new Gabbing with Geeks Street Fighter 5 World Champion after I beat somebody else who doesn't even need to be mentioned because so far in the past.
Oof.
With that said, Blinded, thank you for joining us. How's your week been? What you been up to?
Well, I'm trying to do some new stuff for the new year, so I'm trying to do some job interviews and I'm gonna transfer to a different program. So, yeah, it's quite a lot. And also playing games and reading.
What games have you been playing?
I beat Mario Sunshine, which is a bitch. I fucking hate that game. It's fucking broken. It's insane that people like that game. And then I just started Mario Galaxy. So, yeah. And then I'm reading Crisis on Infinite Earths. So, yeah, it's pretty good so far.
Are you playing the 3D All Stars collection, Blind? Did you?
Yes.
Yeah, I need to have a go at that. I've got it, but I haven't really started.
Yeah, I had to actually buy it recently, which the prices have gone up on it, and I just wanted it in
Yeah,
my
I've noticed.
collection. So
This is
yeah,
why I buy
it's
physical.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, physical. Yeah. There's no digital copy because they took it down.
That's terrible. What about
Yep.
you, Finbar Saunders? What have you been up to this week?
Well, working mainly, and then obviously becoming world champion for a brief, maybe 3 minutes last night, but not much. Not much. It's been a long week, I've got to say. It's always a long week when I do these Monday to Thursday shifts. No Fox action either. Don't know where the Fox has gone.
You beat any games yet?
No. I was saying a week or so ago I beat Ninja Gaiden, but I've save stated the fuck out of it and maybe gained Genie a couple of times as well. So it's not really, it doesn't really count.
Lol.
I'm not getting into the. I'm not going to even attempt to try and get anywhere near 52 games a year. I'll probably be lucky if I complete 3. With my
It's
life
not
is.
that hard. It really isn't.
No, I mean, but you know me, I'm ultra low effort. I don't like doing anything.
This is true. And Bob, you're the last one here.
Indeed.
How was your week? Besides
Yeah.
losing at Street Fighter, getting Zangiefed, going on Twitter, crying, have a fit. Besides all that, how's your week been?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I won 29 games of Street Fighter against a couple of chumps.
Doesn't matter.
Felt really good squashing a couple of noobs. And aside from that, just I've literally this week is the first week I've kind of been fully recovered from my cold. So I've been catching up on housework. I started playing a new game, one which I've been wanting to play for quite a while, called Hard Space Shipbreaker. And it's a real chill, kind of boring kind of game. But if you like, you're an astronaut in space, and you're basically taking apart giant ships with lasers and organizing them into different bins for recycling and selling them. And it's really one of those Zen games where you just get into a mode and you're just chilling there, and it's really relaxing, really good music, kind of a dark comedy sci-fi story, but it's really chill and fun.
Awesome. My week has been very bad. It's been a bad week. I fell asleep today in the middle of the day. I pulled a Bob and just dozed off. Almost didn't make it to my own stream. That's why, if you were wondering why the notification came so late, it's because I was asleep. I didn't even eat dinner. I got dinner sitting here next to me. Can of Monster, chicken, and some vegetables. But here I am live streaming for you guys.
Chicken in a can.
No, it's chicken strips, chicken breast. You know I love my breast.
Yeah.
One of my friends, she collapsed the other day on the couch. She was having trouble breathing. They took her to the hospital. She's in intensive care. And I'm not going to find out anything until maybe Monday.
Jesus.
No, no.
All I know is she has the COVID. And she just got over cancer. So,
Oh.
Oh boy,
yeah.
that's rough.
Yeah, I hope she's doing well.
Yeah.
So hopefully she pulls a recovery. And I'm not going to come back here next week with bad news.
Yeah, get well soon, Tony's friend.
I've been playing some games. I beat 2 games. I'm 2 games in, 2 games deep on the 52 game challenge. So I'm a little behind. I'm 1 week behind on the schedule, but I could pull it around. I beat Maneater on accident. I was recording footage. So I'm recording footage, right? And there's a you play as a shark in Maneater if you haven't seen the footage, and there's like an island, and there's different sections of the island. I think there's like 9 sections. Well, the 9th section, I hadn't cleared it yet, right? And the game hadn't sent me to the 9th section. Nice to see Carl back. So I hadn't gone to the 9th section, right? And there was a story mission that was like, "Hey, go confront the shark hunter." And the game is presented like a nature documentary or like a Discovery Channel most dangerous catch. It's like shark hunters versus man eater, and they do this whole like narrators narrating as if it's a Discovery Channel show. So I go to confront the guy, and there's an epic showdown, and I'm thinking, oh, there's got to be more to it, right? Then the fucking credits roll, and I'm like, how can the game be over when there's one more section of the map that needs to be explored? Apparently, you don't need to go to that section of the map. That's just like bonus optional content. So I beat the game off stream with no witnesses, but I did record like 6 hours of footage. Cause I mean that game is fucking fun. It's stupid fun. You just swim around and eat shit as a shark.
Is it on PlayStation Plus
It is.
Premium? Okay.
That's how I
Yeah.
got it, because I was like, oh,
Yeah.
it's on PlayStation Plus Premium now. Let me download it and check it out.
I think it was one of
Yeah,
the
I
free
was
games
wondering,
one
sorry.
month, wasn't it? It was one of the 1 month's.
Yeah,
free
yeah,
games as
it
well.
was too. Yeah.
When it released, it was free
Yeah.
because it's a trash game.
Oof. I wanted to try it out though.
I might need to give it another chance. There's some beautiful places under the water. Like I found a coral reef, and it was all neon-y and colourful, and I was like, "Oh, this is pretty." And then I ended up in a swamp level for an hour, and I was like, "This is 20 minutes," and I was like, "Meh."
The game's awesome. I don't know what Bob's talking about. There's 3 different mutations for your shark, so you can be all like electricity. You can turn into like a stone shark, or a shadow shark that has like vampire fangs, or you can mix and match. I mean, the beginning of the game is slow, but once it opens up, oh man, I might actually buy the DLC for a game that I technically don't own. I might buy the DLC just to play the DLC missions. It is that good. It's that enjoyable for me. And then I beat. What the hell did I beat last week?
That pumpkin head thing.
Yeah, Pumpkin Jack. That game's forgettable. So I'm two in there. I've also figured out, because I'm dumb sometimes. I
Yeah.
don't know if you guys noticed this, but sometimes I do stupid things. But I finally realized I could just turn on OBS, put the game footage through OBS, the audio through OBS, so it records only audio from the game. Hit record, and then just play games, and then whenever I need footage, it'll be recorded, and I can go back and edit that into reviews. Instead of, because every time I would do a review or something, I would, all right, okay, now I gotta sit down and get some footage and record it and try to get the footage that I want. Where now I'm just gonna have like hours of raw footage just waiting for me.
I would recommend using. Oh, you don't use an Elgato, do you?
No.
Okay, because I was just going to say, I've started using my Elgato software for capturing raw footage because it's got a pretty good library manager built into it for organizing your clips. But if you're not using an Elgato, you won't have that.
Yeah, I'm not that. I didn't
Good.
get the big expensive Elgato fancy.
And they're not expensive. They're
streamer
like
shit.
£100. They're cheap.
That's expensive, Bob. 100 quid. What is that out in American money
That's like
$100.
120 freedom dollars.
for a capture card? I just get I got the $40 one, and that's good enough, right?
I guess.
Look, it's an upgrade compared to the fact that I was using no footage before, right? So you're getting some footage. Let's be happy. Baby steps. I wasn't gonna dive in and buy the most expensive everything.
No, neither did I. I bought a second-hand Elgato HD, just HD, which only did 720p 30, and I was like £50. Then I got the HD 60, then the HD 60s Plus.
Did you say HD or HD?
HD. I had a speech impediment as a kid. Fuck off.
That's how you say it. Don't let these fucking Americans tell you how to speak, Bob.
Yeah, I know. What?
We invented the language.
Exactly. Next, they'll be asking me. They'll be telling us how to spell. You know, they have to add words. They have to add words to make them mean stuff. Like it ain't just glasses; it's eyeglasses.
Well, yeah, because
That's an
glasses are a thing
American
you
thing.
drink out of. You drink out of glasses.
Yeah. Well, we also. Well,
56K warning says 2K to troll someone not expensive. It's not. That was I told you what happened with that. That was not supposed to go down the way it went down. I took an L on that. I took an L on that.
It was worth it though.
Tony
Wasn't it?
won't see my dong. I mean song. I
dong,
might.
dong, dong, dong.
Is it copyright? Can we play it on stream? Because if it's not copyrighted music, we will play it.
I haven't seen it yet. Has he got it up on his? Has he got it up on his channel?
I don't know
Is it
which
live?
song. I saw the DJC Amico Infinity theme song, or is there?
Don't play it. He says don't play it.
No, don't play it. Oh, it must be that bad. So yeah, don't worry, Bob. Eventually, we're gonna get the Elgato. We're gonna get a good microphone. We're gonna get soundproofing in the room.
Yeah, I could do with a bit of that.
We're gonna get it all set up, but not right now. Not right now. PlayStation is actually gonna integrate Discord into it pretty soon.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that. That's not going to help the situation for streaming. Because PlayStation's problem with capturing and streaming through OBS is it doesn't output audio through the HDMI while you're using a headset. So you just get no audio.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why Xbox is superior for capturing, because you can output the audio to the HDMI and the headset at the same time. That's why you don't get audio on PlayStation when you're using a headset. Which is stupid. It's stupid.
With the capture card, you don't get the audio, but if you're capturing straight from the PlayStation, you get the audio from the headset.
No, if you're not using a headset with the PlayStation 5 and you're listening to the audio through the TV, yes, you can capture the audio through a capture card. But if you're using headphones, it cuts off the HDMI audio and only sends it to the headphones.
Oh yeah. I know.
Yeah, which is pretty lame.
I'm sure there's a workaround for that.
There is.
I know on OBS, if to get nerdy, but on OBS, if you put the HDMI capture card through as a capture video card, that'll give you just the video, right?
Yeah.
And then you got to put a audio in. So like pretend like it's a microphone. So you got to set up a microphone for the HDMI capture card, and that'll give you the game audio.
Interesting. Yeah.
And then you could just put your regular mic, and that'll give you your audio for like. So if you have a mic connected to your computer, you could use that mic.
Well, that's normally what I do. Is I normally well, it's all boring. These guys don't want to hear this.
No, we do, Bob. That's why we're talking about it. That's what we do here now.
So I'll have OBS, and this is like kind of a new solution, which is what most streamers do. Normally, I capture my audio from source, but you have your OBS and you have your capture coming into it, but instead of listening to the game through the headphones on the PlayStation, you connect your headphones to the PC, turn on your monitoring on OBS to the PC, so you're actually listening to the audio through the capture card on OBS, and then you can have your mic on PC, and you can also connect that to Discord, and you can listen to Discord and OBS and have your mic in OBS all on PC. But that requires a half decent capture card, otherwise you're going to get delay in audio.
Yeah, I think that's the one issue. There's like
you need at least a HD 60, I think, is the minimal one with zero lag.
You can get an Amico. There's no lag on the Amico. No lag.
Yeah, right. We've got friends of the channel, well, who've counted the frames, and there is lag.
No lag.
I thought you didn't talk Amico, Tony.
I didn't. I made a joke. It doesn't count.
You'll be back.
What I want, also there's going to be no more Amico talk. So there's no news. There's nothing to talk about. I don't feel like kicking
Beating a
people
dead
when they're
horse.
down. Yeah, beating a dead horse, kicking people when they're down. I mean, you got Gen X gamer. He's keeping the torch. He's holding the torch for us until something actually happens. I mean, you can only come out here so many times and be like, well, on Amico Forever, they didn't talk Amico again for the 5th week in a row, right? Like, at some point, it's just like, no shit, no dub.
Yeah, but what if, hypothetical question, right? What if, for example, Turbo Joe came to you and said, I have a story to tell you, Tony. Would you turn around and say, I'm not talking Amico no more, Turbo Joe? Sorry, man.
No, I would say you could come on and tell your story. That's different. That's not really Amico talk. That's like,
Of course it is. Of course it's Amico talk.
that's an interview. We'd just be talking to Turbo Joe, and if he happened to talk Amico, that's on him, right?
Well, that's what we had with Slopes, and sure, that was all Amico talk. It's the whole reason why he was here.
Carl Lowe says, I see that Saggy and Doomcock in person are back on the show game. I don't know about Saggy. I haven't followed Saggy, but I know Mad Max is definitely not on the shill train. He's been going hard that Amico is not happening and it's dumb and they need to give him his money back. We actually convinced him the other night to reach out to Phil Adam. He's like, I don't want to get special treatment. We're like, dude, he has $200 of your dollars.
I didn't think he was going to ask for his money back. I thought he was leaving him in.
Yeah, he was, but he wants it back. He's like, his reasoning was, well, I could contact Phil Adam and I'd probably get it back because I have a show and, they'll know I'll make a stink, right? To, like, quiet him up. Like how they did with me, how they gave me my money back to shut me up. But he's like, I don't want special treatment. I'm like, dude, you have a platform. You have contacts at Intellivision. You can not only get your money back, but tell them that to get other people's money back and still make a video saying, hey, these guys are still holding on to your money. You need to make a stink. You need to raise hell to get your money back.
Surely it would actually look a lot worse if they only gave back people with influence.
Yeah.
It does, but it is what it is, isn't it? It's $200, man, and if your man needs it, your man needs it.
Yeah.
I just want to say I love Mad Max. I think he's an absolute sweetheart. Shit him for the Amico. I don't give a fuck about that because to me, Max is just a pure, nice bloke.
Yeah, he's good
lad.
dude. He's a good dude.
It's always a pleasure talking to him and hanging with him. He's a cool dude.
I haven't even seen him talk about Amico.
He used to.
It's not exclusive. It's not like he makes a dedicated Amico or anything. But, every time he gets on there, like, people will poke him about it.
Oh, okay. I mean, does that really count, though? Like,
No.
He hasn't made a stream about it. At least I haven't seen it.
I think somebody. I don't know if it was Justy Views or one of our other trolly individuals, but somebody did make a video going, look, Mad Max is back on the Amico shill train or something. And it was like old clips.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, we had him, I think it was last week or the week before when he was here, and he's like, I didn't tell people to invest. And we're like, roll the footage, Max.
Yeah, it was one of Sweet and Tender's videos.
Yeah. So there's that. So yeah, unless something happens, like there's no point in talking to Miko, right? It's just going to be repeating the same shit over and over again. They didn't disclose their investors. They need to pay back people's refund money. DJC and them are in denial. They started banning people on Amico forever.
Yeah, and that show is not worth watching now. Even out of curiosity, it's not worth watching anymore. Let Gen X carry that. Like you say, he's doing a good job.
Zeno464 says, how are you going to call someone who willingly misrepresent things a nice bloke?
Because because the guy fell for a scam. Like, you're gonna hold him accountable for being a victim?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I would say that Mad Max is like Patty Hearst, right? He got in over his head. He didn't know what he was being told were lies. He believed them. He thought that what he was being told was the truth, and what he was repeating was the truth. And then, like Patty Hearst, we took him out of the PLO and said, "Hey, those people are crazy."
Yeah, people need to be allowed to rehabilitate, guys. You can't hold grudges forever.
People make mistakes. I'm very forgiving. everything changes. People's opinions, viewpoints grow and learn and change all the time. If you know, you can't be that harsh on people. People get things wrong.
Yeah.
No one's perfect apart
We-
from Tony before he says I am.
Here's the thing. He says yes. He ignores when he ignores facts. First off, okay, so Mad Max, for all of his faults, for whatever you want to say about him, he was always willing to listen to me, to have other people from the other side, quote unquote, be on the show, on his platform. Two, whenever he was confronted by things, he would always be like, oh, you know what, you're right. Three, when Tommy lied to him, Tommy was texting him about Tank Tank saying, hey, they're lying. I have, this footage is real. It's not stolen assets, blah, 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 blah. Mad Max said, no, Tommy, I'm not going out on my show and telling that to my audience. And that's what turned him. He's like, he snapped out of it. He said, wait a minute, it's obvious now that he's been lying to me this whole time.
And that's good when you think about, when you watch how much Mad Max fanboyed out when Tommy was on his show. He could have easily folded and done whatever Tommy asked him. He didn't.
I'm gonna kill you, Gary. Literally. Well, actually, no, it could have been worse.
He could
what
be
I'll
Ringo
take.
Starr's love child, Bob.
Damn.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Ringo got money. I don't know why people give him shit. I mean,
Why is Gary throwing out insults in the chat? Why is he not doing it face to face?
Because
it's Gary.
Is he at 1% again? Is he?
I wish I could say it how Saggy says it. Because he's scared. He's scared.
I want to hear Gary's
The hell?
opinion on the potential Master Tatsu NECA figure. You hear about that, Gary? Not that any of you lot care about that.
what?
The
Ruttle.
the toys, man. It's the toys.
No idea. No idea. I don't collect toys. Toys are for children. I play video games like a man.
Toys are for men.
I haven't heard Max step down, but to be fair, I stopped listening to him. Yeah, he stepped down. He's thrown Tommy under the bus. He's admitted that they were lied to, that he was wrong. I don't know how many times he was on the show. It was like, Tony, you were right. Thank God that you were around to keep people from investing in this scam console. He calls it a scam. He's full blown hater. So yeah, Mad Max is a good dude, and I will be soft. If I'm gonna be soft, I'm gonna be soft on Mad Max because he's a good dude. I like Mad Max. We're friends. Potion Sword Run says first Amico forever stops talking about Miko. Now you too. Just kidding. I'm over it too. Yeah, I'm kind of over it. Like I said, I am helping. We had Slopes Game Room on last week. I am helping Slopes in some capacity get his documentary, video, whatever you want to call it, kick scammer thing done. It's going to be good. I will tell you this. I've seen the script. I've seen the people that he has involved in it. It's going to be good.
I like the sound of it. I like the picture he painted of it when he was explaining how he was gonna, the layout of it. It sounds good.
I actually got I still haven't recorded the lines. I got a line that I got to record for the thing. So you're gonna hear a frog inside the Amico documentaries from my claim to fame.
I want a line.
I know a guy for you, Finbar.
Go on.
I'm joking. I don't really. I don't have any friends.
You got me, Paul.
Oh.
Why are you so quiet over there, Blinded? What's your thoughts on the Amico? Great insight as always, Blinded. That's why we have you on the show.
Sweet and Tender says, no Amico talk here. Go fuck yourself. Yeah. Save it for
J1, he
Jennings.
says Tony should be in every Amico doc. He gave us the underscore subreddit. I did. Tommy does hate it. I don't know. Like I said, people don't like, politics invades everything. There's certain people on certain sides of the political fence. I'm not going to point any fingers to the left, but I am. That just can't let shit go, right? Like, look, I have no problems. You want to be a liberal, you want to be an SJW, whatever. But if you have information that's accurate and factual, I'm going to cite you. I'm going to say, hey, these guys are, talking facts. I'm not going to dismiss them and be like, well, I don't want to give attention to those lefties because, they might get a little popularity or they might get some clout off of it. No. Like, hey, they did a good job. They exposed some shit. I'm going to give them props. I don't have to agree with them on anything else other than this one, thing that we're talking about. Cough, H Bomber Guy cough. Yeah, exactly. H Bomber Guy, Pat the NES Punk. So we'll see. But Slopes at least is willing to talk to us. And Tommy O says he's got a line in Slope stock too. Oh, man. There's a lot of Miko talk for a no Miko talk episode.
I'm not getting a line because I gave him a bit of shit. That's why.
Me and Slopes are tight. If I asked him for a line, he'd give me a line.
Anyway, that's how my week's been. And that was a long, long intro to the week.
Well, that's a quarter of the show done.
Yeah, this quarter of the show. We're banging it out tonight. So, I told you guys I had something special tonight, right? I said, hey, we're going to talk about something important happened. And I did mention SJWs a little while ago, right? A little while ago I said, hey, SJWs this. And
you got me on bated breath now.
So SJWs, as we know, have been ruining video games, right? They've tried to take away our sexy women. They've tried to take away our fan service. And SJWs have now caused one of the sexiest females in gaming to quit gaming.
Not Sexy Frosk.
Oh.
Good job on blowing the joke there.
It could only be one person, Tony. Come on.
So, Sexy Frosk says, I'm leaving the industry, found new work elsewhere. This industry is really messed up, and what happened to me and plenty of others wasn't fair. And it could have been avoided if we all stood up together. You let me down, but I get why. Cheers and good luck. Well, like a good games journalist, he's throwing everybody under the bus on their way out. Says, hey, it's not my fault. It's all you guys. It's all you fuckers that did it.
Why did she feel slighted because the show failed and she got let go?
She feels slighted because instead of everybody rallying around her and, telling you why these gamers are sucky and why they should all go to hell, they were just like, whatever. She pulled Tellerico, yeah. So she's out of the industry completely. Gone.
Revoke her gamer card.
Her previous tweet was, I've been angry for a long time with my peers for not using their power and voice to stand up for others in the industry. Had to come to some hard terms that people who I'd known for years, who I thought were good friends, just weren't. Devastated me for a long time. Again, she thought that people were going to write articles and hit pieces and defend her and the same way that they did Zoe Quinn back in the Gamergate heyday. She thought that she was going to be the new Anita Sarkeesian, the new hero of the anti-gamer movement. And people were just over it. Just over it. So long. See you. Looks like I'm going to have to get my eye candy somewhere else. No more sexy.
Ew, she's not sexy.
That's one sexy dude.
Well, yeah, for a dude, she's alright.
Look at that. You're telling me that's not a link that you want to take?
No.
It's a link I want to break.
You don't want to capture her Triforce, Bob?
No. I'd leave the Master Sword in the stone. No, actually, no, I wouldn't put it in the stone. No.
Bob wants to put that Master Sword in the stone, baby. She's hot. Yeah, she's sweet and tender nose. I mean, she's not ugly. She's not unattractive. She has tried to make herself unattractive. In
yeah,
some pictures.
there are better pictures of her from the past, right?
Yeah. I think she downplays it and because she wants to look like a dude. So, either way, she's gone. Hopefully the door doesn't hit you where the good Lord splits you on the way out.
Not heard that one before.
You never heard that one?
Bob would totally give Frosk $100 pre-order. Hell no.
What are you saying that about?
56k warning.
I gotta scroll up.
No, it's like the fourth comment down. Up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you totally would, Bob. Don't lie.
No.
Bent over in the dark, sure, on a slow Tuesday, I'd smash. Damn. I mean, she's skinny, she's white, she's into video games at least a little bit. I mean, come on, we'd all smash. I don't know why people fronting like they wouldn't smash. She might not like you. She might be like, hey, you guys suck. But I'd give her an angry fuck. You know, you give her a couple O's and she'll be telling us how great gamers are.
I'll tell you what, I'll give her 2 pumps, that's it.
Well, that's all you got, Bob. You're a 2-pump chump. We all know it. We seen your Street Fighter game. You got 2 moves.
My Street Fighter game's fire. Don't know what you're talking about.
You know, when I stop talking, it's because I'm doing something, and you guys can fill in the dead air. There's 3 other people here for a reason, guys. Come on.
I don't know if Blinded's still here.
No.
I am still here.
Oh, he's still here. He's still here.
Oh, deafened. Yeah, anyone seen the Last of Us show? No? Okay.
Yes. Of
Oh.
course I did. Why do I have this profile picture?
Oh, I just thought you was a fan.
Well, that and I like
He's
to
a
provoke
fan.
people.
If he's a fan, that's the reason why we watch it, Bob.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Is the Last of Us show covering just the first game, or is it both games?
It's the first game for the first season.
Right. Right. I want to catch that.
I heard good things, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, for the first episode, it's pretty good.
See, look at 56K when he says Bob needs to tone down this way of thinking, or end up living with cats and a futon.
I've got cat allergies though, so
No cats.
no cats, just a futon.
Premium futon.
Tommy O, who's married, so I don't understand this comment, but he says I actively avoid girls who like video games. Not worth the competition. Chip on your shoulder.
As a married
You're
man,
married,
you should be
dude.
avoiding. Yeah, you should be avoiding all kids.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what got me in trouble. You know, that's why I'm divorced. Spoiler alert. So don't be like Tony. And speaking of things ending, have you heard? Marvel's Avengers is finally coming to a close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Womp.
So
I was
No
there.
one is surprised.
I was there for the beta. I put 100 hours into that game, and I can say
that was my
there's-
most played game last year. If you looked
Yeah.
at my stats on PS5.
I mean, this campaign was okay. There's about 10 hours of good gameplay in it.
What else is there to do after the fucking...
Grind for mythic armor.
That's not even worth it.
It's not. It's definitely 100%. The game is 100% repetitive, boring, and very crappy. It glitches. It messes.
They needed more bosses in there.
They need more enemy variety.
They need
Yeah,
a lot
that
of
too.
things, right? They need a lot of things. Let's be honest. But I still liked the game, and I still played it, and I still had fun and enjoyed it.
Would you say it was addictive, Tony, rather than good?
No,
Yes.
actually no, because I could put it down. I would boot it up, play like 3 or 4 missions, just like as the Hulk and like blowing up robots for like 10-15 minutes, and then I'd be done with it. I'm just a big Marvel sim, so anything Marvel, I'm all board. I think part of the issue here is okay. So we had Ultimate Alliance, and we had what was it? Marvel Heroes Omega, whatever. So we've seen other co-op games being done in a much better way, right? More characters, more variety of moves, team up moves. There was no team up moves in the game.
I know, right? That's criminal.
It's criminal.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Number two, when you play single player, you couldn't change your character.
Yeah,
Why?
that was
Why?
dumb.
Why? You should being able to swap between the 4 characters that are on your team at any time would have totally made the game so much more fun. Because you can go in there with a different team and do different shit, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna swap to Captain America now, and I'm playing Black Widow, right? You'd be playing some of the lesser heroes that you didn't really like just because they're now part of the team. There's no synergies, right? There was no like original Avenger bonus, 10% extra damage for playing Hulk.
All right,
Captain America.
the single player barely even has the Avengers in it. It's like right at the ending they reform.
So who do you play?
No,
with?
It's stupid.
Yeah, the game's
mean,
about
technically-
bringing them together, isn't it?
Yeah,
There's a
even though they were already together, it's like,
Who do you play as then for the majority of the game?
Miss
Kamala
Marvel.
in
Yeah.
the single player campaign, you play as Miss Marvel for the majority.
I have to admit, though, that game did make me kind of a fan of Miss Marvel.
Yeah,
I
I
did.
didn't
I
hate
like
it.
Miss Marvel in the game than the
Yeah.
MCU.
Yeah.
I think both.
Well-
I've never read a Miss Marvel comic. Okay, so I'm gonna throw that out.
Yeah.
In
Well,
the game, she was not that annoying, right? I
No,
was
she's
actually-
not really annoying in the comic either. It's the show where she's really fucking annoying.
I actually didn't think she was annoying in the show at all.
I can
Nah,
see
if
her
you've
being
read the
annoying.
comics, she's fucking annoying in the show. Unbelievably annoying.
Well, they say in the comic she's like a Mary Sue, and they try to push her down your throat, and yada yada yada.
Eh, she's not that bad in the comics. Like, I actually
Maybe
read
it's-
them.
Maybe it's been so long, right? So she has more than just like 3 comics. Like at the beginning, maybe people were annoyed with her, and it's sort of tempered.
No, I would say the beginning part of her, when she first started, was actually pretty good. It just sort of waned off from there.
Yeah, they couldn't even copy Lego. Lego is perfect, man.
Yeah, Lego
Yeah.
Marvel's banging.
There's like 60 characters in Lego Marvel. There's all that DLC.
I think I 100%ed that game
Yeah, I platinum
on
all 3.
Xbox.
All 3 Marvel Lego games. I platinum.
I only played the first.
Yeah, I played the first one. It was pretty fun.
The only thing which annoys me about the Lego games is there's no online co-op, because I would play loads of them with my brother.
You know what annoys me about the Lego games is there's so many characters, but again, the campaign only deals with like say 10, and then like all the bonus characters are never like
Fully
In the-
fleshed
in the-
out.
not just fleshed out, but they're not really even
In
mentioned
the
at all.
story. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
then
like
they'll-
unlockables.
They'll force you, like say you're playing as say Hyperion, and then it'll just like swap you back into Captain America for the cutscene.
Hmm Yeah.
So, other than that, it was pretty good. I think the one had like a hub where you can go around New York and like beat up criminals and just do like little stupid shit. But yeah, so
hmm
swapping characters would have opened up the game a lot. Team up moves would have opened up the game a lot. Villains. I don't understand
Yeah.
what this idea was. You know what? We're gonna release one villain.
Yeah.
It was what, like 4 villains, technically 2, right? So Taskmaster
Technically, too. Yeah.
and Abomination were the only 2 real recurring villains, because
Mhm.
what the hell is his name? Monica and MODOK were in the story, and they really didn't show up in the post story shit content.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah.
Monica does later on.
And that boss is shit.
It
That's
is-
a shit boss.
Oh fuck! It's terrible.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
just talk to you,
awful.
like, it's like if you played single player, the computer's like she got this attack that like sends out a wave of energy,
Hmm
and it takes like fucking almost all your life. And the computer's so dumb, you're supposed to hide behind like walls, so you don't get.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the computer just like stands there, like, oh, there goes 3/4 of your team dead.
Yeah, it was broken. It was fucking broken.
It was annoying as fuck.
This is
So, yeah.
this is the Lego one you're talking
No,
about.
this is the Avengers one.
This is
Avengers.
Avengers.
Oh.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you had two boss characters, and then when they release new content, they would release a hero and then maybe a boss, I'm like, oh my god, you have so many fucking characters in the MCU, in the Marvel canon, right? A bunch of lower tier villains. You don't need a story for every villain, right? You don't need to send Beetle out there and have a fucking 30-hour campaign centered around Beetle stealing shit in New York, right? Just throw his ass out there like, hey, AIM hired a bunch of mercenaries. Here's like 30 fucking villains that are going to show up in and out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And one of the other issues I had with it is they didn't really flesh out what the fuck was canon. Because it's not MCU. And it's not Marvel Comics. It's like this weird hybrid. Like some stuff sort of happened. Some stuff didn't. They're like, hey, the Avengers have been around for a while and done some stuff, but we don't know what exactly. Right? Like they didn't meet Black Panther yet. But they met Captain Marvel. She exists. Even though she's never in the game, she exists. Hawkeye was an Avenger, but he's not. He doesn't show up until the DLC like months later.
Spider-Man was kind of like that, though, wasn't it? That was a bit of a hybrid.
No, was Spider-Man even have the story? Because I played on Xbox, so I never played his character.
I don't think he got a story.
I mean, Spider-Man.
He had a story.
I mean the games, the Spider-Man game.
No, that's not connected. It's
no. That's what I'm saying. No. What I'm saying is the story was all disjointed and never had any connection to the comics or the movies.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Spider-Man game actually, like, people thought it was going to be connected with the Avengers because Spider-Man actually hints at a plot point that's in this game, but they're not connected. It's really weird. So that right there was like, why would you do that?
Yeah, that feels like a missed opportunity because Avengers Tower was in Spider-Man.
Yeah, I think they were gonna connect it, but even Spider-Man, it's gonna be locked. In this article, Spider-Man is they basically said it's still locked to Sony. It's never they're not gonna unlock it for the Xbox. What decision was it that they said, hey, we're gonna release Spider-Man early on PlayStation and then eventually on Xbox, and then eventually turned into never. He's never showing up on Xbox.
He's never showing up. Yeah.
The costumes, that's another missed opportunity, right? It was like 80% of the costumes were just the same costume with a different color. Hey, do you like Captain America's brand new Crystal Dynamics Avengers costume? Well, here is it in brown, and here is it again in red, and here is it in green. And like, what the fuck?
Easy money.
Like the classic Captain America costume didn't get released for like fucking, I think, a year. Same thing, like the Thor classic costume was a DLC pre-order, and it looked like shit. Like it barely looked like the fucking costume. A lot of the costumes, when they tried to change them for different MCU tie-ins or whatever, because the characters are a certain size. And they had to conform the costumes. You could see like weird clipping, or like where it's like weirdly skinny in a certain spot. You're like, there's a lot of little things, little issues that just add up over time. But again, I'm such a Marvel simp, such a Marvel shield that I played that shit for over 100 hours last year.
Who did you even play as? Because I found the characters to be kind of shit.
They were all shit. Honest. I played as they had little cards, the little challenge cards that you can unlock things. I 100%ed every character's challenge card.
Oh my god, that's fucking insane! I couldn't even do that. I only picked Black Widow and just stuck with her.
Well, here's the thing: there was a glitch. This is how bad the game was, right? So they had challenge cards, and there's 2 daily challenges that were worth like 3 points. And then a weekly challenge that was worth like 7. Or maybe it was more than 7. Maybe it was like 11 points, right? So you can get a total of like, what is it? 6 times 7 is what? Nobody?
No.
Nah.
It's fucking
no one knows 6 times 7?
2 a.m., man.
30.
42.
42. Yeah.
So it was like 50
I should know that.
Plus the 11. So it was like 53 points every week, right? And it was like 300 points to unlock the whole card. But you could swap out one of your dailies every day, and then your weekly, you could swap it out once a week, right? Like, oh, this is too hard. Let me try a different one. Because it was like different challenges, like beat a bunch of enemies, kill enemies with a certain move or whatever, right? So they were so dumb that after you completed a challenge, you could then hit the button to swap it out, and then you would get a new challenge. So you could actually get extra points. So it was like an extra 21 plus 11. It's like an extra 32 points every week you could get.
Hmm.
So
Is that not by design though? Was that
No, it
just an
wasn't.
exploit? Right.
It was an exploit.
Okay.
Because it was supposed to give you the option. Like I said, if one of the challenges was too hard, then you would swap it out. But if you completed it, it wasn't supposed to allow you to swap them out.
Hmm. So yeah, it was a glitch.
But because they were such shit at programming, they didn't fucking program it correctly. Because
Should
they
have given
eventually
it-
fixed it.
Should have given it to DJC to test it. He'd have found it. Were you not saying that it's shutting down, but it's still going to be playable, right? You said that
Yeah.
even the online will still be playable, but not supported.
Yeah,
But
so
you can't actually buy it after September. That's
So they're
another thing.
unlocking. Oh, you can't
No,
buy the game.
actually, this is untrue. We'll read what it says in the update. Blinded's giving out some misinformation here.
Boo.
All right, so it says, to our amazing community, after 2.5 years and introducing 12 of Earth's mightiest heroes, following update 2.8 on the March 31st, 2023, we will no longer add new content or features to Marvel's Avengers. All official support for the game will end September 30th, 2023. So right off the bat, 12 of Earth's mightiest heroes, right? So you start off with what, like 6 of them? So I think they introduced Winter Soldier, the 2 Hawkeyes, Black Panther, Spider-Man,
Mighty Thor.
and Mighty Thor were the DLC, like the 6 fucking DLC characters. Supposedly, War Machine, Captain Marvel, and I think one more character.
There's actually a shit ton of characters. Ironheart, Shuri, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and then obviously She-Hulk.
Yeah, there's like 6 other characters supposedly in the data.
Yeah,
Incomplete or possibly like mostly complete. I think they
a
should
lot of
unlock
them are
those.
complete.
Well, they should unlock those like, here guys, fuck it. Right? The game's ended anyway. So just mess around.
Well, I
with
think
shit.
the only thing is missing is the voice lines and probably the story or whatever.
Yeah, well, they should just say, hey, there's no voice lines, there's no story to go with them, but they're in the data, and we're just going to release it. Because the game's over, right? So fuck it.
They should, but they don't give a shit.
Well,
So they would all
they
be
kind of
mute.
give a shit. They give a shit a little.
They would all be mute characters then.
Yeah.
I think if they gave a shit, they would have kept their promise. So I don't think they give a shit.
See, that's hard, right? Like, you have developers, and you got the execs. I'm trying to sneak some food.
We can hear.
So I think the execs are like, hey, we're not making enough money, or we're not, like, fucking, the game's not popular enough. So they probably don't give a shit, right? They're just in it for crunching
Yeah.
numbers. But the developers, they probably gave a little bit of a shit. Like, I did all this work. I created the code and shit for the She-Hulk. I want people to play it.
Well, but here's the thing, though. Like, I think it was with the Winter Soldier character. That's when it started to become very clear that they're just like copy and pasting characters.
Yeah,
Because
but they
like
said
all
they
his
had to.
movesets were.
They said they had to because they said that they were not allowed because of the money and the budget. They were only allowed a certain amount of time to get the characters done, and so they had to find ways to, cut corners.
It's still a crappy character, though.
I didn't say
like-
it wasn't. I'm not here defending that the character was good. I'm just saying they were put in a crappy situation and they made the best of it.
Was Winter
I
Soldier
don't
the
even
last-
think
the
they
last
made the
one?
best of it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Was that the last one? Was it?
Yeah.
Yes.
They probably.
I
knew
think
the
that was in
writing was on the wall.
December.
Yeah, they probably knew the writing was on the wall at that time anyway.
They did.
Well,
Hence why they put
there's
less effort.
this rumor has been going around since, like, ever since Mighty Thor came out. There's a rumor that they're just going to shut it down,
Well, it was
and so
never
it just
well
kept going
received.
on and
Yeah.
on.
This is why I never really started. I had it downloaded, ready to go, because on Tony's recommendation. But because it was never well received, I never got into it. The reason why I got into Spider-Man is because it was really well received.
Yeah, well, even the roadmap, right? Again, the roadmap wasn't the developer's idea. That the Crystal Dynamics, Square Enix, they're all like, hey, we got to release characters at a set schedule, yada yada yada.
And then they didn't. And then they broke the schedule.
Yeah, then they broke the schedule, and shit happened and they forced out the Black Panther stuff
Hmm.
because they were trying to really get it, to be synergy with the movie. And I think
Even though it was a year later after the game released.
I think, like I said, there was a lot of corporate mandates. There was a lot of meddling. I think they weren't allowed. I think a lot of things that they wanted to do, they weren't allowed because there was systems in the game at the very beginning that then the company came in and were like, no, they're leveling up too fast or they're unlocking shit too easily. Like monetize that, fucking nerf that. So things were changed. The open world part, they were never allowed to work on it because there was supposed to be a patrol mode in the game that never got done. Right. It says even after the official support ceases on September 30th, both single and multiplayer gameplay will continue to be available. See below for more information. Update 2.7, which added the Winter Soldier, Hero, and Cloning Lab Omega threat, is the last new content to be added to the game. No new cosmetics are coming to the marketplace, and all final balance updates will occur in Update 2.8 in March. Along with the end of development, we'll also be turning off the cosmetics marketplace when Update 2.8 launches on March 31st. Credits will no longer be purchasable, and all remaining credit balances will be converted into in-game resources to aid ongoing adventures. Here's a table of the resources to be granted based on existing credit balances.
Damn, I better buy my cosmetics now.
No, Bob. Don't buy your cosmetics.
Don't.
Why?
Because if you continue reading, Bob, you'll see, as a show of our appreciation for our community, starting March 31st, we will make all the game's marketplace, challenge card, and shipment cosmetic content available to all players for free.
No way! That's a piss take, man.
Every
For anyone who
single
spends any
outfit-
money on the game, that's
No,
a
but-
kick in the teeth.
So they're
Yeah.
saying
Yep.
that anything that you spent money on before, they're going to convert into something else.
No.
So
No.
you've wasted your money then.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. You wasted your money either way, right?
Yeah.
Like, if the game ended and they didn't give anything for free, and they just said, the game's over, guys, you wasted your money. The fact that they're giving other people shit doesn't make your money more wasted or less wasted, right? Like, you bought cosmetics. You were
Yeah,
already throwing money into the fucking fire.
You had fun at the
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never paid for any cosmetics, but I got those credits for free when I could.
I paid for cosmetics.
Oh wow.
Look, they had some good costumes. I wanted the original Captain America costume. Some of
Pass
the
this
Hulk-
up blinded.
I wanted the Maestro.
Yeah,
Hulk.
that's a L. That's an L.
Well,
I had
Tony,
fun with the game.
Yeah. Did you enjoy yourself, Tony? That's the
Yeah.
only thing that matters.
Did you
That's all
enjoy
that
spending?
But here's the thing though, this cosmetics in the game I thought were particularly disgusting to look at. Like even if it was like the MCU costumes, they were just like
Well, I didn't buy
the
all of them. I just bought certain ones. Like I said, I wanted the Maestro costume.
all of them were bad.
Maestro,
Even the ones the game gives you for free from completing the story, it was like this looks like shit.
yeah.
What the hell am I looking at?
I
They
like some
weren't
of the
great.
Iron Man ones.
That's what I'm saying. Some of the Iron Mans, they looked okay. There were some costumes that were decent.
Mm-mm.
You're just nitpicky. You're biased
I
and
just had to.
nitpicky. I win.
I had to use the basic Black Widow skin because like everything was like
Oh,
it was
I didn't
either
use-
too overdone, or it was like this looks like you just hack job. Like this was shot out within a day or some shit.
All right, so for the Black Widow, right? I didn't buy a single cosmetic for the Black Widow because I got when I pre-ordered it. Yes, I pre-ordered the game.
Oh man.
When I pre-ordered it, I got the original Avengers outfits for free, and there's a Black Widow. It's got a shiny. She got the shiny black original Black Widow outfit and super red hair. That was the only outfit with like actually red hair for the Black Widow. So that was the only one I wanted.
Oh man.
All right. So it says every single outfit, takedown, emote, and nameplate for the marketplace. Challenge cards and shipments will be free to all players from this date onward if you own a copy of the game. Gifting the full library of marketplace cosmetic content is a way to thank our community by letting everyone experience the breadth and depth of content in Marvel's Avengers. We know this is disappointing news as everyone in the community, all three of us, have such a connection to these characters and their stories. We're so grateful that you came to this adventure with us. Your excitement for Avengers From the epic photo mode shots to your threads theorizing who our next heroes would be, to your Twitch streams, have played a large part in bringing this game to life. We hope to continue to play and enjoy Marvel's Avengers. We can't thank you enough for your support and for being part of our super team, Marvel's Avengers, the Golden Team. So here is the questions. Who made the decision? It said the decision was made in conjunction with our partners that are now was the right time to make this change. Obviously, support will discontinue on September 30th. All content that is available for solo play will continue to be available after September 30th. You'll still be able to play multiplayer after support discontinues on September 30th. You still need Xbox Live and PlayStation Plus and all that good stuff. Will single and multiplayer play be available forever? It says the changes we are making to how the game functions will ensure as long a life as possible. However, no guarantees after September 30th because they can't fix anything. They're probably going to try something and then break the game.
So the game could just break. The game could just break and then that's it.
Yeah. The game's going to be normal.
If they made it more open source and people could mod it, that would be good.
Yeah.
But it's not consoles.
Yeah, exactly.
What
It's
happens-
possible to do mods though.
Yeah, you can mod on console still.
You could do it. You could do it on Skyrim, so you could do it in this.
The game will continue to run as it has until the 31st, and then everything's free after that. So basically, hey, don't buy anything because on the 31st you're going to get all free anyway.
Nice.
And you know what's funny? The same day they dropped this, they actually dropped a bundle for the MCU costumes that cost like $80.
Yeah, they drop bundles though. They've been dropping bundles for the last.
Just
Now, it says,
so sad.
Will I still be able to buy the game after March 31st? Yes, the game will remain available for purchase digitally between March 31st and September 30th, and at retail while supplies last. So after March 31st, you can't buy it digitally after September 30th. I mean, but
Yes.
you can still find it in GameStop or whatever. You can still purchase it. So I mean, if you've ever been interested in this game, and you can find like a $5 copy at like GameStop, fucking pick it up. You're gonna get everything free, unlocked for you after March 31st.
But it makes me wonder too, because this is on Game Pass and PlayStation Premium. So, like, are they gonna just take down the game from both of them?
No, I
That's
think
what I
maybe
was
that's
thinking,
probably why it's gonna remain free. I think they're gonna push it off on their servers, like it's on the Sony server and the Xbox server now, and not on the Square Enix, Crystal Dynamic, whoever was in charge of that shit.
I may give it another look then if it stays up, since everything's becoming free.
And it even says if you delete your digital version, you can still reinstall it after September 30th. But there's no guarantees that take your chances after September 30th. But you should be able to download it still. Now it says, will events like the Red Room Takeover still run after tomorrow on September 30th? Yes, they will run in rotation every 2 weeks. So all the little events that the game has had are going to be on a 2-week rotation. So they're still going to be in the game. So,
If it works.
Which, that's a good thing, right? That they're still in the game. But most of what that was in there for was to unlock cosmetics and different things, right? So you're not going to get any of that.
No. Yeah.
Like, there's no point in doing like half of them. So unless they start adding new loot or whatever, instead of getting the cosmetic loot, you're going to get like actual loot.
Oh boy. Oh man.
If they're just like, fuck it, everybody gets Omega level weapons from every mission. Fuck it. Just
They should. Some of those armor pieces are OP and they make the game more interesting, but you have to grind so hard for them.
yeah. The armor, that was another problem people had issues with. They're like, why does the Hulk need armor? And I'm like, it's a looter shooter. Like, what do you want them to do? Like, everyone else gets armor, and then the Hulk doesn't. And he's just like, it's just there.
New pants.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of people are trying to say like it just feels so disconnected
Well,
because it does.
Because the game that it is, right? The Avengers do not lead themselves to a looter shooter type game, right? To like,
Mhm.
it's like we're gonna make it Diablo, but Avengers, and you're like, yeah, but Diablo gear system makes sense. Avengers doesn't really make sense, right?
No. Yeah, especially for certain characters. It's just like,
That's why Marvel Heroes Omega, they had sort of a loot system, but it was different. It wasn't like a lot of it was cosmetics for like the loot, and a lot of it was like, oh, you fucking take this drug and now you're 10% stronger, right? It wasn't like
mhm.
Hulk has to get different implants in his fucking heart or his spine.
Yeah, even that made the game confusing too, where it's like you could swap out like rib cages for Hulk, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, what is this supposed to do?
It's like his nervous system just swapping out for another. Like what?
Yeah,
Like some of them
it's
made
weird.
sense. Like what was stupid was Hawkeye didn't have different arrows. Like right, I thought that would be his loot. Like oh, you could equip him with explosive arrows, so now you got that, or you could equip him with poison arrows. No, it was like no. It's a different mask and like a different fucking t-shirt that also had no cosmetic
Yeah,
effect, right? They showed you like you had different loot, but they had no cosmetic effect on your character. So that was another L.
it's just dumb. It's just
Well,
so
he never
dumb.
even had an explosive arrow.
No, he did, but it was like
Oh, yeah.
it was part of his combo. So it's like the
Right.
fourth move in his
Right.
that you got to unlock. Also, that was another thing. Like a lot of the moves were so far down the unlock chain, like they're really cool shit,
hmm
that you're like, oh my god, I'm not gonna grind for 7 weeks just so I can shoot a fucking poison arrow with Hawkeye.
Yeah, it was dumb. It was really, really fucking dumb.
But you did anyway, didn't you, Tony?
Yeah, I did.
Oh god,
I love Hawkeye. He's out there shooting a fucking bow and arrow.
Getting
he
crushed
was
by
actually
snowmobiles.
pretty fun to play as, to be honest.
The Hulk was OP. Like he had a lot of moves that were just regenerate his health.
Yeah,
Just
Hulk
go
was
in
really
there.
fun.
Not so much fun to play as.
Well, as an assist character, if you like the assist.
I had fun as the Hulk. Like I said, everything was like every move he had was regenerate his own health. So it was like I would never die as the Hulk. I would just go out there and just fucking spam.
He played really slow, and it didn't feel like you were playing the Hulk. It was like,
Well, I mean, see, there you go. Here's like where people have to understand that it's a game, right?
yeah,
Well, Captain America hits that robot 6 times and it dies, and the Hulk hits the robot 6 times and it dies. But the Hulk
Well,
is
that
super
wasn't-
strong. Like, well, you want the
I
Hulk to go in there
kinda
and just, like,
get-
smack.
no, I kind of prefer the characters that played a little bit faster. So it was just not like a lot of the characters I didn't like. It's just their play style and stuff.
Yeah, but
So
they
I
had to
never
make
really
him-
had fun with them.
They made him slow because he's like lumbering, and so they made him strong.
Yeah.
like slower, and then because they had to balance it, right? They can't make everybody like super fast.
I don't know. It's just the animation speeds and stuff. Like I didn't like. Yeah,
He had
I
a couple
felt
moves
that
that I didn't like. His jumping, like elbow drop move was kind of lame.
yeah. That felt like he was like hovering in the air and then he just drops. It's like,
I also didn't like that he would grab because every character had a ranged attack, so the Hulk
Yeah.
would grab a rock, except for if he was inside the buildings, then he couldn't grab the ground. So then you're like, oh, now the Hulk doesn't have.
to have the ranged attacks. Yeah.
It's like certain surfaces he couldn't destroy to have range.
Yeah, and his ranged attacks was really bad.
Had
It wasn't
arc.
precise. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
'cause
was
it had
like,
an arc.
a lot of the characters. Like I didn't even like Iron Man too. Iron Man was another character I just felt was really slow.
Well, he was slow and weak because again, they
Yeah.
couldn't make him like he's Iron Man. He's almost as strong as the Hulk. He's super fast. He's got all these weapons. They're like, oh shit, everyone
Iron
just play
Man was
Iron Man.
broken. Iron Man was pretty broken with the right equipment and the right moves and doing the right combos.
Well, everyone's broken with the right equipment. We're talking about like at the beginning, like you just started
Yeah, at the
playing
beginning.
game.
Even when you progress the character a little bit, and was just like, Black Widow was like the fastest, and she felt the most fun for me at least. Like I really had no problems, and Hawkeye too. And then
Well,
Thor was kind of there.
They fucking nerfed her machine guns.
Yeah.
Because she had
'Cause that
full
was
auto
pretty
machine
good.
guns, and you would just like
Yes.
it would stun people,
Hmm.
and then they nerfed that shit. Yeah, so Spider-Man will remain exclusive to PlayStation. So will Marvel's Avengers continue to be available on Game Pass and PlayStation Plus Extra? Marvel's Avengers is available on both, and all the changes discussed in this blog will apply to the Game Pass and PlayStation Plus Extra versions of the game. For any updates, stay tuned to Xbox and PlayStation social channels. And there it is. Game is over. We've put more thought into this discussion than the developers did into making the game.
Well, it's not over, is
Yeah.
it?
That's brutal.
It's not really over.
Well, yeah, you're right because they're coming out with the sequel for the game.
Oh
What?
God, you're kidding me.
Yes, it's called Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League.
Or is it actually called? Who's producing it?
Rocksteady.
Rocksteady Kills Suicide Squad.
Yep. And Batman and Superman and
I
Wonder
thought that
Woman.
game looked okay until they said, "Hey, they're gonna have season passes and cosmetics." I was like, "Oh,
Yep.
here we go
I was
again."
like, oh fuck.
I was hoping for a solid 4-player co-op, like linear experience kind of thing. Maybe a little bit of open world, but it's going to be gas. It's going to be repetitive missions, replaying missions, grinding for gear to do higher level missions, jarring. If I want to do that, I'll play Destiny 2, which I do.
They need to stop with this bullshit, honestly. Like, I don't mind games as a service, but why are they giving it to developers who've never even made multiplayer games? It just
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
Did Rocksteady do Gotham Knights?
No, that was
Who did
WB Montreal. And they did Arkham Origins, which had a multiplayer. But Gotham Knights is not a live service for some reason.
Arkham Origins was quite weak though, wasn't it, compared to the other Arkham games?
Yes. Yeah.
'Cause
I mean,
had to go
people
with
find
I
it
didn't like
underrated, but
yeah, I didn't. No, I didn't like the combat felt off compared to the other ones.
yeah, I think people just like it for the story. I've never actually played it. I want to, but never got around to.
You can stream it on PS.
Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. That's one of the games I'm gonna play this year.
Not me. Not me.
Mm.
Anything else to be said about this game?
R.I.P.
No one's gonna remember this game in like 6 months anyway.
I'd completely forgotten about it until they announced it was ending.
Yep. Yeah. It's just sad. There's probably
I'm
not
sure-
even gonna be an Avengers game anytime soon.
I'm sure it will still work, right? I'm sure they're just saying that they can't make any guarantees just because they have to say that. But I'm sure it will still work. And if they don't touch it, then surely it can't break.
Yeah, Potion Sword said it looks pretty hood, but I'm sure it's going to go the way of the Avengers. I hate having to buy a game only to pay again once I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that pisses me off.
Yeah.
Look, I obviously I don't mind cosmetics, right? As long as the base costumes are good, right? Like if they're like, hey, look at these shitty costumes. Now, don't you want to buy these $30 cosmetics? I'm like, dude, come on, you made the costumes look shitty, so I have to buy the cosmetics. But if the base costumes look okay, I don't need the cosmetics.
I also kind of feel if you're going to do a game as a service, it's really cheeky asking for money up front for it. It should be free
Yeah,
to
it should be
play.
free.
And
I agree with that. It
and
should be like a
the
mobile game.
Yeah, and the
Mhm.
extra DLC, even if you just piecemeal everything else out about the game, like it's got to be good enough to stand up on its content. If it's supposed to be delivering regular good content for you to be willing to buy, then the base game should be free.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
probably
I
find
don't
you
understand.
Yeah.
you'll
Yeah.
snag more people as well if you put it up for free.
Exactly.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
well, look at Genshin Impact. I did play that game. I like it. It's fun, but there's so much content in there, and it's always coming out with new content regularly.
Mhm.
And the Avengers, like, and you look at the Avengers, you go, wow, I paid $60 at launch for that, and it doesn't have, a tenth of the content, a tenth of the characters. It has,
Yeah, they needed more characters at launch, to be honest. 6 was not enough.
It really wasn't. I mean, the whole point of the game, right? So, again, not to really harp on this game, but fuck. The whole point of the game was the Avengers disassemble, right? So why the fuck couldn't they have Now you're playing as, you want me to be Kamala Khan, fine, right? But now you have to go around recruiting new Avengers, and then you could have, hey, you
Oh,
go to Wakanda,
Mhm.
go fucking convince Black Panther to join the Avengers. Hey, go over to Brooklyn, and there's this guy named Luke Cage. Like, you go on a mission
Yeah.
with him, and you recruit fucking him, and then he tells you about Iron Fist, and now you got a mission over in fucking Chinatown to go fucking recruit Iron Fist. And oh shit, Daredevil's around. We're going to Hell's Kitchen next, guys.
Yeah.
that'd be so much
They,
better.
they should have simplified the gameplay so then they can add more characters to it. Like it should have been like Ultimate Alliance, but it's a 3D game. It's not like,
Yeah.
Just not Ultimate
with that
Alliance 3.
perspective. Yeah, whatever which way. Just have like a shit ton of characters and you can unlock them and then you can have cosmetics or whatever. But like the looter shooter shit, it
Not
just
like
was.
DC Online. DC,
DC
Online,
Online is still going.
and it's
Yeah.
terrible. It's terrible. It's,
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it was crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
But it's still going.
it is. It's still going. But here's my problem with DC Online. Has a lot of content, a lot of shit.
Yes.
But I don't want to play as Tony
Random,
in the
yeah.
DC universe, right?
Yeah.
I want to play as Superman. It's fucking Batman. I don't want to be like, hey, look, it's Superman, Green Arrow, and Tony, right? Like, what the fuck?
And you couldn't even make a Superman. They didn't even have the S and all that, did they? Was that even
No.
available to you?
No.
You could make a Superman-like character, but none of the actual costumes or whatever from them were unlockable. So
Yeah.
They should have just made it where you could, like in a Call of Duty, where you can completely customize your guns and, well, not guns, like emblems. They should have made it so you could completely customize your character with any colors,
Yeah, but
shapes.
people would be putting like
Mhm.
cock
Well,
and
the-
balls.
yeah,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
they had.
on the
They-
chest.
well, first off, it is a kids game, so you don't want that, right? But
Cock and
they
ball
did
man.
have shaders. They did have shaders, and there was different cosmetics and costumes to give you different looks, but a lot of them were shit. And like I said, it just really wasn't fun. Like if you wanted to play as a villain, you're like, the story was basically broke up into two parts, either hero or villain, and then you picked a mentor. It was either Lex Luthor, Joker, or I forget whoever.
Cersei was one, I think. I
Yeah,
remember.
Cersei.
Mhm.
Right? Like those are the three villains, and or it was Superman, Batman, and the Flash. And like, okay, but like Batman, they don't teach you anything, right? They don't give like, okay, if you're Batman's protege, he gives you like fucking batarangs or something. No, it's just like, hey, we're going into Gotham and go beat up 6 punks and go get me a fucking big belly burger and there's a bad guy, hit him. It's very repetitive, very not fun. The flying, like you had 3 different movement types. So it was like flying, running, or
Oh, yeah.
acrobatics. Acrobatics and running were shit because you couldn't get to certain parts of the game because you can't fly, right?
Mhm.
So it's a lot easier. Like everyone was just like, well, fuck it, everyone's gonna fly because it's
Yeah.
just a lot easier to fly
Mhm.
around the city than it is to, you can't run in the air. And acrobatics were like you couldn't do half of the shit.
Who doesn't pick flying when it's available to you?
Mhm, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I think I played that game for maybe like 2 months. It was like I was a flying character that had dual pistols.
Nice.
Because that was the only one that had like rapid auto fire. Dual pistols had auto fire, whereas the big fucking semi machine gun, no auto fire.
Oh,
Mhm.
wasteful.
Anyway, there's other things we got to talk about. Since we're talking about Marvel, we might as well mosey on over to what is this comic book? Comicbook.com. Guardians of the Galaxy 3's James Gunn says Adam
Oh.
Warlock isn't a hero.
Oh, that's big.
Well, is this a surprise?
Yeah.
That's the character.
Yeah, but I mean, that's
Read the
basically
article,
saying,
Bob. I would just pull back your enthusiasm a little bit, and if you read the article, you'll be like, oh.
Okay, I'm reading it.
Says, as has become the norm within the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise, the property's third feature will also feature multiple villains. During San Diego Comic-Con last July, it was revealed Shikuda Iwuji, High
Yeah, his
Evolutionary.
name is.
Wait.
Chuck I, is High Evolutionary, will serve as the primary antagonist of the picture. Another antagonist fans can expect to see is Adam Warlock, who will still be acting on behalf of the Sovereign when the film picks up. In a new piece shared in Empire magazine on Monday, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 helmer James Gunn confirmed Warlock is far from a good guy. Quote, it's kind of more complicated than that, but he's definitely not a good guy. What we're seeing is the infant form of Warlock, newly out of the cocoon, and he does not understand life very well. He's basically a baby. So what he's saying is not that he's not a good guy, that he has no frame of reference, right? He's
Mhm.
if the bad guys say, "Hey, go over there and beat those dudes up," he's just gonna do it because he don't know anybody.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's not
Very
Adam
true.
Warlock yet.
So he's going to be like a bad guy, but he doesn't realize he's a bad guy, and he realizes he wants to be a good guy. That cliche.
Well, I mean,
That's the
that's
comic
kind of
version.
the. Yeah, that's literally Adam Warlock.
I didn't know.
And even
Yeah,
if
you can't do it any other way.
even just going off of the movies, this is what you would have expected from when they were birthing him at the end of the second one.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
The original Adam Warlock in the comic is created by a group of scientists called the Enclave, who is looking to create the perfect life. They create Adam Warlock, called him at the time. He wasn't called Adam until after he shows up on the Counter Earth, but I digress. So he's basically a child who's got all these amazing abilities, superpowers, golden skin, cosmic powers. And so he doesn't know any better, right? So he just kind of wanders off into the world and tries to figure shit out. And so he does things that gets him into conflict with heroes because, again, he doesn't know any better. He's still learning. Eventually, he ends up on the High Evolutionary's Counter Earth. Yes, the same High Evolutionary that's going to be the villain in this movie. He ends up on Counter Earth where he turns into Jesus. And no, I am not kidding. They literally crucify Adam Warlock in the center of town. Then he resurrects 3 days later and defeats the Man-Wolf, who is taking on the role of Satan on Counter-Earth. And Counter-Earth in the comics is the same, where the hybrid human people hybrids, like in the movie. So I think that, with Adam Warlock, with Counter-Earth, the High Evolutionary, I do think that they're going to at least tease some of that story. And it could end up being that Man-Wolf is the hidden secret villain in the movie. Because White Tiger is supposed to be in the movie, and as we discussed before, White Tiger is a hybrid human tiger, and she was actually created in part to destroy the Man-Wolf, who is Adam Warlock's primary villain for his early part of his career. And then, of course, eventually we get the whole Magus thing, because, again, as the Messiah figure of Counter-Earth, a religion springs up around him, the Universal Church of Truth, and eventually he goes crazy. In an alternate reality, in an alternate future, Adam Warlock lets the idea of him being the Messiah go to his head, and he becomes a character called the Magus, which is completely evil. And he's basically the head of the church. He's trying to spread the church across the universe. He's evil. He gets stopped in the 31st century Guardians of the Galaxy universe, which is not the main 616. And then in the main 616 universe, because they can't leave shit well enough alone, when Adam Warlock gets the Infinity Gauntlet, he subconsciously separates his good side and his evil side, and so the Magus is given life as a real person separate from Adam Warlock. And I just said the most nerdiest 3 or 4 sentences in my life. So I'm very excited because, yes, I do know these characters. I love them. Very excited. I have a feeling that Drax is dying in this movie.
Yeah.
This is my,
Yeah.
I don't know anything, and I think I said it a couple weeks ago when we were talking about it, but I think the perfect story arc, because they really haven't really talked about, he hasn't had much of an arc to his story.
No.
So I think, his family died, they killed the killer, this is his new family, right? And then I think he's going to sacrifice himself to save the new family. The family that he couldn't save, he's gonna be like, look, I can save this new family by sacrificing myself. He dies, and then at the end, they're gonna reunite him with his family. At the end,
Do you think?
Yeah,
Do you think Adam
probably.
Warlock's going to kill Drax, and that's going to be the catalyst for him like regretting his actions? He's going to kill Drax either accidentally or on purpose, and be like, sees the pain in the Guardians of the Galaxy, like, no, what have I done?
that
He's
could
like,
That could be
Possible,
it.
Bob. Yeah. I'm sure he's going to die, though. I'm more sure he's going to die than Doctor Doom showing up, to
Rocket.
be quite honest.
yeah, I don't think
Rocket is
dead.
definitely not. Yeah.
so are we expecting the Guardians to be completely disbanded by the end of the movie?
Yeah.
No.
I think this will be the last film as a team.
No.
For the original.
Yeah, as a
back.
but the team will still exist. I just don't know if they'll continue on with another movie.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, do you think at the end of the movie, are we going to have any form of
Yes.
Guardians?
I think.
Yeah,
we're
there'll
gonna
be a new
have
team.
A new team.
Yeah.
I think it will be like a mix of the Stallone team and whatever's left.
What were they called?
The Ravagers.
Well, they were the Ravagers, but I mean, those lot were the original Guardians in the comics.
Yes and no.
I am
Some of them,
Guardian.
yeah.
Some
I
of
can't
them
do Stallone.
Well, it's interesting because now that the Marvel films got the right back to the Fox universe, one of the original Guardians is actually a mutant, right?
Right.
And he wasn't in the movies, and he wasn't even in when they showed the Sylvester Stallone team, which
Vance
had
Astro, you're talking about. Right?
yeah, Vance Astro.
Mhm.
Almost all of the original Guardians were there except for Vance Astro.
Yeah.
But Vance Astro was actually a alternate timeline because the Guardians of the Galaxy come from an alternate future of the MCU 616. Vance Astro is an alternate timeline of Marvel Boy, who is a mutant,
Hmm.
and he has completely different powers in the two universes because something space travel mutant abilities affected by cosmic rays.
Who knows if they'll introduce that character? To be honest, I think it's more unlikely he's going to
Yeah.
show up.
Maybe a bit late now. I think just randomly introducing them.
Yeah, they for some reason they showed what's his name? I forget what the hell's his name. The red guy with the magic. He actually doesn't show up until much later.
Later, yeah.
And the other guy, which is his apprentice, he was like a furry, like fucking lion man. He's not in. He wasn't shown either.
Hmm.
But he is a guardian. He's supposed to be the Sorcerer Supreme's apprentice in the Guardians' future. So yeah. So I think Drax is dying, and I think what's her name, Nebula is dying too.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
She said she doesn't want to do the movies anymore.
And
Yeah, but they don't necessarily need to kill them.
She's had quite a good run though in the MCU.
Yeah, she
She got a lot more screen time than I thought she would.
I think Star-Lord's not going to be on the new team though. Like I think Star-Lord's going to leave.
Yeah, I don't think Star-Lord's sticking around. I also don't think Rocket's going to die. I think it's going to be another Age of Ultron situation. It's so obviously set up that Rocket should die from what we've seen from the promos that I just can't believe, because with Age of Ultron, everyone was like, Hawkeye's dead, man. Like, there's no way he's coming out of this alive.
There was like flashing lights going, this guy's going to die. He has a family. Look at everybody family. He's died. Aha, we tricked him. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to do the same with Rocket.
Rocket will be the new leader. That's what I think.
Oh, I'd like that, yeah.
I think that would make sense.
Up.
Yeah.
It makes sense for his character, yeah.
And again, because this is all about family, this is Fast and the Furious in space. It's all about family. Rocket has always been, like, he doesn't want to be in the Guardians. He doesn't like them, right? That's always, like, his attitude, even though secretly you know that he loves it. So I think him stepping up to be the leader and, like, hey, we can't go our separate ways. Just because this happened and a couple of us are dead or
missing
gone,
limbs.
missing or whatever, like, no, we're staying together. I'm not allowing it. I would laugh, though, if they got rid of Chris Pratt, because Chris Pratt is supposedly going to DC, right? To follow James Gunn.
Well, apparently all of them are supposedly going to DC. That's what he said.
He says he wants to work with them all again, or he can imagine working with them all again.
But I would laugh because in the comics, and again, super nerdy, but in the comics, Star-Lord has two different origins because there was a character named Star-Lord with a slightly different origin that they ended up retconning to reintroduce Star-Lord into the 616 continuity. So I would laugh if they just brought in another guy. He's like, look, it's Star-Lord with a slightly altered origin.
That'd be funny. But that sounds like something James Gunn would do, though. And he's leaving. It's funny. Oh, man.
Like, you just see a portal open, like, and the second Star-Lord walks out.
Yeah.
With the original Star-Lord costume.
What about? Can we do a little side diversion? I don't want to.
Yeah, whatever, Bob. Whatever.
I was just gonna say, like, do we know any more about the rumors of the Wong American Chavez show yet?
No.
I haven't heard anything about that. Yet.
I heard a rumor there's going to be a Wong America Chavez kind of like show where Wong's teaching her the magics.
Mm-hmm.
But why?
Yeah.
Because Wong's
because
and everyone's
well, and Strange is missing
again.
Well, at the ending of the movie, he goes with.
Well, he's not missing.
Yeah.
He's not exactly
well, to them, the rumor is that the reason why the show takes place is because he's missing.
All right. So first off, apparently in the 616 universe, cell phones don't fucking work, right? Because nobody ever calls anybody and be like, hey, it's just like, I haven't heard from Doctor Strange in 10 minutes. He's fucking missing, guys.
Missing, yeah.
It's like, whoa, calm down. Pick up the phone.
Yeah.
Also, they got magic, right? He could just like do a magical spell and be like, open up the little portal, go, hey, Doc, you okay? Yeah, I'm cool, Wong. All right, dope. Close the portal, and it's like all done.
Not even that. Like, Iron Man's got nanotechnology. Why isn't he just injecting people with, like, radio communicators so they permanently can contact each other?
Iron Man was the only one with a cell phone because he was given that shitty old phone by Captain America, wasn't he?
Well, in the comics, they have Avengers ID cards, and the ID cards actually have cell phones and stuff in them.
Wow.
So it's like they're like little radios, and then they're like, you got to go to the gate, you know, because Avengers Mansion has a gate, so you got to like swipe your ID card at the gate. Somehow
they should introduce Avengers Mansion in the MCU.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool.
So he can get blown up multiple times.
Speaking of blown up mansions, in the Batman Arkham Asylum game, or Arkham City, Arkham Knight, that's the one. Fuck. Apparently, the extra little scene after the mansion gets blown up is just Batman like going fucking nuts, full Batman.
Yeah.
Full-time Batman, yeah.
Yeah, use the fear toxins or whatever.
Yeah. Right.
So I didn't miss much. So me not doing all that extra DLC content, I didn't miss much.
Wow, just watch a video on YouTube. It's like a 5
That's
second
what I did. That's how I know. I was like, well, what am I missing? Oh, okay. So yeah.
I've been watching a few documentaries on Batman Arkham Knight. It's actually a lot more highly regarded than people realise.
By who?
By a lot of people.
Critics.
Documentaries. They talk highly about it.
Well, I'm saying, like, you know, you're like, it's more highly regarded than people think. And they're like, well, yeah, if I'm making a documentary about it and I say good things, I might be thinking it's good, but the majority of people still might think it sucks, right?
Well, maybe I worded that wrong, but let me rephrase. It sounds a lot better than what people portray.
It's not great. It's not bad.
It's a mixed game, in my opinion.
Well,
the gameplay is better than the story.
Here's the thing, right? Again, I played it way fucking after everything, right? Like all the DLCs there, all the little shit. Apparently, at launch, it was fucking a broken mess.
Well, on PC, not on consoles.
On PC, it was a broken mess.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
And the whole Red Hood and Arkham Knight thing.
That was too. Oh my god, Batman's the world's greatest detective, and I guess it makes sense. Like if you think about it in a like Batman was living in denial type thing, right? Like if after he reveals it was like Jason Todd, spoiler alert, right? And then like you could get a thing from Alfred going, like, yeah, we all knew. Like, I just thought you knew that, Batman. I thought you figured it out. And he's like, no, like I did, I knew it, but I didn't want it. Like, I was so like that I didn't want it to be Jason that I was basically like blocked the idea of it being Jason Todd from my mind. And then I'd be like, okay, well, Batman,
man.
like, he put up a fucking wall in his brain because it's so obvious that it's fucking Jason Todd. Like it could be
Yeah, it
nobody
is.
else. There's like nobody else it could fucking be, right?
Well, I mean, in the stretchiest of stretchiest terms, the Red Hood could have been Joker, but that'd be stupid in this.
What do you mean? What are you talking? Like
Well,
the
like-
original Red Hood?
Yeah, like the original Red Hood.
Well,
But,
he
like,
is.
That's, yeah. Like, they could have brought him back and been like, "Ha, Batman, I am Red Hood again." But
Well,
That would have been dumb as hell. And plus, he
Yeah.
got incinerated.
yeah.
Well, but he's still alive inside Batman's brain.
Yeah, and that was another dumb plot point, in my opinion.
And then
It's just-
Batman. So there's some parts of like I don't know how we ended up on Batman Arkham.
Mansions exploding.
Yeah,
Mansions explode. Yeah.
we do this weird tangent shit, but in Batman Arkham Knight, there's some things that take place in Batman's brain, right?
hmm
And you're like, well, okay, this is a fun little like, okay, Batman's hallucinating the Joker type shit, right? But then at the end, like the whole ending of the game hinges on you understanding that when he gets injected with the fear toxin, Joker wins. He lets go, and he's completely Batman at that point. Like, there's no Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is now dead, and it's just Batman. And that's why when he keeps injecting him, and he's like, what do you mean you don't fear no more? Because he gave up. Like, his only fear was going too far, and now that's it. He's fucking Batman. Like, he's the Punisher now, right? Basically.
Right.
Well, is he though? They never actually show that. Like that he
if you
goes
look-
full Punisher.
If you look in the game, right? Remember when he's in his brain, and the Joker supposedly takes control. The Joker's like, I'm killing everybody, da 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 da, right? And so they basically give you the idea that he's gonna go like his fear is to lose control. His fear is to become the Joker and lose control. And he gets injected with so much of the fear toxin. And then the Joker's fear is Batman also losing control. So they both actually are afraid of the same thing. And then that's why at the end, he takes his mask off and he has like no reaction because he doesn't care. Like Bruce Wayne's gone. And there's hints in the story because I didn't do all the DLC, all the like side missions in the right order because there is a right order to do them in. But he basically tells people, right? Like after he does the Nightwing mission, he basically tells them, "That's it.
That's
You're not
it.
going to see me
Yeah.
again." He tells Commissioner Gordon, "Hey, look after them."
Which
That's
which is kind of bullshit anyway. I'm sure that Suicide Squad game is gonna retcon all this bullshit because it doesn't even make sense.
Surely the Suicide Squad game going to be canon with the Arkham series?
They
Yes,
said it is.
yes,
What?
and he's alive in that game. He's a boss in that
Wow.
game. So
Well, he's alive in this game. At the end of this game,
yeah, but a lot of people didn't actually know that if he was going to be alive or not.
Why didn't they just
he's. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm not the smartest guy, but I really am. But in the fucking game, there's a mission where Batman's like, we're doing the Nightfall protocols where I got to find my protege, right? And then by the end of that, they basically tell you that what's his name, Azrael fails, right? You could either choose to have him repent and go off and try to fight the church, or like not fight his program and go to jail, right?
Well, you should look online because like it confused a shit ton of people, especially with Azrael, and they thought he was going to be Batman, and why is Bruce still alive and all this crap like that? Even though obviously, if you look at the ending, he's still alive.
Yeah, like I said,
But I have no clue why this is a confusion.
In the extended ending, they show him alive. In the not extended ending, again, this is Batman's not blowing himself up in his mansion, right? Like guys, blow myself up, right? No, that makes no sense. Batman always has a contingency. So basically, he was taking himself out of the equation in order for him to create a new fear. Because remember, they even tell you in the game, Batman only works when people are afraid of him. When he's outed as Bruce Wayne, you can hear like all the chatter from the villains. They're no longer afraid of him. So he has to kill himself in order to be Batman. People are like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be dead. Like now you're afraid of again, right? And again, I'm not like the biggest Batman fucking fan, but I could just playing the game. I'm like, this is what they're driving home this point.
But it kind of sounds dumb to me. Everyone finds out Bruce Wayne's Batman, then Bruce Wayne pretends to blow up and die, and then Batman comes back. Wouldn't you be like, well, he obviously staged his death?
Well, no, you
Well, I guess it would throw off people. Well, some people wouldn't actually end up knowing that he's still alive, right? Because of the Justice League.
Here's the thing. Okay, so
well,
Bruce
I guess
Wayne
people
dies.
wouldn't even know Batman was about because if he's going proper stealth like he usually does, and he'd be like, "Oh, is that Batman? Is it someone else?"
Well, it's even more stupid because there's still the Bat family, so it's like, why does it even matter?
Well, it's not only that, but okay, so Batman he kills Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne's dead, right? Now you're a criminal, right? I'm Batman, and I go beat you up, Bob, because you're robbing some little old lady, right? And you're like, Batman's back, guys. Bruce Wayne's still alive, and they're like, shut up, Bob. You're a fucking idiot, right? We seen Bruce Wayne blow up. They're like, no, I swear to God, guys, Batman beat me up, and they're like, fucking Bob, fucking drunk. What the hell's he talking about? This fucking Batman's dead. No one's gonna believe you, right? That's what it would come down to.
True.
And then it would be a myth again. Like there'd be people whispering, "I heard Batman."
I don't know. That sounds insanely dumb. It's like there's still Nightwing, there's Robin, Red Hood still exists.
They show you at the end. The criminals go, look, Batman's dead. Who the hell are you? And then Batman jumps down with a little fucking fear toxin. So obviously he's going to beat up criminals, and they know that he's still alive, right? He's not giving up being Batman. I'm going by the established canon of the game. Batman doesn't take vacation.
It's like just that
Batman
it's dumb.
In Hawaii, right?
It's just really dumb.
Weekend at Bruce's.
Everything about Arkham Knight is like a hack job, rushed. They don't really care about the characters.
Again, I'm not saying that this is good. I'm saying this is what the game is telling you, and that's it.
I mean, it's just still doesn't even line up with the two other games.
Evil says he can afford a hotel now. Yeah. The other two games, Arkham Asylum was smaller and confined, and then it felt kind of weird that he has a secret bat cave on Arkham Asylum.
Well, he has a secret bat cave everywhere.
Yeah, but it just felt like I understand it, but in the context of the game, it feels so convoluted. Also, the bat plane exists. And it shows up several times. But instead of flying over and just like shooting all of the guys with like tranquilizer darts, it just like flies and like, all right, dropped you on the other side of the island. I'm going.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, thanks, bat plane, for being a fucking coward.
The secret bat caves everywhere is canon to the comics. He did that after.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's like a core. Yeah. Most people know that about Batman.
I know, but I'm just saying because it's a game, you're just like, oh, this is like so stupid. It just feels stupid in the context of the game. Like Batman has a secret bat cave. Of course he does, underneath Arkham Asylum, right?
I mean, of course, but like, how is that? Either you don't know very much about Batman, or is like, I don't understand.
I know about Batman.
Batman is like an obsessive, impulsive weirdo. Of course, he's gonna have a bat cave everywhere.
Batman takes shark repellent like a week before, like he goes into the water because he knows. He's gonna get tied to a pole with sharks. But what I'm saying is,
he also has unlimited resources. So
it's all stupid shit.
Here's why it's stupid. It's from a gameplay perspective. Here's why it's stupid. Because you go to the Batcave, right? Instead of going, all right, I got all my Batman weapons now. It's like, you've unlocked the Bat Hook. Like, what about the 6 other weapons that Batman has in the Batcave? Right? Oh no, you have to keep playing the game. We're not gonna unlock those right away because it's a game, right? So they want to make it gamey, but also he's Batman.
Yeah.
So you're like, those two things sometimes clash.
Well, to counter that point, he is like he didn't realize all that stuff was going to happen in the game. Like he wasn't even prepared, right?
Batman,
Which
not
is
being
usually
prepared?
not prepared, right? Like so it like threw him completely off. But then it was also like he was prepared, and that's why he has all this shit. So it's like, listen, man, I just ignore it. It's whatever. It's the character. People
Bob's
keep
face
writing
trick
him this
out of
way.
all this, if his face doesn't turn into a moat, I'm riding.
Oh man.
Also,
Oh man.
because I am a nitpicky asshole, okay? The Riddler trophies are canon to the game storyline.
Yes.
They do not exist as a separate thing, right? They are actually because when you get all
You
the
need
trophies,
to. You need to. Yes.
you get all the trophies, then you figure out Riddler's location. So that means they exist. They're real, right? They're not just little things that they threw in as fun collectibles, right?
Mhm.
They mean something as far as the game's lore. So then I go, wait a minute, how did the Riddler break a wall, put the fucking trophy, rebuild the wall, but make sure that the wall was breakable so Batman could come by and find the fucking trophy? He's crawling through the fucking air vents, leaving Riddler trophies while nobody in Arkham Asylum is paying attention. He's on the roof.
It's stupid. That I will say is you can't explain the logic at all.
He's got a big can of spray paint. He's spray painting giant fucking question marks, but they're lining up exactly. He's like, hold on, let me get perspective here.
Oh man.
So it makes no sense. No fucking sense. And again, because the game wanted to make it canon, right? Because they're when you collect them all, you do find out his location. So it's telling you, the game's telling you, this is happening. As far as the canon, it breaks the fucking game. And then there's like 100 fucking Riddler trophies in the next game, and then there's like 100 fucking Catwoman Riddler trophies, and then fucking there's 250.
Hmm.
And then some of them, it's not even a riddle. It's like, I'm a puppet who's got a Tommy gun. Oh, you want me to take a picture of fucking Scarface? Okay, there you go. I took a picture of the fucking Scarface towel. Thank you, Riddler. That was so fucking difficult. There's like nothing to figure out. He's got a heart of ice, but Batman will be frozen.
What was that about, Bob?
Like,
That was Aston.
this right here? Sing Champagne Supernova to us all?
Yeah. One sec. If you want something, I won't give you that. I might give you something.
But I mean, there's so many like little things that I'm just like, oh god, so bad, so bad.
Bob's going to get his
So when are you gonna nitpick Spider-Man?
You mean
Because we know you ain't gonna do that. Yeah, exactly.
Great. Oh, that game's terrible too. I can nitpick the shit out of it.
Which game? Spider-Man?
Spider-Man, yeah, PS4.
What is it you're going to nitpick about Spider-Man? These face changes from one game to the other.
Yeah.
Or the same game to the other.
The remaster, yeah.
From the same game to itself.
That fucking pissed me off, that.
There's a lot of things in that game. Obviously, they spoiler alert for, what is it, like a 4-year-old game now? 5-year-old game?
5-year-old game. Oh, Jesus.
But, they railroad you into a point where there's only enough serum to save either Aunt May or everybody. I was like, no shit. He's gonna let Aunt May die.
Damn.
Even Spider-Man can't figure out. Like, he's super smart. Just he can't figure out how to make more antidote in time. Save Aunt May.
You want to give me the stage for a moment, Tony?
All right.
Bob's going to sing.
I'm going to sing. One sec. I'm going to change
eat
over
while
to a better
Bob
mic. This one's
This is your fucking fault, Aston Vandal.
This is for
Oh,
Aston.
no.
Today is gonna be the day that they come for a back to you.
You gotta sing louder.
Somehow realize what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do right now. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's
Do
it.
you have?
That's where you're going.
Can
Do
you
you-
play
do you-
Jumper?
God damn.
It's
You
like
have neighbours? Have you got neighbours, Bob?
no, not at the moment. Fuck the neighbours.
It's lucky.
And it's weird, like playing with headphones on because I can't hear my own voice. So I'm a little bit out of key.
Well, you weren't not only out of key, but you were really low. Like the guitar was at 11, and you were at like a 3.
Well, I could fix that. I'm not going again. I'm not going again. That's what you get.
That's what we get. We're gonna get if we get demonetized because Bob's gets a content ID on his song. I'm gonna be so pissed.
Bob, if you can play it right, and not live, right? I'm not going to do it live. If you can play the tune, I'll play vocals over the top of it.
Okay,
I'll do my best, Liam.
I'll do a recording.
Okay.
So yeah, so there's a lot of shit in the Spider-Man game. The whole like what is it, Jackpot? Not Jackpot. What the fuck's her name? I can't even remember. That stupid character.
What is that character's name? Jesus.
She's like,
Yeah, I think it is Jackpot.
No, it's not Jackpot. It's
it's invented for the game.
Screwball or some shit.
Screwball.
Screwball,
I
yes,
fucking
yeah.
hate her.
That shit is ridiculous.
Her and Taskmaster can fuck off.
You know what I really hate? And here's again, this is I guess is a nitpick, right? But if you give me unlockables, right? And if you go, hey, if you do these missions, you get these unlockables, and then you use these unlockables to unlock, right? Currency, right? We're gonna give you these currencies, then you use the currency to buy costumes or gadgets or whatever, right? And upgrade them. Fantastic. But when you give me more currency than unlockables, what the fuck? Right? Like, you're basically like, hey, I just spent my time getting, like, fucking gold on all of this shit to get the maximum amount of currency. And then you're going to turn around and tell me, oh, by the way, you didn't need. You're stuck with, like, 30 fucking, whatever the fuck they call them, coins or whatever. That they don't do shit now. They just don't do shit.
But do you not get a trophy for doing that, though?
Yeah, I think you do.
I don't want a trophy. A trophy does not give me anything in-game. You give me in-game shit to unlock other in-game shit, don't give me extra.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Because I know Ghost of Tsushima, actually, when you platinum it, you actually get something in-game.
Right.
So
Guardians of the Galaxy did the same shit. Where you collect those little, like, power... what the fuck was it called? It was like little fucking juice. Whatever the hell it was that he was collecting. And then he could upgrade his moves. By the end of the game, if you find them all, you end up with extra that you can't do nothing with. And then it's just like, why? Why did you do that to me, game? There should be something.
well, there's some of the side quests in Spider-Man are bullshit. Like, I would definitely pick Arkham City or even Arkham Knight over fucking Spider-Man for side quests.
A lot of the go over there and solve 5 muggings and then 3 robberies and
The pigeons, the fucking pigeons.
No, the pigeons.
That shit was stupid.
Pigeons was ridiculous. It was like, hey, I saved all the city, and then like, oh shit, now the city's in trouble again. Now you got to go to all the boroughs and save the city again. Like, oh fuck me. I don't want to see the same animation where I chase after the car, dodge 3 shots, jump on the car, kick a guy through a window, and then stop the car. Like, dude, I saw it once, it was cool, but like seeing it 55 fucking times, it's not cool anymore, right?
I really hope in the second game they have more animations and stuff.
I want more villains. Again, Spider-Man has so many fucking villains, right? You could separate the villains between here are A-list villains that we want to save for future titles or fucking DLC or whatever, right? These are main villains. Then you have smaller villains that should just show up, right? Like, you're like, oh, you're swinging around the city and, hey, fuck, the Shocker's robbing a bodega. Now you're in a Shocker fight. Hey, there's Stiltman, right? Like, fucking the kangaroo spot, fucking Grizzly. Like, there's so many characters that you could just run into randomly and arrest. And then, like, you could have them on a rotation. Like, hey, every 3 in-game days, one of them breaks out, right? Like, oh shit, the kangaroo has broken out of jail. And they're like, oh fuck, I gotta go arrest him again.
Yeah, there's tons of
Yeah,
jump
that's what I
characters,
hope.
aren't there?
You know what? Give me that game. That's what I want. I want an open world, but obviously not world, but like open city, right? A open city Spider-Man game with no storyline other than you're Spider-Man and there's villains and you gotta fucking arrest them all, and then you just have like a little news thing, a little news ticker, like every once in a while, Green Goblin has escaped fucking New York penitentiary. Like, oh shit, the Goblin's loose. And then like, oh shit, somebody's robbing a bank. And you go look, oh, it's the fucking Rhino. And then like you got to decide, do I chase after the fucking Green Goblin or the Rhino? If you chase after the Rhino, the Green Goblin's plot now moves forward, and now you have a bigger mission. Like instead of an easy fight against the Green Goblin, now you have a harder fight because he's able to get resources. And then if you don't arrest the Rhino, well now the Rhino's fight when you eventually get to him is harder, right? Like being able to put shit off in a video game is so stupid. Like you have 30 minutes before this bomb explodes, but you could also do 7 hours of side content.
Hours of bolt, yeah.
Like don't worry
Yeah.
about it. That's just gonna sit there for like whenever you're ready to get to it. Like so that's what I'm saying. Like I want a game that's dynamic where you're like, oh, you put off saving Mary Jane. Well, now the Green Goblin has done X, Y, and Z. So now his fight is harder because he's built up defenses while you were fucking around, stopping the Shocker. Because that's what happens in the comics, right? Like he's like he's chasing, Kingpin's goons. He runs into somebody. He's like, oh shit, I gotta let the goons go away. And then the Kingpin's plot gets to move forward because the goons have done, they stolen the plans to whatever. And so that's how the game should be. Like if you don't follow the goons, that plot point moves forward and that has a bigger story now. And then you stop this other guy. And then again, because the villains are recycling in and out, you're able to decide, okay, this time I'll stop the goons, and then next time I'll stop the fucking the vulture, or the next time I'll go after this guy.
Yeah.
Also,
This does sound like the Nemesis system.
And
50.
no more fucking Mary Jane sneaking around missions either.
yeah, none of that shit. I don't know what that is.
Played Spider-Man to be Spider-Man.
It's in Shadow of Mordor.
Oh, I got those games. I never played them.
No one can use that system because EA are bastards and they copyrighted it.
WB, not
It's not
EA.
the Nemesis
WB.
system. You would just call it something else and change it enough.
Well, then why haven't we seen it in another game?
What other
Yeah,
game
no
would actually
other
use it?
game. Well, I mean, you're just talking about a superhero game.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That'd be like the only other game that I could see that. And again, isn't the Nemesis system like I haven't played the game, so you could correct me if I'm wrong. But
It is
like,
different to what you're saying.
Yeah, see, so
It's like if you lose, then yeah, the enemy gets more powerful, and then if you win, then they have like a vendetta against you.
yeah, I'm not
And
talking about win or losing. I'm not talking about winning, losing,
Yeah.
moving up ranks. I'm talking about literally like it is a dynamic world where
You
have
pick
to
a
decide.
quest over another quest. That's what it
Yeah.
sounds like.
You ever play like what the hell is it? XCOM 2, where like if you pick, they give you 3 missions and you can only do one of them. So the other 2 missions you fail because you didn't do them right, and it has consequences on your gameplay because now that you didn't do the base raid mission, so now the base is going to be stronger when you do the
Yeah.
base mission, right? It's the same thing. It would be the
I mean,
same
yeah.
core idea, but in an open world game and not in a strategy game.
Yeah, Bethesda games kind of do that, but with
What the hell is
quests.
that, Bob?
Cut a choice extra fine. Evil was asking why I'm smoking.
Oh, don't be smoking stuff, Bob.
Don't smoke, kids. It's bad for you, okay?
To all the 52-year-old men watching.
And
Yeah.
also, right? There's so many hero characters in the Spider-Man lore that why are they not in there, right? You got fucking Cardiac, characters like Cardiac, Nightwatch, Black Cat. Sandman was a hero for a little while. Have them show up and help you. Or maybe if you can get the rights to Daredevil and them, like maybe you're doing a mission and like instead of losing, right? Like, oh shit, Daredevil swings in and helps you. And now the 2 of you are going after the Kingpin together.
Everybody in the chat is listing their age now.
Thank you guys for letting us know how old you are. Evil is 69. Nice.
Damn.
I'm 40 this year. My life is over.
40 is the new 20, Bob. What are you talking about?
Nah, 20's the new 20, man. 40's just 40.
I'm 42 this year, and it is
Rip.
awesome. Fucking fantastic. My knees have never felt better. My back never hurts. I don't get up and groan and make noises when I sit down. It's fantastic.
I do. It's painful going up the stairs.
I don't look at stairs and go, fuck, do I really want to walk up those?
It's worse when my wife turns to me and says, "Can you go and get that thing for me upstairs?" I just,
Aston says you're fine until 45. Then it's downhill.
Right. Well, I mean, it's been downhill since I was about 18, so it can't get much lower than this.
Damn.
There's always a bottom, Bob. You have to hit the bottom.
I'm on the Geek Getaway, aren't I?
Ooh.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, there's you can get kicked off of the Geek Getaway, then that would be lower than what you are now.
True.
Oh,
And now
he's
Bob
gone.
has hit bottom.
Bob's going
He's hit rock bottom.
Bob's going to go and start his own stream and take the crew with him, aren't you, Bob?
With blackjack and hookers.
Yeah. No.
All right, so what else we got going on?
Is there even news?
Yeah, because layoffs had hit GameSpot, Giant Bomb just months after fandom buys them.
Oh man.
Oh, boo! Kotaku, boo!
Yeah, we don't like Kotaku, but again, if they're this, if they have information, I'll use it. It says 2 of the biggest outlets in games media are the latest to face layoffs. A number of editorial staff, guys, the people that keep all those errors from happening, across both Giant Bomb and GameSpot, revealed they'd been let go on Thursday, just months after the sites were purchased by the Fandom Wiki Network. The layoffs were announced during a surprise all-hands meeting with the Fandom CEO Perkins Miller. According to 2 sources familiar with the event, roughly 40 to 50 employees were affected across the company, with at least some managers caught completely off guard by the cuts to their teams. Miller told the staff that the Fandom Network remained profitable despite the cuts,
That's so harsh.
but declined to answer any questions. Why this? Okay, I'm stupid. Maybe I'm dumb, and I don't know how words work. But if you cut a bunch of people, like, why would it be like despite cuts? Like, cuts don't make you lose money, right?
Yeah.
I saw those editorial staff they let go. They couldn't proofread it.
I guess because it'd be like the Miller told staff that the Fandom Network remained profitable thanks to the cuts. That would make sense. Remain profitable, and you didn't even have to put anything about the cuts. Was profitable before the cuts, right?
Now,
All those things make sense.
Tony, they're probably saying despite cuts because they're implying that there was no point in cutting staff.
No, fucking hell.
So saying despite cuts.
Yeah, but it doesn't, like, the sentence doesn't work the way it is.
Maybe, I don't know. We can
Look, my
interject
brain
theories.
says it doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. I agree.
Previously owned by Viacom CBS, Giant Bomb and GameSpot were both sold to Red Ventures in 2020, which then turned around and sold them again to Fandom last October, along with Metacritic, TV Guide, and other sites. We're thrilled to add these powerful, authoritative brands into the Fandom platform, which will expand our business capabilities and provide immersive content for our partners, advertisers, and fans. Miller said at the time, Fandom, whose business model revolves around plastering ads over free, user-generated content, is itself owned by private equity firm TPG Capital. So, are we going to have, like, tons more ads, and they're going to, like, get rid of all the professionals and just have, like, knuckleheads submit articles for Giant Bomb and GameSpot?
I sure hope so. There's
They'll
nothing I
probably
like
just-
more than you picking up all the spelling mistakes and grammar mistakes when you're reading articles.
They'll probably just like refine their workflow, have like one writer for all the sites who just like write one article and they just put the same article on all of them.
I was just going to
Oh,
say,
God.
like, what's the point, right? Again, why buy both Giant Bomb and GameSpot and keep them both open, right? Either fold one into the other.
Is that not what they'll probably end up doing? Is the idea not to take one of the chess pieces off the board
No, because
to drive
Maybe
traffic
not.
to you?
well,
No?
the people that bought it don't have they didn't have a video game news media outlet prior to this.
Hmm.
So they bought 2 of them. It'd be like if I just decided to buy CNN and MSNBC both, right?
Yeah, and then fold one of them into the other.
But it
And then
doesn't. There's been no mention of folding either one into the other. So that's what
Well,
I'm
they probably wouldn't say that right away. I mean, they wouldn't go buying it and then say, "Oh, we're buying it with the intention of folding it into the other one." But they're probably the idea is to just drive all the traffic to one place.
Yeah, but do you make
Doesn't Giant Bomb do other things than just reviews, unlike
Hey, look,
GameSpot?
it's me.
Yeah. No, I think they both do more reviews. Hey, look at you.
Well, I mean,
Well,
like
right.
GameSpot is more like reviews and news, and Giant Bomb was like, I don't know, something else from what I remember.
Mob
They've gone through
Psycho.
different iterations.
Mm.
I could see Giant Bomb being folded because they had the forums.
Hmm.
They'll probably fold it into GameSpot.
Nah, I guess at this point.
But then again, like Finbar is suggesting, would an article at Giant Bomb and GameSpot, which is essentially the same article, would that generate more traffic because it's at 2 sites, or less traffic than just having it all at 1 site?
Well, you'd have the traffic from the people who go to GameSpot and the traffic of people who go to Giant Bomb.
Yeah,
But
so
what's the
Yeah.
keep them both
crossover?
open.
Is what I'm saying though.
Don't know. Does it matter?
Yeah, it does matter because if the article's the same and
Oh, yeah, crossover.
you're like, if
I
I'm
mean,
already
like
going
once
to
you
both,
once you read an article, once you caught like how many times do you read multiple articles on the same story?
a lot, because sometimes they have different details, and you're like, well,
True.
what are they saying about this?
No, I would just
Yeah,
put,
that's
these are
true.
the
Yeah.
I would just put identical stories up on both sites written by the same guy, because you would always get some people who didn't read the other one.
I would use Giant Bomb to write an article and then have GameSpot reference the article from Giant Bomb, and then Giant Bomb
Yeah.
follow up that uses GameSpot to reference that.
Yeah,
And it's like a giant circle jerk between these two.
just making
Like
up a load of
according to
bullshit
the
lies.
GameSpot, yeah, according to GameSpot, James Gunn is gonna hire Idris Elba to play Superman, and then fucking GameSpot would be like, "Oh my God, did you see what Giant Bomb just reported? Idris Elba as Superman." And then Giant Bomb can come back with GameSpot confirms Idris Elba as Superman in new article.
Has been cited in multiple sources.
Well, Giant Bomb really, their website, like the first thing you see, it's like mostly podcasts.
56K Warning says AI generated articles and have some underpaid intern source check. You don't even need to check sources. Just put sources say. Slap that disclaimer.
Source the internet.
According to sources, and then just never name your sources. Like the other day.
Is that a self thing?
Yeah. The other day, right? I was talking to Aaron and them, right? And they go, Jay Briscoe died, right? That's a fact, okay? That's not
R.I.P.
yeah. Jay Briscoe died in a car accident, and it's AEW. They just had armbands on with a little thing at the beginning, rip, Jay Briscoe. But the show wasn't dedicated to Jay Briscoe. And people were wondering, they said, well, when Brody Lee died, they dedicated the whole show to Brody Lee and did the whole, tribute. And why didn't they do this for Jay Briscoe? So Dave Meltzer, who is a prolific wrestling journalist, I guess you would call him. He's always in the dirt sheets and he's always got the inside scoop.
He's well respected, yeah.
Well respected, sort of, right? but Meltzer goes, well, WB, Warner Brothers Discovery wouldn't let AEW do a Jay Briscoe tribute show because, years ago Jay Briscoe had some tweets that were homophobic, possibly. I didn't see them. I'm just going off of what people said, right? That Jay Briscoe had said some things that some people weren't happy about. So WB said AEW couldn't do the show, right? And I go, okay, well, what's Meltzer's source, right? And people go, well, Meltzer's the source. I go, well, Meltzer don't work for Warner Brothers, right? It's like he's not in the room with Warner Brothers execs that made this decision. So I said, well, who's his source? They go, well, what do you mean? I'm like, who did he talk to from Warner Brothers? From Warner Brothers, television, from the network, somebody had to tell him, would you fucking talk to the janitor? And the janitor was like, hey, by the way, Warner Brothers told AEW, no, you can't do a tribute show. So,
Mm.
like,
So was this just Meltzer speculation getting reported as a leak then?
Yeah, I think Meltzer just said something, and then yeah, like you said, people were like, "Oh, that must be it," because it made no sense. Again, and then I go, "Well, why the fuck does WB have control over what AEW puts on, right? Like,
But
if
also,
AEW wants to put on a tribute show, what is WB? They're
but
not executives in the company.
why would WB even want the guy hired, let alone put what titles did they have on them when he died? Was it Ring of Honor?
Yeah, I think
He had the Ring of Honor.
Just got bought out by AEW.
Yeah, but what was the titles they had on them? Because they were reigning champions.
Tag team, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, they were reigning tag team champions, but I can't remember which one it was. But I mean, why would they ratify the hiring of the guy if he had a sketchy past?
1 Inch Bicep says he can't say his source. Like, people ask, yeah, but I would at least go, well, somebody in the company, right?
Yeah, Ring of Honor tag belts 1 Inch is telling us.
Yeah, like Meltzer, like I read an article. Maybe the article was just completely wrong in the way they framed it, but they didn't say Meltzer said according to people inside WB or according to like somebody he talked to at WB, right? They just quoted Meltzer going, WB told him no. Like so that's why I was like, well, he didn't say like who told him, right? He didn't even go, give a hint as to how he heard this. He was like, hey, I was at a meeting and I overheard something, or right. And again, why does WB have any kind of control over what AEW puts out? They're the network, sure. But, as long as there's a contract between the two of them, right? And as long as whatever's in unless the contract says, hey, you can't put on tribute shows, right? Unless we fucking approve it, then okay. But I don't think that's in the contract. It's probably like, hey, no sex, no violence above a certain degree, no language above a certain threshold, right? The show's got to be live, or, we have to have some sort of notice if it's going to be taped. They're not going to lose any
They wouldn't
money.
They wouldn't have any control over the actual booking of the show. That's not. They don't get involved in stuff like that.
They couldn't lose money because again, advertisers buy, right? They buy blocks. Like, it's not like every week the advertiser's like, hey, next week, give me 30 minutes worth of Bud Light commercials on Ring of Honor. No, like, it's well in advance, right? That they've bought these blocks of advertiser time. And so no advertiser is going to be like, oh shit, you put on a fucking, my Bud Light commercial was during your show when this guy that people are upset about, right? Like, no.
Wait, so 1 Inch. So when 1 Inch is saying the Briscoes were banned from their network, what does he mean? Does he mean Warner Brothers Discovery?
Were they? I see this.
So did they not appear on? Did they not appear on AEW TV then? Did they only appear on the Ring of Honor shows?
Yeah, well, Ring of Honor just got bought out by AEW because Ring of Honor closed down not too long ago.
Yeah.
I don't, maybe again, I don't follow AEW or
no, I don't watch it. I don't know.
So if they were banned, that's different. But the guy's dead.
They've never appeared on AEW, right? Okay, so why would you run a tribute show on a show that the guy's never appeared on? He's the reigning champion of another promotion. I mean, and I know it's owned by the same guy, but
yeah.
So maybe they'll do their tribute show when they run a Ring of Honor show then.
Well, that's what they said they're going to do. They said the next Ring of Honor show is going to be a tribute show.
So this is really a non-starter, isn't it? With the whole.
Yeah, I think.
Meltzer speculating.
I think they never were going to run an AEW tribute show because, again, he wasn't part of AEW. He didn't do anything in AEW.
Yeah, if he's never appeared on TV, that would make no sense. That would confuse the casual.
Yeah, I think it's the fans that drove this narrative, and then everyone's just kind of like scrambling for what would make sense. Oh, it must be because WB's banned them from the network, right? Meltzer said it. Must be true. I think they never had any plans. I think that was it. That was the extent of it. Armbands, Chiron at the beginning. I mean, how many wrestlers have died and they've done no tribute show, right? Like,
well, you don't have you said it before, like when is it Brody Lee? Is that the name?
Yeah.
Was it Luke Harper? That was his name in WWE, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When he died, they ran a tribute show on AEW because he was contracted to that. company, but they never ran one on WWE TV, even though he was with them longer.
Yeah.
So
I think
this is the same
they
deal.
maybe just had the like the bell like ping, you know, like we rang the
Did
bell
they even
twice.
Did they even do that? I don't know because I didn't watch it.
Yeah, it happened Tuesday and the show was Wednesday. Yeah, well, I don't know if AEW is pre-taped, if it's live.
No, Dynamite's live, isn't it?
Yeah, so maybe they just didn't, you know, they were like, fuck it, we're not going to do it. We're not going to throw off our show for this guy who was never even on the show, right? Did WWF even do a tribute show for the Ultimate Warrior? Didn't he like die like the next day?
He
after Raw?
died. Yeah, he appeared on Raw and then
Raw.
died the next day, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't think on the next SmackDown they did a tribute to Warrior. They mentioned it like the Warrior died. You know, we're gonna ring the bell. Ding ding ding. All right, that's fucking all right. That's enough of that.
No, they mentioned that he died, right, on the next show.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
But
saying.
they
That
didn't.
was it.
There was
Like,
no tribute
wasn't
show.
Yeah, Owen Hart got a tribute show. Chris Benoit got a tribute show,
Fucking yeah.
and Eddie Guerrero got a tribute show, as far as I remember. And that was it.
Nothing hurts me more than talking about wrestling.
You think Tony Khan wanted to? I don't know. He is a mark, so maybe it's possible. How do you not like wrestling, Bob? I'm sorry if this isn't UK wrestling with Big Daddy and fucking what the hell is
Giant
his name?
haystacks. Giant haystacks.
Giant haystacks. And no, the guy with the kabuki mat. The guy with the big
Oh,
Kendo Nagasaki.
Kendo Nagasaki.
Or
It
fucking
just
He was a
doesn't
fucking white guy.
interest me.
Robinson.
No, certain elements of wrestling were good. I don't buy into the new stuff, the bullshit with the flying everywhere.
UK wrestling. Look, I like a lot of things from the UK, but UK wrestling with their rounds and their like weird fucking rules, and like 3 minutes and like fucking.
No, it's
take a break in
fake.
between.
It's
Yeah,
all
that's why
fake.
it makes even less sense. That you're like, all right, we're gonna take a 30-second break between rounds. You won that round. He won this round. Who's gonna win the last round?
The current UK wrestling scene is actually quite good. All the guys that have come from it.
Jackie
Will Ospreay.
Paulo.
Will Ospreay's awesome, man. Even though he's a flippy guy, he's still awesome. And he bulked up quite a lot recently as well. He's in New
Fucking,
Japan, isn't he?
The only thing I'm mildly interested in that sphere of things is UFC, and even then I'm not
Yeah,
really
UFC's
that
great, man.
interested.
Drew McIntyre got fucking huge.
Yeah.
I just like them seeing them beat each other up and blood spray.
I can do a good Drew McIntyre.
Dude, so Finbar, I'm a little upset with you.
Why?
Speaking of Drew McIntyre, because I played that wrestling game, played the WWE 2K22. And
On my recommendation.
on your recommendation. And it is a fun game. Okay? We're done with this.
I never actually said it was fun, Tony. I said it annoyed me. The reversal system pissed me off.
I like the reverse. It was fun. It was intuitive. I didn't mind the submission system was good, right? Because it was button taps, but they would change what button you had to tap. I like the ability to like you could use some of your power to get out of a pinfall right away.
Yeah, there was some cool stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. So there was a lot of the reversals were pretty good. Like they had different reversals for like if you're getting hit, if you're stuck in a combo and you hit the right button, you could reverse out of the combo. I liked all of that.
Well, why are you mad at me? Come on, what's the?
But I was playing the game, right? And I'm enjoying the game. And then I go, I don't know any of these fucks. Like I literally
I don't know any of them either.
Like 80%, like I'm like, because I just played the regular, like, you know, the little like exhibition for a little while. So then I was like, oh, let me try the My Rise mode, right? Like the story mode. And they're like, you're going to go to next. And I'm like, because I was like, well, let me go through all of them. NXT, right? And I'm like, that's when I stopped because I was like, I don't know any of these fuckers. Like, I don't care. Like, oh, you're going to be, this guy's complaining that he has a hat on and he's the best hat wrestler. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Who are these people? Like, literally, 80% of the roster, I didn't give a fuck about.
I don't know about that. I never played that My Rise part. I know what that is. That's where you come through the ranks and fuck all that. I was playing like the universe mode where you get to like run your own shows and pay-per-views and stuff.
Well, even that, because even that's like, well then, I'm like, why?
Well, you can pick a top
I
guy
could
if you
pick,
wanted to.
you know, I could put 10 guys. The 10 guys I know, I can put them all on one brand, and that's it, right? Like,
Because I picked Drew McIntyre to play as mine.
well, because you can go the universe mode. You can go either pick a character or you can go open world completely.
Yeah.
And again, I was like, I don't know any of these characters. Some of them I know, right? Like I know their names. But then I'm like, I don't like. What are the gimmicks? What are the storylines? Like, I don't know any of it. The Rey Mysterio shit was not like. I was a huge Rey Mysterio fan back in the day, but I don't want to play his fucking like his matches.
Old man Ray.
I was like, this is not interesting. I don't think Rey Mysterio is a big enough icon that I'm like, yes, I want to play his iconic matches. Like Hogan, boom, Savage, yes, Ric Flair. You know, let me play his iconic matches. Dusty Rhodes.
But they've done all that, right? In previous games, they've done all those.
I think they've done Hogan.
They've done Hogan.
And maybe they did Hogan, like the Undertaker.
I'm sure they did Warrior as well. I think Warrior was.
Yeah, I think the Warrior. But I don't think they did like Ric Flair.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Is Ric Flair on good terms with him? Maybe he doesn't want to.
Not right now.
Well, that's why they're not doing it.
But I'm saying, like, those are the kind of people that I want to play as, right?
But if you go back and look at what I said about it, I didn't say I thought it was a great game. I just said that's what I was currently playing. If you went and downloaded it on my recommendation, that's your fault, Tony.
It was free. You're like, it's free. You might as well try it.
That's what I mean. You may as well have got. And I never even downloaded it. I just streamed it.
And
never
also,
even bothered downloading it.
Then there was the My Faction mode, which is the online. You unlock cards, and each card has different characteristics, and you use those cards to make a team, and your team fights other teams, or you do like little challenges. And again, like they give you cards to open up with, right? And it's like, I don't know any of these people.
Yeah.
Why do I give a fuck about Akira Tozawa? Right? Like who the fuck is it? Like, what is his gimmick? He's just like a karate guy. That's it.
His gimmick is Japanese man.
NXT has no story.
That's how Vince McMahon does it, isn't it? Your gimmick is you're Japanese. Have some Japanese music, entrance music.
Dude, you know what? As stereotypical and racist, Kung Fu Naki had the fucking fire theme song.
Who?
You don't remember? Funaki, Sho Funaki.
Oh, Funaki, Sho Funaki, right. Okay.
Right, but then they renamed him to Kung Fu Naki.
All right, I don't remember that.
His real first name was Kung.
Fucking hell.
Right? It was his idea. They're like, all right, so his real first name is Kung. And so Funaki, so it was Kung Fu Naki. And oh my God, he had the most fire fucking... I'm going to pull it up right now. His racist is all shit.
Oh, we're going to get copyright struck.
Fuck yeah. I don't care. We're not going to get struck. We're going to get a copyright claim. Dude, I'm going to... this is going to sound dated and very insensitive to people. But some of the racist fucking characters that they came up with, dude, I was behind them. Like I don't give a shit. Like when they had Super Crazy and them guys on the lawnmowers, I was like, hell yeah.
There's no need for that bass line to slap so hard.
That's what I'm saying.
The lyrics. Oh my god.
the vocals.
Alright, it just kind of repeats after that.
Is it,
Oh,
so
man.
this was like 2010's era, right? Because I don't know anything about this.
2008.
Was it?
That theme song slaps way harder than it should for a
Yeah.
character that's like fucking sea level at best, right? Like,
And you hear the lyrics? The lyrics were nuts, mate.
I don't know if you guys know who Kerwin White is, but that fucking character was
That was
Chavo Guerrero.
Guerrero. Yeah, that was one of the Guerreros. Yeah, he came up with some stupid fucking ideas.
No, the shit was fun. This was back when wrestling was fun. Alright, they would just throw stupid shit at the wall. And
No, it was fun when they had guys like the Repo Man, whose gimmick was he was a Repo Man, or you had like Boss Man, who was a cop, or Nails, who was a prisoner, and they were mortal enemies. That's when it was fun.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but
Although-
what's that called?
Then they had to go and fucking bring this guy in. This what was the guy's name? The guy who played the fucking terrorist lead.
Oh, that guy was fucking dope.
Yeah, but I mean,
Muhammad Hassan?
they could have done it clever, but what they did was, we'll bring him in and we'll make him an actual fucking terrorist.
No, they didn't. He wasn't a terrorist at first. If you,
Did he not? Yeah, but he became a terrorist, right? Because he had.
No. He wasn't a terrorist. Okay, so
He was a freedom fighter.
no, he wasn't a freedom fighter either. What happened was he was a disgruntled Arab American, right? He was mad that people were looking at him and judging him because it was like after 9/11, right? It's like, so he was like, it's not fair that he's being judged for being an Arab American because he's an American, right? I'm an American just like you. Why are you harassing me, right? So he was like justified in his anger. That was the angle that they played with. And then slowly over time, he started like all the things that people said about him, like he started slowly picking up those traits and becoming that. And then it culminated with like a bunch of guys in masks carrying out fucking Davari. Like Davari had gotten beaten up by the Undertaker. And then a bunch of masked guys jumped the Undertaker and they carried Davari out like a fucking martyr. And then the fucking what was it, channel CW? They were all pissed because the London bombing attack happened.
Yeah.
Like the next week.
7/7 it was, yeah.
And they're like, dude, you can't have him on the show no more. Like, you got to get rid of him.
Oh,
See,
man.
so they brought him in, and the intention was it was always right
And the
away.
dude's not even an Arab.
Yeah, he's like Italian or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
man.
intention from the beginning when it was always to make him a heel. The smart thing would have been to make him a babyface.
Well, they tried to, like, the thing was they were trying to have him do babyface things, but because he was an Arab, he was getting booed, right? So the angle was like, look, I was trying to be nice, but you made me the heel, right?
Yeah, but that was always the.
He was going to be U.S. champion at one point. Like,
They were going to put the world championship on him. They were going to put the world championship on him at one point.
That's what I hear, but I don't think that was anything other than like after the fact talk.
I think they bottled it. I don't think they should have took him off TV.
Yeah, I don't think so.
In for a penny, in
he,
for a
he
pound.
was a decent wrestler, and that was the end of his career. That was like the end of it. Like fucking
Yeah, he gave up after that.
Damn.
He's a teacher now, that guy, isn't he?
choppy pee. That shit was funny too, with Val Venus.
That was good back in the day. The Attitude Era was good.
All right. Again, I'm not condoning anything. I'm not condoning anything. But
Mexicoo's.
this thing slaps way harder than it should. Way harder. So we're gonna listen to this.
Para
That's the
toda
sound
mi
of
gente
lawnmowers.
mexicana, todos mis latinos, es hora de cambio. Ha llegado el momento de la batalla, de la guerra. Van a cambiar las cosas. Gringo, in time. It's gonna be working for me, so you don't wanna get on my bad side, cause everybody look Latino. You ain't never heard nothing like this. Take a look around, my man, I help build this. You tryna kill my spirit, I like mis con eso. Twin pistolero, keep it road on the west. So shake 'em up, heat 'em up, change the climate. I'm all bloody and sweaty, but no retirement. All I wanna hear from you is dead silence. When we fam, no doubt it gets violent. Batallando cada día, batallando día y noche, para cambiar lo que está pasando.
for me, so come on. You don't wanna get on my bad side. I'm a hot-blooded Latino, gringo, in time. You're gonna be working for me, so you don't wanna get on my bad side, cause everybody look Latino. So now you wanna tell me I can mow your lawn, then I can pick your fruit and fight your wars. Slaps in the face like a political whore, but see I had it up to here, kick in the front door. The family tree's been hacked on for years. A whole lot of blood, pain, sweat, and tears. Me, I'm everything and I'm doing it right, but I can flip it up, break you up, stereotype. Esto pa' mi gente de aquí pa' allá, batallando como siempre, ya basta ya. Soldados para enfrente, esto es guerra. And when it all goes down, lo que será, será. Really like the threat I wear. Come on, people in the sky, cause I don't care. Come on, lying in the dirt, we everywhere now. People of the sun, rise up and take your share. Go in time. You're gonna be working for me, so come on. You don't wanna get on my bad side, cause everybody looks Latino.
All right, now it just kind of repeats.
When was Psychosis and Super Crazy in the WWE?
Right after WCW got bought out.
That's a good tune.
It was Hoovy, Psychosis, and Super Crazy. Dude, they had three of the best fucking.
They had Hoovy as well.
Luchadors. Yeah. He's the third guy in the group without the mask.
That wasn't right after. Were you talking about after they did the Invasion and all that? You talking about then?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I remember them doing that Invasion and having like 6 WCW guys. That was all they had.
Well, when I say right after, I mean like after that like
the whole thing finished. Right.
Yeah. Well, no, this one doesn't have Hoovy in the fucking. This is just Psychosis and Super Crazy in the Titantron. But yeah, Hoovy was the third member. It was a 3-man group because they were having them 3 were 3. They had Kai and Tai were 3. You know, they were trying to do this whole like trios thing.
Did I see? Have I seen right that Hoovy's still going? Is he in AEW now or something like that? Is that true? One inch you'll know.
So I don't watch AEW. But you know what? Lawnmower riding Mexicans, a kung fu Asian guy. Those were not the most racist.
You're going to show us the most racist, right?
Oh, you want to see the most racist WWF character?
Yes.
Go for it.
All right. Again, I am not.
Just Vince McMahon.
It's just going to be a picture of Vince McMahon.
This is purely
historical.
Yeah, this is historical purposes only.
Jesus, it needs a disclaimer.
This is not me. Right?
We do not condone. We do not approve.
I do not
disavow.
approve.
Disavow.
Does he even have a theme song? I don't even think they gave this guy a theme song. That's how terrible it was. Well, he does actually have a theme song. There's no Titantron for it, though. So this is, I guess, I would consider probably the most racist WWF character of all time.
Whoa! Oh no!
That is
Jungle Warrior.
The Jungle Warrior.
Oh man!
And yes, that is Tony Atlas, former WWE World Tag Team Champion. Rocky Johnson, The Rock's father's former tag team partner.
It was the 90s. It was a different time.
Yeah, at least it was the 90s.
You know what's funny about this? Tony
if
Atlas
he was doing it, let's be honest, if fucking Vince McMahon was doing this in 2023, then we'll be asking questions.
Tony Atlas was actually poor at the time. He was supposedly sleeping outside on park benches. So Vince McMahon pitched him this idea. Said, Tony, we want you to be Samba Simba, the African Jungle Warrior.
Oh man!
And he said, he's actually gone on record and said this has saved his life doing this character because he got paid and he could afford a place to stay after this.
Wild.
On the one hand, heartwarming story that a guy was homeless and it saved his career. On the other hand, incredibly racist.
And
well, maybe not incredibly racist. maybe
Yeah.
not racist, but incredibly racially insensitive. Because I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because Vince is going. I know you're homeless, Tony, but if you want to not be homeless, put this fucking insensitive African headdress on.
Vince McMahon had a real issue with the what to do with African American wrestlers.
Is there another one?
Oh no.
Is there a worse one?
Okay, this would be the worst one. Okay, so there was a manager called Slick, right? I'm gonna set this up for you. So Slick,
Yeah, I remember Slick.
he says he's gonna
He's like
go.
a pimp,
and-
wasn't
Yeah, he was basically a pimp, right? Without saying it, he was a pimp. But they're like, he's gonna go and get the most African, the most black wrestler ever, right? Because he wants a black champion, and he's gonna go to the deepest, darkest parts of Harlem to get a champion.
Oh shit.
Damn.
And what follows is just 1988 wrestling gold.
Can't believe this place. I was supposed to meet the Doctor of Style, Slick, here tonight. He was going to take me to the deepest, darkest Africa. This ain't it. He's got some big surprise, some new talent that'll be operating
Bob, you're
under
gonna
his
love
guidance. Second thought, this is deep, this is dark. Oh!
This
Slick!
is deep.
Oh, I'm glad I found you, pal. I can't believe I'm starting to get scared here. I didn't know who I was going to run into.
Also, Slick's theme music again. Fucking, it was so much better than it deserved to be. Jive Soul Bro.
Yo, brother! What is it, cousin?
Now, home, listen, this may not be deep, dark Africa, but now you know the Slickster never disappoints. Now, I may not have carried you to Africa, but I'm going to bring Africa to you.
How so?
Oh,
How can you
no.
bring Africa to us?
Listen, brother, tonight, a startling transformation is about to take place.
A startling transformation?
Brother, it's gonna be one that's gonna rock the world of professional wrestling. It's gonna shake it right off its very foundation.
Here on the World Wrestling Federation?
That's
Okay,
right.
let me preface this again. I don't condone any of this. Okay. Also,
I was just gonna say, like, I know it was the 80s, but this is like dated for the 80s.
okay, so what people don't understand, right? So there is a sort of backstory to this, okay?
I don't think explaining is gonna help.
It might. So, WCW and WWF obviously had a rivalry, right? And they're always taking digs at each other. But they would take digs at each other in ways that, like, the normal, like, you would watch it and you wouldn't get the dig, right? You would have to be in the know. So, like, Ted DiBiase, $1 Million Man, his his little manservant, Virgil. We all remember Virgil, right?
Yeah.
The reason he's named Virgil is because Dusty Rhodes' real name is Virgil. Right? So that was like a dig at Dusty Rhodes. And that's why...
Sorry to cut you off, Tony. Blinded. Have you seen that picture? The one.
No.
Virgil?
No, never.
We'll come back round to it later.
Play.
So this right here, this is actually, this whole thing is a dig at Dusty Rhodes. Okay? That's what this is supposed to be.
Okay, I'm just.
Right, and guess what?
Your basic, got a radio tape recorder. That's it.
Brother, it's time for it to start right now. Let the ceremony begin.
Oh, what is this? I was here all alone, and now, all of a sudden, I cannot believe this. Absolutely incredible.
What
Call
the
lawyer.
fuck?
Get an out-of-court settlement on this. Maybe I'll re-up my subscription to National Geographic. Could be a CBS special. Slick, I demand some kind of an answer. What is happening here tonight?
Well, me, Gene, it's just as simple as this, brother. I'm telling you that tonight there's going to be a transformation that's going to take place.
Wait a minute, you've been beating around the bush, Slick. What kind of a transformation? What are you talking about, man?
Man, I'm telling you, Holmes, that it's going to shock the world of professional wrestling, and it's going to happen tonight.
Well, let's keep everybody in suspense. Make it happen, Slick.
Behold! And behold, a king!
Get the fuck!
Wait a minute, Slick. Wait a minute. 430, 450 pounds. I recognize this man as the one-man gang.
No. This is a king. Don't you ever refer to him as the one-man gang again.
Wait a minute, one-man gang? You think I just got off the...
Didn't you hear me, thick-headed fool? From now on,
Oh my god! What the fuck?
The greatest night in history.
What? I didn't just get off the turnip truck. I know better.
Listen, man, calm down. Didn't you hear what the big man just said? This is the greatest night in wrestling history. I told you it was going to shock the world of professional wrestling. And just look at him.
What plans do you have for this man, Akeem?
Akeem, brother, has been reborn. He's seen the light, and now he has a new intensity. He's going to soar up to the top of the ladder.
Are you telling me, Slick, that the one-man gang...
Why did you say me?
Beg your pardon? Akeem has been revitalized?
He's been revitalized, brother. Never before has he ever talked.
That's racist.
I'm a new man, Mean Gene Okerland. You understand what's going down tonight? You don't really understand the impact this is going to have on professional wrestling, do you, brother?
I really don't. I don't know if I want to get into the...
It's time to go, bro.
Well, Akeem and Slick are checking out. Oh, look at that. I'll tell you what. Incredible here. It's been... What an exciting visit. Kind of a cool evening. And I want to especially thank these gracious people for allowing me in the neighborhood, so to speak. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Oh, God.
What about the transformation of the one-man gang? Oh, Akeem, I beg your pardon.
What the
Wait a minute. Guess who's not staying for dinner tonight? Thank you very much. Hey, somebody call me a cab.
Bro, what the fuck?
As bad as it was, at least they explained the gimmick change. Sometimes they don't bother.
Oh my god.
Nah, just...
That was a thing that happened. Yes.
But that dude,
That's the one-man gang. Yes.
one man gang. Like,
Tony.
is he?
Tony, the stream's been suspended.
Oh shit!
We've been pulled, man. Fucking WWE have got us.
Oh fuck!
For how long?
Does it tell you?
Hold on.
What the heck?
I'm not saying it pulled down. What are you talking about?
Stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy vibrations. Pulled for racism.
Oh, for real? No way.
No.
Stream,
It doesn't
stream
say that.
no, that's what
No
the
way.
studio said.
Yeah, Miko don't.
No, he's fucking around.
It's
Yeah.
WWE's content ID things kicked in, isn't it?
No, nothing's kicked in. No, there it is. Well, no, I see it now. Yes. Stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violations.
I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Oh.
Well, how long does it go down for usually?
Well, shit. Like, well,
Oh man.
wait. Can you edit it in post and get this back up, or we're gonna have to
no
start
idea.
over?
I don't. If it's a
Are we
policy
ending?
violation,
Ah, dude, we got to end it there. Leave it ambiguous, man. It's got to end there. Just be left ambiguous.
Oh, that's
Channel
cool.
deleted for racism. They're good. Oh man.
Did you see when exactly it went down?
It went down right after
Right after the video. Yeah.
I'm watching the video on YouTube. That's where I
Oh shit!
right. So
Never saw YouTube act so fast. I don't think so.
Are we
Someone
back?
must have
Yeah,
said
we're
something.
back. We're back.
We're back. We're back.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit!
are we back?
Yeah. We're
Yes,
back.
we are. We are.
That video is literally on YouTube. YouTube's like, hey, playing YouTube content's not allowed.
We fucking gained viewers.
The show does better when
When we get
We
filmed.
went off air.
Oh man.
Wow.
Just
sometimes-
wow.
Red pilled and based entirely.
It's all Aston Vandel's fault because he mentioned Akeem in the chat. Dude, they're like, hey, we're gonna let you watch the entire video, and then we're
we're
gonna
gonna
pull you down, we're gonna flag you. Technically,
Oh,
since
man.
they don't show your face, are you doing? I'm not doing face.
No.
Gotcha. It makes no sense. Again, it's not like I went to like a BitChute video or a Rumble video or like this is a video from my own computer that I'm playing, right?
It's a video on YouTube.
Yeah, it's literally a video on YouTube. You're telling me that this video is violating YouTube policy.
When
But
it's on
okay to
YouTube.
be on YouTube. But when I play it and draw attention to it, you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I put all kinds of disclaimers that we don't stand by. This is just us laughing at Vince McMahon's racist WWE stuff. Yeah, I thought the stream was going to be permanently down too. I was like, oh, fuck. I'm like, oh, shit.
Play Song of the South now.
Oh no.
With Brer Rabbit. YouTube does make no sense. Yeah, but it's not about the video being claimed. If it's a YouTube violation, it shouldn't be up, right? It literally said
Policy,
YouTube
yeah.
policy violation. That's why I was like, oh fuck,
Yeah. That was weird.
because usually, like the last time we got stopped midstream, it was like, yeah, you're using copyrighted material. When the copyrighted material is done, like we'll re-upload your stream.
Yes.
Re-enable your stream.
When did that happen? Was it Brendan Schaub?
Yeah, I think it was the Brendan Schaub episode.
Oh
Dude,
man.
I was like, oh, thanks, this is a great start to 2023. Like, we hit 1,000 and then our channel gets pulled out because I played a WWF video.
Because someone mentioned racist. What the word racist? You can't even say that.
No, it was
That can't be it.
somebody who's lurking. One of the people lurking probably clicked the button to report us.
Is it that easy?
They don't act that fast, man.
Is it that easy?
No,
then?
they don't act that fast. That's why it made it to the end of the video before it took us
Mhm.
down. Someone probably clicked it at the beginning. Like when we started down the racist path of WWF content, someone flagged us. Like at Kung Fu Naki's when they flagged us, and it wasn't until the end of fucking Akeem shit. Oh man, the Vince with the dude. Oh, when Vince says the N word.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to show that one. That's probably the worst thing they've ever done.
No, when Steven Regal when he does his jive talking. You ever see that episode?
No, but for Vince to literally drop an N-bomb had to be worse.
Booker T dropped the N-bomb.
Yeah, but Booker T is black.
But that was on live TV.
And that was also a mistake as
Like
well.
you can see when he says it, he's like, "We're coming for you," and then he says the N-word, and you can see his face immediately.
Yeah.
He's like,
He puts his
I
head in
have
his
fucked
hands.
up.
So badly, yeah.
And their Valley, I can't remember her name. She looks at him and starts laughing.
Yeah, Sensational Sherry.
Is it Sherry? Yeah.
They said for the next couple of days, that when he would go into like the break area or whatever, that they would all like mess with him about it, and that Hulk Hogan, I know, racist Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan actually went in there and sat down next to Booker T and told those guys to leave him alone. That what he did was an accident and it didn't mean nothing. That they shouldn't bother him for it. And then everyone let it go after that. And then Hulk Hogan years later would drop the N-word. That's when he got the N-word pass. He's like, wait a minute, Booker T gave me the N-word pass.
Do not show the video that Tommy shared.
What's the video that Tommy said?
What was the video? Well, now we have to know.
I can't. It's message retracted. What video did you put, Tommy? I will not play it, but I at least want to know what that
Bugs
was.
Bunny, all this and rabbit stew.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I got you.
I already know that video. Yeah.
I mean, what? New Jack did a great promo where he thanked O.J. Simpson for 2 less to worry about. Oh, man. The New Jack stuff. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
More wrestling.
Yeah, Jim Cornette.
Is that Cornette's? Yeah, Cornette's
Cornette's
promotion.
So that's where New Jack, that's where the gangsters started, right? New Jack and, the hell's the other guy's name? I always blank on the other guy's name. But New Jack and the other guy, they would go in there and they would cut these promos eating watermelons and chicken. Because it was a southern promotion, right? So they would.
Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah,
they would eat watermelon and like chicken, and they'd be like, "We're doing affirmative action." They're like, "Affirmative action, Mustafa." Yeah, that's right. So they go, "We only need a 2 count to win our matches because affirmative action says that we only need a 2 count." And so they would win matches with 2 count, and people would get all pissed. They're like, "We want to thank O.J. Simpson for making the world safer." They're like, for getting rid of what was like one less white lady out there to give us trouble. It's like, dude, like they went full like.
Oh God.
Like there was like people like ready to kill them. Like, and Cornette let them just like do it, like play it up as much as you can.
Wow.
And you don't want to say that to somebody like New Jack, a guy who's literally stabbed people in the ring.
He's trying to kill people. It's like
threw that guy off the
balconies.
scaffold.
Yeah. Yeah, even the NCAA, CP, they hated New Jack. Tony's I'm not gonna get banned off YouTube. I'm gonna call Susan. I'm gonna call Auntie Susu. But like, yo, what the hell happened? What's going on? Why you flagging my stream? I wonder if I got an email over this shit.
Only 9 times. Okay. Nice the guy 9 times.
Yeah, no, it says a copyright notice. It says due to a copyright match, your stream was interrupted. All right, so
It'd be one of the music. It'd be one of the entrance musics, probably.
Which is stupid again. Like we were so far past all of that, right? Like,
but it takes time though, doesn't it?
It was I guess it was just really good timing as to when it like cut the stream.
Convenient.
Yeah, it's very convenient. PM, you a nice clip. Oh snap!
You're not gonna watch it, are you?
Hey, who the hell?
So the pricing on the new RTX 4060 Ti is ridiculous.
No man.
No.
The specs are terrible.
We're gonna watch this clip that I don't know. This could get us flagged again. But
fuck it. This is that already demonetized? This stream?
No. Maybe I don't know.
Do you even monetize the live streams on Saturday?
I do.
Yeah, ads pop up, so it must be monetized.
All right.
Oh, I don't know. I'm a premium.
This is Tony Atlas. This is Samba Simba himself. He says, "Old school can give it and they can take it. Tough old man, stomp, kick, punch. It's all in the mind, making me feel fine." Okay. I do not condone violence by white people against black people.
I do not condone violence, period.
I just, because...
Oh my God.
What? What's she doing? That sounds like serious punches.
She is. He's showing that like they used to hit each other, Bob. Like fucking like.
Who are these people?
Yeah, that's Tony Atlas. He's a wrestler. Samba Simba, the guy we just looked at, the racist African. Apparently, he likes when women walk over his face with their feet too. He's like a weirdo.
Oh, he's one.
Oh
it's
man.
one of them,
Okay.
Yeah. So in Mick Foley's book, he talks about Terry Funk, right? And Terry Funk always had this like dynamite left, right? It was like one of the best lefts in all of wrestling. You watch Terry Funk hit that left, and you're like, oh my god, it's like fucking poetry in motion, right? So he's in a match with Terry Funk, and he's like, Terry Funk's winding up. He's gonna give it to him, right? And he's like, I'm gonna see how he does it, right? And he said Terry Funk just reached back and hit him as hard as he fucking can with his left hand. And he's like, it was like when you find out when Santa Claus isn't real. Like, I thought Terry Funk was just that good, that he was making it look good. But no, he's literally just punching people as hard as the fuck he can.
No,
It's
man.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Fucking hell.
Oh,
She's
man.
going in with her
New
heel.
Year. Happy New Year.
That boy hopped up on something. And the stream's down again.
What?
No way.
Nah,
No.
Wow.
Tony Atlas like stepping on pizza with his bare feet.
Pizza
Oh.
Feet! I told you guys the Pizza Feet song was written by the people from Ninja Sex Party, who are the Game Grumps band.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
like the
man.
only fan content. It probably is.
Can we listen to Pizza Feet?
No. Pizza Feet has
No.
been banned.
No. I got pizza on my feet.
We
Bob's
listened
just
to
gonna
that the
sing
one
it.
day, and that pissed off one of the former co-host,
Who got
Man.
pissed off?
Carl.
Well,
Pizza
Carl,
Feet.
I think
Oh,
Carl.
Carl got pissed off.
I forget what it was.
Who's the
but
only
someone-
co-host that used to get pissed off? It's only going to be Carl, isn't it?
Because Carl had a picture of a pizza or something, and they were like, his foot was in it, and they're like, oh, Carl's got pizza feet. And then, like,
Ninja
Kid
Kid
is
found the
like-
Pizza
Oh.
Feet song.
yeah, Ninja Kid's like, hey, there's a song called Pizza Feet. He's like, this is for Carl. We played it, and Carl was all mad. All right.
Ninja Kid is savage, man.
Apparently, I don't know how we went on this sidetrack. We side missioned into like wrestling. I love fucking.
Well,
wrestling.
you said you were pissed off at my recommendation of 2K22 to you. That's how it
Yeah.
started.
And then that just took us down a rabbit hole.
I still
love
don't know
fucking
why.
wrestling.
I still don't know why you're mad at me. It's not my fault.
Because it's a good game, but there's like nobody in there. Right? Like I want to play the game, but then at the same time,
But that's
it's
kind
like-
of. But if you're saying it's a good game, you don't know any of them. That's kind of your problem, Ron.
yeah, that's a me problem. But I wouldn't have this problem if you didn't tell me about the game being on.
Yes.
on
Sorry about that.
Premium.
I think we should all create a wrestler and fight for a real championship.
If only I had a dime every time Carl got pissed.
I'd have
What?
2 dimes, but it's strange it happened twice. No, you'd have a lot more than that.
This stream is gonna get age restricted. It's gonna get fucking everything restricted.
Copyright claimed, striked.
This is like an old
Flagged.
school episode. This is a throwback episode to what we used to do, just stupid shit on the show. And somehow still
Wait, we stopped doing stupid shit at some point? When was that?
Yeah, at some point we were just reading articles, remember? And we
Yeah.
were focused. And we wouldn't
yeah.
take no tangents. There was no side missions. We would just read the articles.
Tony would stop tangents. He would
Yeah.
put his foot down.
Mhm.
Now we're back into the like. Oh, you mentioned wrestling. Let's go on a 45-minute wrestling diatribe.
Yeah, and attempt to kill Bob in the process.
Wrestling's fucking awesome, Bob. Wrestling. Don't make me start up again, all right?
I would like before we go into the. Are we going into? If we're going into an article, I was gonna have a suggestion for like a final article idea, which maybe we could start doing every week. But it's only, I'm just throwing this idea out there. But you know our favorite website, The Gamer.
Yeah.
Like, why can't we just like? I'd love just like pick any random article they've got and just rip it apart because they're so terrible.
Yeah, but what if you ended up with?
Yeah, when was the last time we did that?
mistake?
And that was a while.
No, that's impossible. That's actually impossible.
What, that we find a good article by The Gamer?
confident
No,
Yes.
no.
No, that never
That's
happens.
Not possible. Remember who was that guy Pete we had on, and we was talking about the Call of Duty article on Forbes, and then there's the Gamer article, and the Gamer article was just like regurgitating. trash.
Yeah.
That was so perfect. That was so perfect.
Well, I think I don't. I'm
We
like
don't have
90% sure, and I'm gonna check up on it right now. But there was an article from the Gamer the other day, and it was one of the most ridiculous articles I've ever read.
to.
So
That's got to take some doing to be the most ridiculous you've ever read from there.
Well, I think my favorite one was probably the fastest video game
The
character.
fastest, yes, yes.
That was just
That
god
was so
awful.
stupid.
That's when they got nothing to write about in it.
Yeah, but it wasn't even some of the characters. They don't even run fast. It's like,
Yeah,
what the
it's
fuck?
yeah, it was the Gamer. It was 100% the Gamer. The article that I'm thinking of. This was published by written by Jade King.
Oh no.
I don't know if we're gonna go and read it, but I'll give you the title of the article. Persona 3 Portable's female protagonist is a misogynistic relic of its time. That's the article title. And the reason, so in Persona 3, you had a male protagonist, okay? And because
Right.
there's a lot of social links where you could.
Oh no, not this.
So then, in the portable version, they because they streamlined some of the stuff, they decided to add in a female protagonist, and it was just the male protagonist but female, and all the social links were changed, right? So like, the male ones that were just friendships became love interest, and the female ones that were love interests became friendships.
Right.
Okay, so the reason that they said, or one of the reasons that they said that this was a misogynistic thing was because when you pick the female protagonist, the menus are pink.
I did.
Oh my god!
I thought that was a Kotaku article, but apparently
No,
it's the Gamer.
they wrote Kotaku or somebody wrote another article about Persona 3.
Okay, because all of a sudden now there's this misogyny about fucking Persona 3, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think
Random.
Kotaku's article was.
So wait, am I misogynistic because I have pink as my main color on my?
Well, you're not a
PC?
girl, so
Yes.
you're brave,
Yes,
Bob,
Bob.
because you pick pink.
No,
No,
yes,
you're
it doesn't matter.
misogynist.
Yes.
You're a
Exactly.
misogynist because you're a man, Bob.
Okay.
You don't know
Yeah.
that.
Okay, so Eurogamer, because Persona 3 and 4, Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 Golden just got re-released.
Yeah.
So everyone's writing articles about how they're terrible games now because they're dated. Or whatever. So
Grifting.
Eurogamer wrote an article. Persona 4 Golden has not aged well.
Okay.
And the reason why, so I'll set this up. In Persona 4, you go into these dungeons and they represent like your inner feelings, right? Like your fears. One of the characters, he's like the ultra tough, like fucking Japanese gangster guy, right? But really, he's a big softy, right? So he's afraid because he doesn't like traditionally masculine things. He's afraid that he's gay. Okay. So when he goes into the little dungeon for him, like the guy's like super hyper gay, like the boss. That's like his shadow. And then at the end of it, he's like, I don't have to be. Just because I don't like masculine things, right? I'm not gay. Doesn't like if I have tea parties, doesn't make me gay. It just means I like tea parties, right?
Yeah.
And that's the realization he comes to. Well, Eurogamer and them are mad because they're like, no,
He's gay.
he should be gay.
No, man.
And one of the characters is a cross-dresser. It's a girl that dresses like a boy. And there's like a convoluted reason, like in-game explanation.
Yeah, it's Persona. It's probably bullshit too.
So the not gay character was attracted to this character, right? And that's one of the things that he's like, well, maybe I'm gay because I kind of like this. Like, but then you find out, oh, it's a chick, right? And he's not like, ew, you're a chick. He's just like, oh dope. You're a chick. Tony I used to look. I am secure enough in my manhood that when my nieces, not nieces, like cousins, I have small cousins that are like younger than me. Like, because I'm Mexican and we have babies like just wild times. Like literally, one of my aunts is like 2 years older than me. So when we were growing up, we'd all like it'd be like the 12 cousins, and then the aunt would all like go to the park together. So I have a cousin that's really young compared to me. It's like 10 years younger. So it's like oh, she'd have tea parties. Like, oh, Tony, come have tea with me. Like I would be like, oh, fuck you, I'm a man. No, you'd sit there and fucking have a tea party, whatever. Right? Like, doesn't make me gay. Pinkies up. Little pink teapot, little invisible tea. You don't give kids water, so it's just like,
Don't Bob and Finbar have tea parties?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not together, but
I'm sure Finbar has. He's got a daughter. He probably had tea parties.
you guys know I play with dolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
All right.
I forgot about that.
We've had this article. On
Oh yeah. District.
Law firm considers false advertising suit over Diablo Immortal. Nerf.
Why are people still talking about this game?
Nerfed effects of legendary gem as it levels up is a bait and switch on consumers, says Malicio and Rothed LLP. Come on, can't we have normal names? Normal American names like Smith, Johnson.
That's sexist.
Smith and Johnson?
How's that sexist, Bob?
It's a joke. It's a play on the it's racist joke.
He didn't sell it very well.
You guys don't watch enough Cinema Sins.
No, Cinema Sins is.
Don't watch any of
I
it.
used to watch that
No.
like 10 years ago when it was funny. Now it's just nitpicky and biased.
No, it's just
That guy's annoying as hell too.
Like it used to be funny. Like it used to be like, oh, he's in a car again. Ding, driving too much, right? Like it was funny, stupid stuff. Now it's like literally like, oh my god, he looked left. Ding, looking off camera. Like come on. Like it's just like really like because that's his gimmick, I guess. Right? Like so he's like really reaching now. Like movies aren't as bad as it used to be. Right? There's not like boom mics. It's like boom, ding, boom mic in the shot, right? Like fucking 80s. Like how many movies had fucking boom mics? All the time. So now they just kind of reach out for any little thing. So I don't watch them no more. Sex dolls. You play with sex dolls.
I wasn't going to say it out loud, Tony, because we're already on thin ice with YouTube. So.
I don't care.
Oh, yeah, I get that joke. I get that reference.
What reference?
Sex dolls, Finbar. Yeah.
Anyway.
Back to Activision Blizzard.
The law firm says that Blessing of the Worthy legendary gem changes its effect in detrimental ways to the player. Bob, I'm gonna fucking blow my brains out. Why? As this is supposed to be as it is leveled up. Editors, don't fire editors. Fire writers, or at least have other writers fucking edit.
Why don't you try applying for an editor job? Just like go to any crappy website, pick one of the articles, fix it, and then just be like, "Look, you need to do your job better. God damn it! I edited this for you."
Because I'm me.
Pay me.
They're like, you can't yell at people, dude. I used to have this job, long time ago. We were a 3PL, third-party logistics company. We worked for Home Depot, right? What we would do is the items would come down these chutes, these ramps, and we'd scan them into the system and put them on pallets and wrap the pallets up. And then Home Depot employees would take those and put them on trucks and send them to the Home Depot buildings, warehouses and stuff. So I was like in charge. I was like, I got half the floor, and then the other manager got the other half of the floor, right? And lazy fucks, right? We had people that didn't want to do their job at all. So I would yell at people. I'd be like, "Hey, what are you doing over there? Like, get to work, right? Like, you can't be standing around. Like, do some shit, right?" And they're like, they took me to the office one day. They're like, "Yeah, we've been having some complaints about your managerial style." I'm like, well, "What's the problem? Like, all the work's done, right?" Like, yeah, all the work's done. Like, all the trucks are on time. All the trucks, they're on time. They're early. You get everything done. That's fine. But people are complaining that you might be a little mean. Like, what do you mean mean? Like, because like, I don't
This
understand.
is such a Tony story.
It is, right? Like, it's like, what do you mean me? It's like, well, they've been complaining that you said that you've been telling them to get back to work, and they're worried that you're watching them when they're coming back from break. I'm like, dude, they come back like 3 minutes late from break all the time, right? Like, you want shit done, or do you not want shit done? They're like, well, yeah, we want the work to get done, but we also want the employees to feel good about working here. And I'm like, has anybody quit? They're like, no. Like, has anybody gone home early? No. And everything's done, right? Yeah. I'm like, well, then fuck. What the hell's the problem? We went literally, right? Because they would break there's 3 shifts, and we were on the night shift. We had the smallest crew, and we had the best numbers of all the fucking crews. Because I wouldn't let people fuck around. I'd be like, dude, do your job, right? I got no problem. You want to talk to your neighbor? That's fine, right? But talk while you're fucking putting shit on a pallet, right? It's not that hard. And me, being the supervisor, I didn't actually have to work a line, but I still would work a line anyway to show everyone that, I could do the job. Because I didn't want to be one of these people that's like just fucking standing around managing, right? And my numbers were higher than everyone else's numbers in the fucking building. I was like, I would do the manager job and do the job of a regular employee and do more work than anyone else in the fucking building on any shift. Not just my shift, but on all the shifts. And I'm like, you're going to tell me that there's a problem with my managerial style?
Yeah, you're overperforming, innit? It's one of them ones. You're making the others look bad. Don't work as hard.
No, but this is what they told me. They said, well, see, you don't understand. Some of these people, they might not work here anymore because you're being a little mean. You're being a little hard on them. See, we're a 3PL. What that means is we get paid from Home Depot for everybody we have in the building. So it doesn't actually matter how much work they get done as long as they're in the building, because then we get paid for them. But if you're mean to them and they don't come back to work the next day, then we don't get paid for that person. And we're losing money. And I'm like, oh, you just want bodies. That's what it is. Okay. Fuck me for thinking you wanted the job done, right? You just wanted people in the building. Got it. I got it.
Well, if you were mean to somebody and they walked out, could you not just go outside and grab a homeless guy and bring him in? That's a body.
Probably. No, but the building is like where I worked. It was so far. It wasn't like
Weren't enough homeless.
There was no homeless. There was like nothing around. It was like in the middle of an empty fucking. It was like a warehouse.
That's because everybody
in the
had
middle
these
of a
really
field.
cushy. Everybody had these cushy jobs, man.
Yeah. Dude, it was crazy. Like we had one guy. He was. I swear to God, this guy was like 32. He's like, "This is my first job."
What?
Like, yeah, I was like, "Fucking 32." He's like, "You've had other. This is like your first real job, but you've had like other jobs, right? Like other little bullshit." He's like, "No, I've never worked before."
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
32.
I was like,
32? What the hell? No way.
He was a street pharmacist before that job.
Oh, a street pharmacist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So he didn't
right,
actually ever have a real job. I was like, oh.
Yeah, but he still worked, man. That's still work.
That's not real work.
You need
he didn't have a schedule. He didn't have to punch in.
He ain't
didn't have to worry
declaring no
about people
taxes.
telling him shit. Yeah.
Oh,
Declare
man.
taxes. People telling him what to do. And then, I got fired from that job. Can you believe that? I got fired.
For being mean.
No, it wasn't for being mean. Here's why I got fired.
Called somebody a cunt. A woman.
He got paid for that one, Finbar.
Yeah, I
Come
got
on,
paid
keep
for
up
it.
to date.
So this is what happened, okay? So we're coming up on Thanksgiving, right? And we were going to get off Thursday and Friday for Thanksgiving. But they weren't going to pay us. Because they said, well, we're gonna schedule everybody for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're not gonna because we're a part-time job, and because where I was at, it was like outside of the city limits. Like we don't have to pay you for the holiday because you're not full-time employees, right? So we don't have to
Right.
pay you for the holiday. So we're gonna give you. They said we're gonna give you Thursday and Friday off. I was like, these people work paycheck to paycheck. They said okay, but we're gonna offer Saturday overtime, but we're not gonna pay you overtime. We're just gonna pay you normal pay.
What the fuck?
Well, because overtime only kicks in when you're after 40 hours. Because we weren't working Thursday and Friday, everyone was going to be under 40 hours. So if you wanted to make up for not having the Thursday and Friday, you could come in on your day
To work
off
Saturday.
and work 10 hours and then not get paid overtime for it.
Oh my
So
god.
it wasn't just a fuck you; it was a double fuck you.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So now you're like, well, how does this play into Tony getting fired, right? Well, so what happened is, so I got wind of this, right? I got wind of it because they told us first. They told the managers first. And I got wind of this, and I was like, so I started doing some research, right? Because I always check up on shit. So we get in the meeting, right? Because there's like always a meeting at the beginning of the day, and they get in the meeting, and they tell everybody, this is what's going to happen, right? We're not going to work Thursday, Friday. We're not going to, get paid, and yada yada yada. And I said, the company we work for has made, I think it was like 300 million. I was like, they made 300 million last quarter. And my boss goes, what do you mean? I said, the company we work for, our company, made 300 million last quarter. Their stocks are public. Their investment calls are public. I said, I looked it up, right? I said, the company we work for doesn't have overhead because they don't have buildings. They work inside other people's buildings, just like we're working inside. This is Home Depot's building. It's not our building. We didn't pay for the building, so they have no overhead. What they're doing is pure profit because they get paid by Home Depot, and then they take that money and pay us, and then keep a cut for themselves, right? So they're not actually spending any fucking money. It's a pure profit business here. And you're telling me they cannot afford to pay these people who live paycheck to paycheck. We're already getting shitty, like, I think it was like $11 an hour, right? It's like these people already get shitty pay. You're going to take 2 days away from them, right? And not pay them. And then, like Bob said, give them a double fuck you by telling them, hey, you can work overtime but not get paid overtime. I was like, this is not right. I said, we should be paying everybody for the holiday because it is a holiday. It is a holiday that everybody gets off. No one's expected to work on that day. Nobody's working. Everyone else, every other fucking job just gets paid for that. So then they took me to the office and they decided they want to have a talk with me. And they said because I embarrassed the company, and because I should
expose the company.
Yeah, they're like, you should have said those things. And so our boss, like not my boss, but like my boss's boss, like who was like in charge of like the region or whatever. He actually was the son of the owner of the company, right?
Mm.
So he comes in, right? They call him in, and he's there to yell at me, right? And so we're getting into it, and I said fuck, right? Because like when you start talking, I said fuck. I forget what was the context. I said fuck, and so we go through this whole thing. He's like, after the whole thing was over, he's like, you're fired for swearing, right? That was the excuse, right?
It was some bullshit reason.
And I said,
man.
I said, what? This is the beginning of the day, right? Like we haven't even started work yet, technically, right? It's like, what do you mean? It's like, well, yeah, you said, you said the F word inside a meeting here, and that's not appropriate. So, well, technically, it's not a swear word, right? It's like it's an old English word that just means to furrow the field. I was like, if you're not educated enough to understand where the words come from, the history of the word, it's not my fault that you're falling for a colloquialism of the word. And the guy goes, "You're a fucking asshole. Get out."
Oh man. Oh
man. Good job, man. Fighting for the man.
So
for the men working and the women.
So then
that sounds worse than fucking Amazon.
They tried to deny me, worker. What the hell was it called?
Severance.
No, not severance.
Final packet or
no. Unemployment. They try to deny me unemployment because there's certain things like if you get fired for certain reasons, like stealing, gross incompetence, or whatever, right? Like there's certain things that you say, well, you don't get unemployment, right? Because like you've stolen from the company. Why would we pay you now to be unemployed, right? Because the way unemployment works in the U.S., your company puts in so much money, and that covers parts of your unemployment.
Right.
Yeah, the US is harsh, man.
Right. So they tried to deny my unemployment. So then I had to get on the phone with them, with the unemployment office, and with like a judge on a phone call.
God damn.
And yell at all these people as to why I deserve my unemployment. And eventually, after like 35 minutes of yelling, they said, fuck it, we're going to give you unemployment. So at least I got that.
Wild.
And of course, right, so I get, like, after they fired me, they're like, you're fired. And I was like, this is the stupidest thing you could have done, right? Because you fired me, but I'm still inside the building. And of course, I'm like, after I'm fired, right, it's like, there's just like, not like I'm coming back tomorrow and you're going to give me my job, right? Like, I knew I was done. I'm like, fuck you, fuck this place, this is bullshit. I'm like, they're ripping you off. And like, I started just like spilling everything.
You say it all.
They're like, get security guard. They had to have security guard like fucking drag me out. Like it was like one of those like ghetto scenes. Like this motherfucker went off.
Hell
and
yeah!
I had to call the old lady. I'm like, yeah, you need to come pick me up. I got fired.
Oh yeah, but what a way to get fired! And like, at least you went down fighting for the good fight, man. Like I'm impressed. That's good shit.
But like I said, it was bullshit. They were trying to take advantage of people, and they didn't want to get called on it. Why is my audio so quiet? What?
It ain't that quiet here.
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
Yeah, it was fine.
Was he trolling? You never know with MK.
Ninja Kitty, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put my audio up.
He needs a second comment so we can tell if he's trolling or not.
He's trolling.
Oh god, I didn't even check my audio level.
Yeah, not true. I think he's trolling because everyone else obviously heard me. Like that was probably the worst fired story because I've been fired a couple times, right? Obviously. The best firing story, right? Like my audio is a little low. Oh, fucking ball.
Yeah, mine's a little low as well. I just noticed.
You all sound fine.
I thought I sounded fine. According to the little thing, my mic's fucking good.
I'm not even up all the.
See, it's just relatively. Ah, god damn! I didn't even check
Ninja
my
Kitty,
levels.
can you score my level, please?
Bob's is a 7
because I had some really bad audio yesterday.
Thanks for coming in right at the end to fix our audio, Ninja Kitty.
Yeah. No one else has
Perfect
complained
timing.
about the audio until Ninja Kitty shut up. Tommy O says,
of course.
I got fired like that too, but I actually just got fired for being really high.
Oh man.
Well, so the best Tony got fired story. Let me put my audio up. Bob was complaining earlier. He said my audio is way too loud.
No, I said it was too quiet. I said blinded was too loud.
All right, I'm at 151.
Blinded is always quite high.
Yeah, but
I
then
had my mic.
I had my headphones turned up maximum, so it kind of just made me think blinded was too loud, but really it was probably fine.
Blinded's audio is really good when he's on his headset, but when he's on his mic, it's really loud.
I'm on my headset.
You are?
Yes.
It recently went lower for Tony.
It's the automatically adjusting thing. It's annoying.
Yeah. That's what it was. I had the automatic mic adjustment. That's probably what it was.
Yeah.
Because I got loud, so they went really low, and then when I started speaking normal, it didn't catch up fast enough.
Now Tony is loud.
My audio.
Now Tony is loud. Oh my god.
Where am I at, Ninja Kitty? Out of 10, please. And you have to preface it by saying not trolling before you say it. Otherwise, I'll think you're trolling.
This is this is gonna be the last 30 fucking minutes of the show. It's gonna be us adjusting our mics. Like, great content, guys.
Adjusting our mics at the end of the show when we should do it at the beginning of the show. God damn it.
Tony's a little loud now. Fuck me. Fuck my life. I just lowered it. I lowered it again.
No, you were fine where you were at before.
Tony, leave it where it is. Bowling Bob Ross, turn down your fucking volume.
Yeah. If
Turn down
it's
your
too low, turn your volume up, and if it's too loud, turn your volume down. That's all it is. So I worked at this job where we took jewelry. Like, you ever see those those little like flyers, like, hey, order this jewelry, order your mom a little ring or whatever, right? So I worked at the company where we would take the jewelry, put it in the envelopes with the little flyers, and send it out to people. Donate money to Tony so he can get a real mic. It's not the mic; it's the StreamYard's automatic adjusting bullshit.
Yeah.
I just took it off. So I'm working at this place, and my boss was this. I want to say I was like 26, 27 at the time. My boss is like 40. He's a nice guy. We got along. I was always like sitting at the boss's desk. We were talking while other people are working. Tony's like fucking around with the boss, like bullshitting, right? So me and the boss were tight. We were friends. He would pick me up for work. I covered for him when he was cheating on his wife. Right? Fucking good friends. Everybody knew I knew the job inside and out. So my boss goes and he takes a vacation for a week. And during this week vacation, I'm in charge. Not officially, right? It was one of those, like, obviously you're the senior guy here, you know everything. Just make sure everything's running. And it turns out my boss's vacation went from 1 week to 3 weeks because he was going to quit. And he was taking all of his vacation time because he was going to like open up a auto body shop. Okay. So now for the next 3 weeks, I'm in charge. And everybody from the other departments they start going, hey, we know that you're going to take over when the boss leaves. At the end of the 3 weeks, he's going to quit. We all know this, right? And so you're going to be the one that takes over, right? So everybody's like, we're all on board that Tony's going to take over. He's going to be the new fucking manager, right? So my boss comes back, and he's going to work 2 more weeks, and then he's gone. I get there. The day's just fine. It's normal. Now, I had 2 jobs at this time, right? So I go to my second. I'm waiting for my ride to go to my second job. And I get a phone call from my wife, my then wife. She says, why'd you get fired? What did you do? And I go, what? What are you talking about? I got fired from what? Right? She goes, your work just called and said you've been let go. I said, I'm literally at the building still, right? I haven't even left to go to the second job. I'm still at the first job. How did I get fired? I'm like, literally the boss said, the boss and his boss, right? Because the 2 bosses were there, my boss and the big boss. They were both there that day. And they literally said, we'll see you tomorrow, Tony, right? It's like, literally, just walked out like 10 minutes ago. She goes, no, they said you're fired. So I'm confused, right? I'm obviously super confused. What the fuck's going on? So I go back in, and we have security guard. There's a security gate and a little like metal detector because we got jewelry, right? So they didn't want people stealing jewelry. So there's a metal detector that you got to go through in and out so they know. So I go back in, and I'm fucking heated. And I'm like, where's the boss? And everyone's like, oh, they're both way in the back, right? The boss and the big boss are now hiding in the fucking back of the building.
Convenient.
Yeah. So I go back there, right? And in the back is like the loading. There's like 2 old ladies who like get the packages that come in and like separate the mail. And the bosses are back there, like for no reason other than they're just back there, right? Hiding. And I go, what the fuck's going on? Because I'm pissed, right? I'm pissed. They said, what do you mean, Tony? So what do you mean what I mean? I just got a phone call from my wife saying that I got fired. I said, you guys didn't tell me I got fired, right? Why am I getting phone calls saying that I got fired? What's going on? So the big boss says, well, we need you here at 5 o'clock, and you don't come in till 6 o'clock. I said, yes, I'm scheduled for 6 o'clock. They said, yeah, but we need you here at 5. I said, but I'm scheduled for 6 o'clock. I was like, I have a second job. I was like, I have a second job. I told you when I got my second job, I said I would still come in at 5. This fucker, and I point to my boss, told me to come in at 6 because he wanted to make sure that I got sleep, that I didn't overexhaust myself working the 2 jobs. They go, yeah, but we really need you here at 5. And because you can't come in at 5, we had to let you go.
What the fuck?
I said, you son of a bitch. I said, you could have talked to me and told me, hey, we need you to start coming at 5. And I'd be here at fucking 5, right? I said, or you could have put on your big boy pants. And when I was leaving, you could have said, hey, Tony, this is your last day. We got to let you go because we needed you here at 5 and you've been coming in at 6. Right? It's like, you're just firing me for no reason. They're like, no. You don't understand. We really need you here, and you're not available for the times we need you. And I say, dude, I literally came in on my day off to fix a machine that was sitting here for 4 fucking years that nobody could run because none of you dumb fucks know how to run a computer and get a program up and going. I fixed that for you, and that machine now runs, and now we have a capacity that's 3 times what we were doing before because now we have the automatic sorter that you guys spent $50,000 buying from the U.S. mail company that you never used because you were too stupid to get it to run. And you fired me. They said, well, yeah, because you weren't here when we needed you to be here. And at that point, I'm pissed. But I have another job to go to. So I said, okay, it's fine. And you know, the old ladies, they're like fucking, they're terrified because I'm a pretty big guy. I'm bigger than both of the bosses. I could have literally took my boss, who was like a 5'3" Puerto Rican. I could have literally picked him up and beat the other boss with him.
No.
Right?
Oh, dude, have you ever actually? Oh, I might be outing myself here, but like, have you ever actually like lifted a guy up by the throat? Like, it's actually really satisfying.
No, Bob.
Bob's not lying.
Yeah, it is.
So
Yeah,
now
this
I have to
guy-
walk
oh, sorry.
back through the building, right? And we had it was like a box of orders, right? Like all the orders are like all these papers are in a box. So obviously I have to walk past this big box with like things like 3,000 orders, like all these papers in there, right? So I got to walk past this as I'm leaving. So of course I pick that fucker up and I chuck it across the fucking building. all this paperwork goes all over the place, right? And they're pissed because like, obviously the people that work there, they're like, oh, like they got to clean this shit up. And so that's the orders they're working on. So they're all pissed at me. But I'm like, fuck you guys, because I don't work here anymore, right? Come to find out, like, because I still knew some people that worked there. Come to find out, like 2 weeks later, you want to know why I got fired? The real reason I got fired? The real reason I got fired was because my boss was leaving. The girl that he was fucking that worked there, that I helped cover when his old lady thought that he was fucking around, and she like, dude, literally, he drove us this one day, right? And his wife was like, her car broke down, so we had to go stop off and help fix her car, right? When he's fixing his wife's car, the wife comes up to our car, and she's like, "Hey, who's my husband fucking?" Right? And so I had to cover for this dude. Like, no, what are you talking about? No, he's not fooling around with nobody, right? Cover for this dude. But the chick he's fucking, he wanted her to take over. But because I was a better worker and all the other bosses wanted me to take over, they had to figure out a reason to get rid of me so his girlfriend could become the boss.
Wow.
And again, literally, he could have took me to the side and be like, dude, is it okay if I make my girlfriend the boss? And I didn't actually want to be the boss, right? Because that means responsibility. And I just wanted to come into work and do my shit. So.
Well, you're right. They're fucking stupid. Like, what the fuck? Oh, man.
Yeah. What can I say? Can't win for losing. And it was a decent job. I would go in, sit around for 3 or 4 hours, get paid. Dude, I was the only one. This is how stupid the job was, right? So everyone was getting like $9 an hour. Because again, this is out in the suburb. And they didn't have to do the whole like city minimum wage. So people are getting paid $9 an hour. I was there for like 2 months. I'm like, this is bullshit pay, right? Obviously, I'm better than all of these. I've been here 2 months, and somehow I'm fucking better than all you fuckers. I need a raise. And they're like, they tell me, they go, Tony, if you ask for a raise, you're gonna get fired, right? Like all the other workers, like if you ask for a raise, you're gonna get fired. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, the last person that asked for a raise fired them because they don't want to pay people more money. I said, no, this is bullshit, right? This got to be bullshit. So I went in there and I'm like, dude, you got to give me more money, and they gave me a raise, right? So I ended up making like $950, and then like 3 months later, I'm like, no, this $950 is still not cutting it, right? You got to give me $10. Like I need at least 10. So then I was the only one that got 2 fucking raises there. Everyone else who were there like fucking 5, 6, 7 years at this job were making $9. I was making more money than everybody because they knew I was worth it. I could do more work. I was faster than everybody there. It was mostly ladies. It was like 4 dudes, and I want to say like 7 ladies. And we would scan these tickets, pull the items, put them in envelopes, separate the envelopes by where they're being mailed to. My numbers were always higher than everybody. I was always like competing. I was like, I'm gonna fucking beat you guys. Watch, I'm gonna have higher numbers than you, right? And that was like, it's not a competition, Tony. We're just trying to do the work. I'm like, no, fuck y'all. I'm gonna be better than you.
Mm-hmm.
We're keeping track of numbers, and my numbers are gonna be higher than all your fucking numbers. Because I was a cocky shit, right? And of course, they always were. I was always number one. So obviously, they gave me raises, but for them to say, hey, this is our best worker who's fixed the machines, who runs all the machines in the place, who's literally came in on the weekend and reprogrammed machines that could work, who rigged up other machines that didn't work properly so they would work properly. That's the guy we're going to fire simply because we want my girlfriend, who I'm cheating on my wife with, to be the boss.
What a story.
Maybe I should have been fucking the boss. Then I'd still be working there.
God
Was the
damn.
boss a male?
Yes, just boss.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, Blizzard Immortal. Apparently, they're basically they're saying, hey, it's a bait and switch. It was advertised to have one effect and ended up with something completely different. I guess it cost $100. So some law firm is basically trying to get a class action going. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that these in-game purchases, if they don't live up to the hype?
Well, if it's a bait and switch, that's like completely different than living up to the hype.
Well, they're calling it a bait and switch, but like, let's say you buy it, right? And it does what it says, but then 6 months down the line, it gets nerfed because they add something else that makes yours irrelevant or makes yours less good, right?
Mm.
But isn't that just the way with DLC as it is anyway? Like, you get new fighters in fighting games, and they're usually more powerful than all the other characters in the game.
Yeah, but let's say you spend $5 to get, like, say in Street Fighter, right? Let's say Sagat gets released, you pay $5, and then a month from now they nerf him because, oh shit, he's too powerful, and now he sucks. And you're like, well, I wouldn't have spent $5 on it if this guy if I knew he was crappy, right?
That is what happens.
That's what I'm saying. So. Do you think that should, if they change something, do you think they should give you a time period? Say, hey, we're going to change this so you can get a refund. You have a 7-day window to refund it because we're fucking with it.
No, there's probably something in that 7 pages of text that you've got to agree to when you're buying it.
Oh yeah, obviously there is, but
yeah, so they're covering their ass. I don't.
Nah, I don't know, man. It's a tricky one.
No DLC, no paid for content outside the base game ever lives up to the expectations anyway, really, does it?
No.
It's always a bit shit.
Mm-hmm.
You always feel bad about having to pay extra for stuff anyway.
Yeah.
What his bicep says, Tony, do you hate the boss that got you fired for a side lady? Fuck yeah. Dude, I yelled at him. Like after it all went down, I got on the phone and I was yelling at him for like 10 minutes. On the way to my second job, I was yelling at him on the phone. And I was like, if I ever see you on the street, because we lived obviously in the same city, and it was a small suburb, right? I'm like, if I see you fucker on the street, bro, it's on. Just fucking start running. Don't walk around. Don't walk around anymore. That's why I tell us, don't fucking walk around. But I'm not a violent person. I'm just saying.
Mm-mm.
Only when you're pushed, right?
Yeah, well, don't fuck with my money, right? There's two things. Don't fuck with my woman. Don't fuck with my money. That's why YouTube's gonna get it for fucking pulling the stream down earlier.
Tony's gonna burn down HQ.
Burn this motherfucker down, poop.
What's the woman's name? The YouTube woman that you keep talking about?
Susan Wojcicki?
Yeah, you're gonna go, hey, Susan, you cunt. How dare you? Etc.
You shouldn't have never said that, Finbar. She watches the show.
Yeah.
Hi, Susan.
She's a big fan.
She was until Finbar called her.
Yeah.
No. She's a big fan of you guys. She's not a fan of me. Not anymore.
Well, she told me she was a fan of you, but you blew it.
No.
All right.
Sorry.
Let's
Susan.
get to the polls. I advertised that we were going to go over our big polls. So let's go over our big
I was giggling at that when I read that.
The big polls.
big polls. All right. This one, 108 votes. Do you think crypto is a scam? I got some interesting comments on this one, so we'll read the comments too. What do you guys think? Is crypto a scam?
I said no to this.
Obviously,
My
it is.
reason for saying no to this is because, I get the point of view that you're going to come from it, but my reason for saying no is because I've made money from it. If
That
it was a
doesn't mean
scam,
it's not a scam.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
understand
it's
that.
not.
I
Tommy
understand
Tallarico,
that.
Tommy
No,
Tallarico
right.
made millions from the Amico. Does
Listen,
that mean it's not
I
a scam?
understand that, but in my eyes, it's not a scam to me because I earned from it.
Ah,
If
well,
it was
see,
an outright scam,
the problem is you scam someone by selling your crypto, because
That is true.
crypto is a peer-to-peer exchange of currency, and the only way you can sell it is by selling it to someone else, and
Whoa.
you're
Where'd you
buying
go,
at a
Finbar?
low price.
He
and selling
turned in. He evolved.
yeah. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. What'd you do?
Why would you kick me?
I didn't. You kicked
I'm
yourself.
fucking on your side. You're a crypto bro like me.
That's why your avatar's gone, because you just like your internet went out or something. Susan catch you. Susan's like, oh,
Yeah.
you want to talk shit?
Yeah. Susan got me.
She called the dogs.
Yeah, crypto. Look, I bought crypto. I made money off of crypto. It's 100% a scam, right?
Yeah.
It's not real. It's a fake, invisible currency that doesn't exist, that falls to
People
the whims
trade.
of other
Yeah.
people.
It doesn't make any sense. Like the whole fucking the building blocks that it's built on don't make any sense. But what I'm saying is, I've never been scammed by it. I made money from it.
I've never been scammed by it either. But
I'm obviously-
Yeah, but you. If
I'm
you
I've
sell,
scammed other
now.
people, obviously.
I'm
The
obviously
moment you
out of
sell-
it now because it crashed. So I'm not going to go anywhere near it now.
the moment you sell crypto, you're scamming someone.
But that's not me directly scamming them, Bob. It's the
Yes,
platform.
it is you
Yes,
directly
it
scamming
is.
them,
Bob.
because they have to
It is.
directly buy it off you.
Well,
between an
when you
exchange.
bought it, you got scammed, Finbar.
Yes,
and then you
exactly.
turned around and scammed someone else.
And you've got to understand, it's not me directly. You're saying peer to peer. It's not me directly selling it to them. It's being handled by the platform that you're trading on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this
but
is
you're-
true.
Don't
Who's
fucking
passing
try
the
and
buck?
pin me as a scammer, okay?
No, well, you are.
If I'm a
Anyone-
scammer, Tony's a
I've made
scammer.
money. I've made
I
money
am.
on crypto, and I've scammed people, and I feel morally bad about it.
I
Oh,
know,
well,
because it's not like what Finbar is saying. I understand, right? Like when I
What
sell
about-
my crypto.
Let me put it. Let me put
No,
it. Let me put it another way. Yeah.
No, hold on, Bob. Hold on. Let me get this out. When I sell my crypto, I'm not going, Bob, do you want to buy my crypto? And then you buy my crypto. No, I go, hey, platform, I want to sell this crypto. And they go, okay, we'll take your crypto. Hey, anybody, you want to buy this crypto? And then someone just randomly buys crypto, and that's your crypto, right? It's not, I don't go directly to them to sell it. I'm not on the street going, hey, psst, want to buy some crypto? So I get it. I'm not scamming someone directly.
Mhm.
Indirectly, yes. I'm using the platform to help sucker in other people to buy my crypto that I've sold to the platform, essentially.
I think it's even simpler than that, because you're selling something to someone for more money, and then they're expected
But you're
to sell
not,
it to
Bob.
someone
You're
else.
not. You're not. Again, I am not. If I sold it to you, then you would have an argument, because it's not peer to peer. There is a platform that you're
Yes.
going through.
Correct.
Yeah, but it kind of like only really works when there's people buying it and it gets queued on a ledger, and then when someone buys it, that's when you get your money out. But it's because there's so much money floating around, they can pay it out instantly.
Yeah, well, that's not my fault.
That is the nature of trading.
No, stocks actually have. See, the thing is, crypto is an unregulated market. What is an unregulated market? Illegal. You know,
That's not illegal.
It's not illegal.
Well, it's borderline. But like stocks are tied to a business and an LLC or a company.
Well, here's why. Here's the difference, Bob. Here's what you're missing. Okay, you can get a stock, right? Let's say I have Microsoft. I own Microsoft. If I, as the owner of Microsoft, purposely did something to make Microsoft stock go down, the government would come in and arrest my ass and send me to jail. Right? If I told Bob, hey Bob, we're gonna have a huge deal with Nintendo to merge Sony or to merge Xbox and the Switch into one, buy a bunch of stock, and then Bob does, me and Bob would go to jail, right?
Mhm.
Now, if I tell Bob, hey Bob, I'm gonna dump a shitload of fucking Bitcoin, you better get rid of your Bitcoin before next week.
Yeah.
No one sends me to jail, right? If I dump a bunch of Bitcoin to lower the price of Ethereum so then I could turn around and buy Ethereum at a cheaper price, I don't go to jail. If I buy a bunch of Bitcoin to raise the prices of other things, I don't go to jail. And that's why you have these wild swings sometimes. Like when Elon Musk is like, oh shit, Elon Musk just dumped a shit ton of Bitcoin, and then the fucking thing drops.
Mm-hmm.
Because part of what it has value is how much is out there to be traded. So as they hoard Bitcoin, less is being traded. So then it's more valuable. Because there's only a finite amount. Like you could make more dollar bills, right? But there's only a finite amount of Bitcoin. And the more I hoard, the less is being traded. So then the more valuable the shit is because it's not being traded. But the second I trade in my cash with Bitcoin, then the price drops. That's why it's a scam.
Well, it's a scam for many, 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 many reasons. And I've just shared a link to Dan Olson's fantastic video, The Line Goes Up. Anyone who wants to actually learn about what crypto is, how NFTs work, the technical details of why crypto is a scam, from down to the point of the links they're selling aren't actually, for NFTs, the links they're selling aren't actually what they're saying. Like, watch this 2-hour documentary and it explains.
Well, what do you mean they aren't what they're saying? I don't think NFTs actually say you own anything other than the receipt for the thing that you bought.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I'm saying I understand that there's stupid people like, I bought the Mona Lisa NFT. I own the Mona Lisa. No, you're a fucking moron. You own a receipt that says you have the Mona Lisa NFT. That's it.
You have a receipt which gives you ownership over a URL.
Yeah,
and even then it's a bit and then it's even a bit sketchy if you even own that URL.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about items that are not like you don't own the copyright for it, right? So it's like you don't own the Mona Lisa copyright by buying the Mona Lisa NFT. So
yeah, none of it makes any sense.
You don't know any.
You don't even own the art of the NFT when you buy the NFT.
Yeah, because I could just right click it.
Yeah, you own the link to the NFT on that blockchain. And then there's all this complicated stuff about the blockchain, which Dan Olson explains, where there's like if someone scams and there's a fork and it gets merged and it completely fucks the whole concept of crypto, basically. So there's all these different forks which haven't been resolved and loads of lost money. It's really complicated and interesting.
Yeah.
I can't explain it as good as Dan Olson, but that video will explain it all.
All right, so here are the comments. Again, 82% said yes, scam. So it's about 84 votes. 18% said no. Michael Buick said, I think it's a bit like asking, is investing a scam? It depends. Not all cryptos are equal. It is such a broad term to be almost meaningless.
How could you say that broadly investing is a scam? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, he's saying like some investing could be a scam. What I
Oh,
think he's
some-
essentially
okay,
saying
okay.
is like, so you got
Yeah.
Bitcoin,
Some-
Ethereum, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, right? Those are the 4 big ones. Those are considered like stable.
Yeah, I was
right?
going to say almost stable coins. Yeah, I guess.
So like they're
Well,
not really a scam.
even
Whereas, like,
then, like what stable coin is something completely different. But go on.
yeah. So well, I'm just saying like the public perception is like those are like just regular.
Reliable. Yeah,
those
they're
are
your
reliable.
go-tos.
Yeah. Whereas something like Dogecoin or like Bob
Meme.
Coin or Finbar
Yeah,
Coin,
Yeah.
Those are
Like-
meme cryptos, meme coins.
where it's like
Scam coins.
those are
That's what they
100%
are.
like, yeah.
Well,
That's like
Bitcoin
penny
is-
stocks, right? Like penny stocks. I bought a bunch of them and it drives the price up, and then I sell it to some idiot
Mm.
because he's like, "Oh, look, the graph is going up. These stocks must be valuable." They're like, "Ha ha! I unloaded penny stocks on you for nickel," and then they fucking drop back down to a penny, and that guy loses all his money.
Yeah.
That's essentially meme coin.
Look, some investments are scams, but all crypto is a scam. The entire
Concept.
concept of crypto is a scam. Yeah.
All right. Zeno says it is at best. It's just another form of currency, but that's it. 56K warning says your 99-cent tier is a scam. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not wrong.
I remember this.
We don't offer much. I don't think it's a scam because I literally say, this is what you get. And you get the things that I say you get, right?
Yeah, you get nothing.
So
he's
it's
only
not-
he's only saying that because he's salty that he didn't get to pick up one of those free subs that Evil
Yeah.
bought. Or Bob bought, sorry.
Right. This is I knew this was Gen X was going to show up when I put crypto. I was like, it's got to be Gen X. He's going to be here. Bob, I don't know why. Why does YouTube do this? If I put top comments, Bob's comment's not there. I sort by new. Suddenly, Bob got a comment.
Maybe he got downvoted. That's why it doesn't show up as
Is
a
that what
top
happens?
comment. Yeah, I think that's how it works.
It says all crypto is de facto a scam. The whole system is a bigger fool scam reliant on a bigger idiot to pay you more for something that's worth nothing. It's also a load of technical jargon that are mostly lies, abstractions, or flat out just don't work practically. There's zero value to crypto except when someone's willing to pay for it. Yes, you can make money from it. Anyone can. But you're scamming someone when you sell crypto. When you buy crypto, you've fallen for the scam.
Probably
Wise
the most
words
eloquent-
from Bob.
Maybe the most eloquent words I've ever put to paper.
Well, I guess I fell for the scam, Bob. Lucky I made some money.
Your mic sounds a little low now, Bob.
Fixing.
Let me put you up a little.
Oh no, I'll fix it my side. Unless you already have.
I already have. All right, Gen X Gamer says, you know what GXG says? Scared money don't make money. Bitcoin ain't for bitches. Learn and earn, not financial advice.
Gen X is going really hardcore recently, isn't he?
First off,
you don't.
I do appreciate how Gen X Bitcoin ain't for bitches in my comment section. He's not gonna put that in his comment section, right? Because it's like, oh, he's all worried about like getting demonetized.
Wait till we get to his Marvel comment.
Yeah, right. He's always worried about getting demonetized, but not over here, right? Oh shit, I'm in Tony's comments. I'm gonna go turn that shit to 11. Over there, he's like Mr. Rogers. Here, it's fucking Tupac. It's okay.
No, man.
So I said, like stocks, low volume crypto trading isn't worth it after you factor in the taxes and fees. You can make more money on the street with your handout, right? Because if you're trading, like if you're like, oh, I'm gonna buy like $10 worth of crypto, you either hold that forever, because even if it goes up, you're like, oh, I just earned a nickel, and then I sell it, right? And they're like, oh, the fucking fees just ate up the nickel plus the extra, right? I ended up paying like 10 cents to sell my crypto. That only made me a nickel. So you have to have high volume. You know, you have to buy like $1,000
A lot.
or more, just to see something tangible on day trading crypto, right? Like if you're holding it long term, yeah, okay, you could probably make money off of 10 and then hope it shoots up, right?
Well,
But if you're like, hey, because you see it's the wild swings on the thing, up and down, up and down. The only way to make money off of that shit is it's gotta have big fucking volume, big numbers.
and this is the problem with crypto bros like Gen X Gamer. If they're invested in crypto, they have to talk positive about crypto because it's a vested interest. If they talk positively about crypto, other people might see that and might buy crypto, which increases the value of their crypto. So there's no reason for them not, like, what they're going to do, buy
Not to
crypto and then
criticize
trash
it.
it and not,
Yeah.
They're biased.
Sounds a bit
To
like
Bob's point, Gen X
sounds a bit like
Gamer,
a
I'm going to call
console.
you out. Wait, hold on. Gen X Gamer constantly calls out Chuck for not
Yeah.
saying that he's an investor in a television. Gen X, in this comment, as it is a public comment being made on a public forum, FTC regulation says that you got to let us know that if you got any crypto.
Interesting.
Because
Yes,
you
you
are
can't be
technically
talking positive about Bitcoin unless you declare that you own Bitcoin.
That's true. That's true. And that's not financial advice.
Yeah.
Just for entertainment.
Currently,
It's only you
It's
understand.
legal advice.
currently, I have no crypto at the moment.
Me
So I'm
neither.
not invested in anything.
I have some Dogecoin and I have some Shibu coin.
No, let me rephrase that. Okay, I'm going to rephrase that. Technically, I don't have any crypto. And I say technically because I do have 3 Ripple that I can't access because the person
You
that
got
sent me
fucked
the
out
link.
Reddit.
Yeah, the person sent me the link on Reddit. I never did anything with it because I was like, well, fuck whatever, right? I'll eventually get to it. Never did because I put everything on. So now it's like stuck somewhere in the fucking ether. Like these 3 fucking Ripple coins. They're probably worth like 75 cents.
Yeah, I have about 4 million Shibu Inu.
Bob
and
is a bag holder confirmed.
That costs £40, and I think it's valued at about £20 now.
Oh, so you bought it before the crash?
No, I bought it
Diamond
'cause
hands. Bob got diamond hands.
No, you bought it before the crypto winter, as they call it, right?
Crypto winter. What?
Right. So you bought it before the value of all the crypto dropped by about half over Christmas. Yeah.
Oh, way before that. Way. I bought the Shibu
I wonder
Inu
why
and
Bob.
Dogecoin
I wonder why
before
Bob
I
is
realized
salty.
it was a scam.
I wonder why Bob.
No,
I wonder
I'm
why
not
Bob's
salty.
upset.
You know who was pushing? You know who was pushing Shiba coin?
Elon Musk.
Gen X Gamer.
Yeah, like
He has some of that, I think. Yeah.
I'm not cokehead. I'm a weed head, mate. Get it straight.
All right. So then Gen X Gamer, he retorts. He says the math doesn't work with your argument. So now he's questioning my math abilities, right? Come on. When it comes to math, don't question my math. My math always works out. If you get free crypto, the risk factor is 0. Well, no shit. Right? Like if you get free anything, right? Like there's no risk because it's free. No shit. There's only upside, yes. And it's not a message it gives to people who have more money in video games than retirement accounts in the old man cringe community. I quoted him, I said, if you get free crypto, no duh. If you get free anything and sell it, then it's profit. Edit. Selling old items to buy crypto does not equal free crypto. You still have to factor in the initial cost of the item, right? So I've noticed this. Like when Gen X does his, like, we're investing, we're going to take our old video games and invest. He's like, we're starting from 0. I'm like, no, you bought those games, right? That's your initial investment.
Well, no, video games aren't an investment, period.
No. He's using the video games.
It depends. Yeah,
Here's the thing, Bob. He's taking video games, right? He's like, okay, I got this old copy of Persona, and I'm going to sell that for $50. He's like, now I'm up $50. And I'm like, no, because you bought Persona for money, right? And you might have bought it for $60, $20, whatever it was. Like, you have to take that into consideration. So now you're actually only up 30, right? You had 50, but you spent money, even if it was a long time ago, in order to, you didn't just like open up your door one day and like, oh shit, there's fucking video games that just fell out of the sky and now I have them, right? Like you paid for them. You invested in them. Right?
Yeah.
If I just started selling stuff in my house, like, look at all this free money. Like, no, fucker, you bought all that shit.
You bought it, yeah.
So no, it's like it's not free. So he says, when cryptos do drops, they are free, and many services include 5-minute lessons for free crypto. I said, there is still the 5-minute time investment, right? Time is money. You give someone 5 minutes of your time. How much is that time worth to you, right?
Well,
it's not free. Free means here's something for nothing. That's what free means, right? Going to a investment seminar or one of those things like, hey, we're going to give you a toaster if you come listen to this
3-hour
timeshare presentation.
Yeah.
Right? Like, no, it's not free.
You go to the 3-hour seminar, you get the toaster, you sell it for $10. I made $10. I'm in profit for 3 hours.
Yeah, but you wasted 3 hours.
3 hours, exactly.
Plus the drive to get there, probably, right? So it's like you're out the gas money to get there. You wasted 3 hours. You probably, if you wanted to make the $10, you could have made $10. Probably doing something else. Again, stand on the corner for 3 hours with your hand out, going, "I'm poor, I need money," and you'd probably get more than $10, depending on where you're at, depending on how disheveled you look.
Yeah, but nobody give you a toaster.
Mm-mm.
You could probably get it. Just go out behind a building, an old fucking electronics store. You'll find it. There's toasters. Go searching through the garbage cans. There's toasters.
This whole video game false equivalency Gen X gamer is trying to use.
Blinded. Why did you leave?
Yeah, my internet just for like a second.
Susan's getting all of you. She hit Finbar. She got blinded. Bob, you're next. It's closing in on me.
Yeah, because I mean, unless you're specifically buying games to invest and sell and make money, it's a very insecure, not great idea, not very smart to do. Unless
see, Tommy Hill says gambler's fallacy. Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
That is.
I made so much money during the pandemic with my Trump check. Yeah, exactly.
Is buying something.
That's a good one.
Can I just...
Yeah, it was fucking crazy.
Buying something and flipping it, is that considered investing or is that considered just flipping?
Well, flipping is an investment. You made an investment.
Yes.
It's not an investment in the the word investment has multiple meanings, right? It's not like an investment like you're like long-term future planning, but you invested money into something to flip it for more money, right?
Okay, but like most of the people who buy video games buy them to play.
Right.
Yeah, but
we get that.
And then you've got collectors who buy games to play and collect, and then like they flip it.
But that's not what he's doing, Bob. That's again, he's totally going, see these games that I bought 10 years ago that I don't want anymore? I'm going to sell those. And now I have free money that I'm going to use to invest in stocks. And I go, no, you still bought those games. Even if you don't want them anymore, even if they're garbage now, right? You still bought them at some point for some amount of money. So you have to take that from your initial. You can't say I've made $100 on video games without factoring in how much you spent on it initially.
Yeah. See,
because again, I could just start taking stuff from my house and selling it and be like, look at all this free money.
Yeah, this is why, in a weird way, I kind of convinced myself not to sell stuff for money that I've bought. Like, if I need money, I'll get money other ways than selling shit I've got, because I would have paid more money for the item I bought, and I'm not going to get the same money I invested in the product, so I'm losing money by selling it.
Yeah, you are losing money.
So it's like, I'm never going to get the same money 90% of the time the stuff I buy, I'm not going to get the same money I paid for it. So by selling it, I'm just overall losing out.
Yeah.
If it's something superfluous to my needs or becomes unnecessary for me to own, I'm willing to sell it.
I'm willing to sell a lot of things. I've sold video games that ended up,
to back Gen X
up, tricks for the extra money.
To back Gen X up a bit, the way he did it before, I'm not saying it's how he did it with this one. I know he did it different with this one, but when he was doing his investments portfolio before, he's got an eBay store, right? So he's bought up a load of secondhand games, and then he sold them. He flipped them on eBay to get more money, and that's how he started off with his initial investment.
But even that one,
he had to outlie money at the beginning of that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but he took that into consideration. We started off with, let's say, $20. He would say. and we've made this much from flipping games. Now we're going to use this money to invest. But he didn't do it this way with the crypto one. I think the crypto one, he just sold old stuff to get the starting capital, right?
No, but I think even in one of his older videos where he's talking about buying the games and flipping them, he goes, I bought these games, like I bought these handful of games. He's like, now we have $50 in capital so we're $50 up. And I'm like, well, how much did you pay for the games, right? Because he never says how much he paid for the games in that one video. Because I remember watching him and be like, well, you're not up 50 because you spent money on the games.
You may be talking about the same one, but he's obviously he started with a certain amount, but he's made extra to start the investment.
Because here's why I take issue with that. Because in the video he literally goes, I'm going to teach you how to start from zero, right?
Yeah,
and then get money to invest in order to make money. And I go, well, you can't. You have to start with some capital, right? You can't start with zero. You can't be like, you have no money whatsoever. Now make some money and then use that to flip. Like, it doesn't work out like that, right?
It's like, start with nothing, sell your video games, and you haven't invested any. You're starting from nothing, but like you bought those games in the first place. So
you got to, I was like, you should have said, here's what we're starting with. I'm going to give myself $100 to go buy games from secondhand stores and then flip those games so we make money. Then I could go, okay. No, because then it's like I'm going to show you how to start from $100 to become fucking an investment that's going to blossom into 25,000 or whatever. He said you need a working budget.
You eat ramen.
You need a working budget.
I
love ramen. Everyone always talks shit. I love fucking ramen noodles.
Man, do you know what? I'd rather be poor eating steak and oysters than like eating ramen and rich.
He said the secret is hard
work. What?
The secret to making money is hard work. It's sort of sometimes.
I know a guy who ate noodles every day in order to save up for I don't know what car it was, like a sports car of some sort. And he was so fucking weak. He was so weak that he couldn't drive the fucking thing.
Because
he was malnourished.
All right. So there's more to the discussion here. So Gen X retorts. Hold on. He says, when crypto drops free, I go, no. 5-minute time investment. That said, many of the cryptos are straight up scams set up to dupe people, make a windfall for a select few at the top. You can make some cash, but you could also get the alphabet organization at your door, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying there. There's a lot of crypto set up to scam people. Like you've got celebrities who've set up cryptos. And
Kim Kardashian just got fined by the FTC not too long ago.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. But like, Bitcoin is a scam. Like,
yeah. But that's why I said there's certain ones.
It's an ongoing scam.
That's why I said there are many, not all. I said there are many that are set up straight up to like crypto wasn't set up to scam people, right? That wasn't why it was set up. It has scammed people, yes, but that wasn't its intention, right?
I actually don't know anymore. I'd have to actually do the research to find out if it was actually set up to be a scam from the get-go. Because from my understanding, it is all just a scam from the get-go. It's just to wash stolen credit card money, which escalated into a general scam.
It was.
I didn't hear that.
To sell unregulated, it was unregulated currency, Bob. It was a way for them to set up a currency that they could use and not have to worry about the government getting involved. And taking taxes and fucking. It was like a libertarian wet dream. And you know what them libertarians say?
Fuck them hoe ass roads, man.
Oh man. Has anybody found out who made Bitcoin?
They have a name and they have a suspect, but it's not 100% definitive.
Who's the suspect?
And some like nobody you've ever heard of. Just like I could just be like Bill Johnson. You're like, what the fuck? Just some dude, right?
Yeah.
It's not like anybody
some
famous
random. Okay.
Yeah. So Gen X says trading is different than investment. Don't confuse the two. I didn't. Right? Nowhere. in any of the statements I've made have I conflated trading and investment being the same. Second, the statement you are making is hearsay if it's not based on your own trading experience. So Gen X is saying, reading an article that basically says, hey, this dude just got arrested for scamming a bunch of people with a fake crypto that he invented, right? That's hearsay. It's hearsay. It says, I would not make definitive assertions, buy, don't buy on something I don't have experience with. Risk tolerance and age are major components, not financial advice. Again, I have to stress this so much. Putting not financial advice on obvious financial advice is not like a get out of jail free card, right? They're not going to go, he put not financial advice. Man, we almost had him.
Hey guys, this is not financial advice, but Bitcoin, you can make a lot of money, not financial advice.
Yeah, Satoshi Nakamura, that's the name. There's a pseudonym for a person who helped develop Bitcoin. Yeah, but they have a name. There's like they're like, this is the dude that they think is Satoshi. I watched a whole fucking like hour-long video on Bitcoin's history. Yeah. So they have like a suspect. Supposedly he has like a whole cache of fucking Bitcoin just like sitting out there.
Yeah.
That he's ready. He's waiting.
Don't they think he died or something like that?
Some people do. It's like a whole fucking. He might not even be real. Like it could be like 6 dudes that invented this guy to be the fall guy. Like, look, if this ever goes south, it wasn't us. It was Satoshi. Right?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I clicked it by accident.
Crypto is on the rise at the moment, actually.
The trick is to say it's a parody. No. The trick is not to give financial advice, right? Like okay, so
is it?
Yeah, you can get away. You can get away with anything if you say it's a parody.
But why don't you want to give financial advice if it's good?
No,
advice?
He said the trick. I said the trick is not to give financial advice. Look, like if I did a documentary on crypto, right? Me saying this is not financial advice holds water because I'm not telling you to buy something. I'm not espousing the positives or negatives, right? I'm literally just giving you information as to what it is, right? If you go, hey, Tony, what is Microsoft? And I go, oh, Microsoft is a company started by Bill Gates, blah, blah, blah. I'm not telling you that Microsoft is good or bad, buy it, invest in it, right? That's not financial advice. But if I go, hey, Microsoft is fucking awesome, and you should get in on it as soon as possible, not financial advice. No, that doesn't hold water. I obviously gave you financial advice. What's up, Gary?
Evening, Gary.
What's going on,
Hello.
boys?
What's
Just
up?
arguing about Bitcoin.
Roasting Gen X gamer.
All right, so I said, I believe my first comment talked about trading. And yes, I speak from experience as I've traded crypto, even made some money, both mainstream and not. So look, he says, look, you're not smarter than Miss El Salvador and her Bitcoin outfit. And I'll concede that point. But this right here, like once you're out of argument, right? I make a joke and run away. Because what I said is 100% factual, holds water, and it is what it is. What do you think, Gary? Is crypto a scam? Do you have some Gary coin you want to give us?
No, I've never invested into it. I thought about it maybe at one point, but I don't know. I'm not too current on it. I haven't studied it too much to really know whether it's a scam or not. So,
do you have how much percentage is your phone at, Gary?
It's at 13.
Let's get it right.
That's
the end of the
max
night.
battery.
It's winding down. It's the end of the night.
That's max battery for Gary.
So Gary, when are you going to play Magic the Gathering Arena with us? Not to drag up that old argument.
No. If I ever find the tablet, I'll definitely download it if I can. I just can't download it on this phone.
I don't know if it works on tablets, does it?
Yeah,
Or is
it's
iPad?
Android.
I mean, I would assume it would work because he has a tablet he got from like about a year ago. I would assume it would work on that, but the phone, it's just not. I wish it did work on the phone. I'd be playing it all the time.
It literally says it's available on iOS and Android.
Oh, that's weird. It isn't on.
Well, I mean, it might be available, but this phone might not be strong enough.
Why is it? I'm just
that-
looking at its compatibility list. It's got a very weird compatibility list. It's like very specific. This phone works. This phone doesn't.
Well, because I know like Android has like some phones can only have Android like 8.0 or whatever, right? Let's say.
Yeah.
And you need at least Android 9.0 to run Arena.
Well,
So-
I'm pretty sure Pokemon TCG is the same way too. I know before I played it online, I had a hard time getting a device to actually play it. I don't know if
I had a
that's still
phone
the same. But...
like the Marvel game I play. I used to play it on the phone, but as it kept getting updated, eventually it updated out of my phone. Like that's it. Like your phone can no longer update Android to keep up with the game. So now you either need a new phone or you can't play no more. So obviously I bought a new phone.
No, just for Marvel.
I told you I'm the same.
Damn it. God damn.
That's hardcore for Marvel Snap.
It's not Snap. I'm playing Contest of Champions.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what? Why would you play that over Snap?
That game was shit, man.
Snap is shit. No.
I've heard Snap
Oh
is shit.
man.
I played Snap. Snap is fun, but like I said, like the strategy in Snap is like so skewed at the moment. It's not even worth it. Like I was literally like.
Are any of those like Marvel phone games like playable single player, or is it all kind of like tied into an online experience?
I mean, there's single player in Contest of Champions. You could play. It's all single player technically, because even when you're playing quote unquote against other people, you're actually playing the AI that's playing the other people's characters.
Right, but I guess what I mean, like,
it's not offline; it's online.
Well, what I'm saying is there are phone games that I've always wanted to play, but like if they did like a collection of like Marvel phone games and actually put it on, would they be able to do something like that?
Yeah,
probably not.
Have you ever played Marvel Puzzle Quest? It's available.
No, like I said, I haven't played any of those.
Well, it's available on PlayStation. PlayStation 4, 3, 4, and 5, I think.
A lot of Marvel phone games got taken down though.
Yeah, well, because they run out, right? Like, what am I saying? They're no longer updating. It's it. Like they ended service.
Well, they do.
Yeah, and they just take it down from the store.
Well, is it because of licensing issues though?
Yeah,
some of it is licensing issues. Some of it is the company's going out of business.
Mm-hmm.
Was Slope happy with his appearance last week? He was. I've talked to him a couple times since then. And you can't buy a smartphone that play Pac-Man? Yeah. Y'all spend thousands of dollars on video games and you can't buy them. I am a Marvel sim, dude. I like this. It's not even a joke, Aaron. It's like
it's the reality at this point.
It always was.
Here's the thing.
I know.
Well, here's the thing. Like the arena Magic, the Gathering, the arena is going to be on. It will be on Switch. I'm pretty sure they said they're going to bring it to Switch and Xbox and everything else. So I don't know if they're going to be able to, if it's going to connect. Like, are there going to be different servers for people who are playing on
crossplay? It'll probably won't have crossplay.
I would just
no, because
I would assume it would. I mean,
I would assume it wouldn't because of the Switch. At the very least, the servers are shit.
I mean, it's just Magic, though. It's not anything extravagant.
Would it be that intensive?
Well, again, just look at something like Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles is on every platform, right? The new one, Shredder's Revenge, and it's still not crossplay.
But the problem is like if you're gonna bring Arena onto like, why would you want? Like, here's the thing though. Like, how many people are gonna be playing it on a Switch? That's the problem. So if you're trying to play it, you can't find anybody to play. It's like useless. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people playing, but it's not like people playing on like a tablet that are all connected, right? Because I would assume everybody who's playing. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know either. I
This
would
is saying,
assume.
I've researched it briefly, and it's saying, is Magic the Gathering Arena cross-platform? This is from crossplaygames.com. Apparently, it's cross-platform on everything, and the goal is to be cross-platform in future.
Yeah, but is that
okay?
What, it's not available on consoles yet, though, right?
Crossplay.
It will be though.
For example,
yeah, but it currently is crossplay on iOS and Android only, right? Because that's
and
all it's available for, and Windows, yeah.
And Mac.
Well, iOS and.
Well, no, iOS is iOS, Android is Android.
I mean,
Mac
Apple,
and
any
Windows.
Apple, right? Okay.
Well, no, Mac OS is different to iOS. iOS is the phone.
Well,
okay, we're getting into the weeds, guys.
Right. Anyways, I will play you when it comes out for Switch.
All right.
So when
I'll
Hell
hold you to
freezes
that,
over.
Gary. All right, let's move on. Are you excited for Phase 5 of the MCU? Of course I am, because I am a Marvel sim. Anything
So
Marvel.
sad.
You tell me a new TV show, comic book, video game. Well, not comic book. I don't really.
Hold on. Can you give me a quick rundown of what we're getting? Like at least a few things.
A Secret Invasion,
Because
Ant-Man and the Wasp 3, Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
I like that.
The Marvels,
Captain
Agatha,
America, New World Order, Thunderbolts,
Daredevil,
Blade is still sort of.
Iron
That all
Heart,
sounds good, apart from like 1 or 2.
Loki season 2.
What if?
Yeah, which I heard is delayed.
I mean, they're lined up. I think that sounds pretty good.
Daredevil,
I'm happy
Born
with
Again.
that.
I'm looking forward to the Agatha Harkins series.
Yeah, I thought they're gonna have what's her name as the same character, right? They're not recasting or anything, right?
Oh, Catherine Hahn.
Recasting. Who?
Yeah,
they're not recasting her, are they? She's coming back from that role, right? Okay.
They wouldn't have made the show.
That should be good.
Yeah, they wouldn't have made the show if they hadn't brought the actress back.
Yeah,
right.
that would have been
that show
pointless.
needs to be filled with cameos.
Well, apparently it is.
Yeah, is that right? They got Scarlet Witch and Vision in it as well.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe, but it's probably going to be more Young Avengers.
Yeah, I'd be up for that.
They're going to fight the Salem 6.
I just had a thought.
Mm-hmm.
The Geek Getaway could be the next Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the Galaxy.
We could be the Guardians.
Galaxy would be pretty fucked if that was the case.
Will you play Marvel
it would.
Go?
It would.
I would, Aaron. Will you play Marvel Go like Pokemon Go when it comes out? Yeah.
I forgot that exists.
If I walked around my phone collecting Marvel heroes.
What is that?
It's like Pokemon Go, but with the Marvel characters.
That's a terrible idea.
It is. It is.
I don't know what it is, but of course I'll try it out. I've tried a lot of the Marvel games. I don't play all of them, right? I've tried.
What happens if Pornhub starts making Marvel movies?
They're not, if
they're official. It's
then I'll watch
official.
them. Then I guess I have to watch them.
Man.
Gary, what are you cranking these days?
Not much of anything. I haven't played any really games. I haven't even checked anything off the list. Just haven't had time.
You know what I haven't played yet? That Midnight Suns. Have you tried that yet?
I have not tried that yet.
No.
I'm waiting for a sale because it's just going to be too long. I'm playing other games.
Luckily for me, I don't know about the rest of you guys. For me, if I stream it on stream, then I got a tax write-off.
Huh?
If you buy a game to stream and you stream it, you can write that off as a business expense.
Oh, okay.
How much is that game? Is that a full-priced game?
Yeah.
It's above full price. I think
70?
The deluxe
No,
is like $100, isn't it?
yeah, the deluxe version. They have base, and then they have like a super expensive one.
So what do you get in the deluxe? Are you getting more characters or?
Yeah, you get the
Costumes and the
season
DLC.
pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that game's
was-
gonna. It's already dropping in price, so I'm just gonna
What was
wait.
the overall score on that?
It got pretty good reviews. I think it's like an 84 on Metacritic or something. Maybe it might be
Only on the
higher.
big boy consoles, though, right?
It's going to
Maybe
come to
Steam.
Switch. It's coming to Switch.
Is it?
Yeah, Switch, PS4, and Xbox One are coming sometime in the spring.
Let's see. What do we like? Metacritic? Metacritic says it's 83.
Yeah. 83,
User
okay.
score is a 5.7, which is weird.
Ooh.
Might be some bugs and glitches.
That's the PC.
Or the PC version. I seen a lot of people complain about the social aspect of the game,
The
which didn't
PlayStation
actually
version-
sound bad.
PlayStation version has a 7.1 user score,
Hmm.
and the Xbox version has a 7.8 user score. So take that for what it is. All these websites, all these aggregated websites, they're all shit now, right? Maybe
Yeah.
at one point, before the cultural war, before the angry mobs of internet
yeah.
denizens, right? Like they used to be good. Like, oh, you go, oh, look, the general consensus is this is a shit game. But
Mhm.
now with people botting and people like, oh my god, that guy fucking looks weird. Fucking everybody go over there and like downvote the game that he likes.
It sort of depends on the game.
That's what
Like
I'm saying.
if the game has controversy, then yeah, I wouldn't even look at the reviews.
Well, I mean, some games have controversy just because other things have like
Yes, yeah.
like
I know what you
Battle
mean.
Angel Alita is getting downvoted because people don't like Captain Marvel. Like what?
Yeah, it's stupid.
Carrie's dipped.
Yeah, I see. The best part about all these sites, and I'm calling out the grifters. They're mostly the right wing grifters. Put you on blast right now. You'll see something like Captain Marvel gets 9.5 critic score. Fucking shills. You can't trust Metacritic. It is compromised. That movie sucks, and there's no way that this would have a user score of 9 and a critic score of 9.5. Obviously, this site is terrible. 5 weeks later, Black Panther Wakanda Forever 2. User score of 7. See, this proves that nobody likes Black Panther Wakanda Forever because these scores are 100% accurate because the users agree that it's a shit movie. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense when they do stuff like that.
like, wait a minute, you just literally told me never trust these scores ever unless they agree with my narrative, right? Like,
That's the problem with these grifters, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
so, yeah. Stop screaming. Sorry, King.
Mm.
So literally, I had somebody like we were arguing over these critic scores. I think it was like I want to say like 3 years ago, right? At this point, and it was something to do with Marvel. They go, Marvel is obviously paying Rotten Tomatoes to change the scores, right? To make the scores better.
Right.
I said, okay. So I said, let's say that this is true. Like Rotten Tomatoes is compromised. I said, why does BVS have such a low score on Rotten Tomatoes? They said, well, because obviously, Warner Brothers, they don't have the influence that Disney has. I said, okay. I said, but Warner Brothers owns 25% of Rotten Tomatoes. Disney owns nothing of Rotten Tomatoes. Wouldn't it behoove Warner Brothers to flex their 25% ownership of the company that's rating their movies, to rate their movies higher in order for them to make more money if people thinking that it's a good movie to see in the theater? And
Yeah,
said,
it doesn't.
I said, no, Tony, you don't understand. That's not how it works. So, no, of course, WB is an honest company. They're not evil like Disney, right?
It's a no for
Either
me, Scott.
the platform is compromised and all of it is shit, or it's not compromised, and you're just salty that people don't agree with you, right? Like, you can't have it both ways. And there was also a controversy. They said it was the Illuminati's plan. Doctor Who, what was it? The 12th Doctor, the female Doctor.
Yeah, the female one. Yeah.
So the female Doctor, Doctor Who. Suddenly, all the scores disappeared, right? Into the ether, and everyone's making like these videos. Rotten Tomatoes is removing all these scores because it got like a really low, it's like a 4, like user score or whatever, right? Rotten Tomatoes has removed all the Doctor Who scores because they want the shills to come in and give them higher scores, and they can pretend they never had a 4. But little did they know, we were all prepared for this to happen, and now they have an even lower user score than before, right? I said, so okay. Now explain to me why these 15 other shows also had their user scores removed. They go, what? They go, yeah, okay, so there's a show called Skins from the UK. All the user scores vanished the same time that the Doctor Who user scores. And I showed this, right? I said, look, all these other shows had their, something happened where a bunch of shows lost their user scores. Doctor Who just happened to be one of them, right? Rotten Tomatoes did that to cover up that they were fucking with the user scores for Doctor Who. So people like you point to those other scores and say, "See, it's a site-wide problem. It's not them trying to fuck with the Doctor Who score."
Everything is a conspiracy theory. It's fucking crazy.
I said, man, that sounds like a lot of trouble, right? Why don't they just go in there and just change the score?
Yeah, see.
It's right? So it's if they just want the score to be a 6 or 7 or an 8 or 9, right? Why don't they just change it? It's their website. They can go into the code, change it, change people. Like, you don't go back and check you leave your review, right? I'm like 99% sure. Like, after you've left your review on Rotten Tomatoes, you're not going back and making sure that it's the same score that you gave it, right? They can literally just go in there
the Matrix.
and change everybody's scores, right?
They got Andrew Tate, and now they got Rotten Tomatoes.
They got Logan Paul recently.
Those reviews written that are positive are people who were MK Ultra. Yeah. I'm like, look. Like this is why people are like, Tony's an SJW, right? Like, look. I understand that there's people with different opinions than me, right? I understand that people might like things that I don't like, right? Even if I think a thing is stupid and that they're stupid for liking it, they can still like it, right? And there could be more of them than there are me, right? Like, this is a possibility that I've, That
unfortunately we have to live in this society.
Yeah, but like, and then when you point it out, obviously the grifter knows he's full of shit, right? But when you point it out to the grifter fan, that they're like, no, this guy's telling the truth. You just don't like him because you're an SJW. And you hate that he's speaking the truth about your shield company. You're like, what the fuck? Like, dude, have you heard me? I talk shit about that too.
Well, one I've heard is you're just listening to the media, man. You're listening to the mainstream media.
Slotham Tate.
Slotham Tate. Oh, man.
I just want to have, like...
Tatum.
Yeah, like, there was a time when people would dislike a movie for what it is and not for what it isn't, right? I see a lot of times now, people dislike movies for what it isn't. Like, it'll be like, this movie isn't like the comics, so I don't like it. This movie isn't full of right-wing talking points, so I don't like it. Like, just what it is.
But sometimes it goes further. It goes to, like, something like they had expectations that were built up for absolutely no reason. Like, that to me is when it's really stupid. Yes.
To deliver a scathing rebuttal to fucking Section 9, and it didn't. I'm like, why? Why would you expect that? Like,
It's dumb, stupid, just ridiculous.
I always believe, yes, you can't treat media in a vacuum, right? I understand it, but I always believe that you should not compare one media to the other in order to say whether or not the first one is good, right? Like it's fine to go, this is better than that, right? Like these apples are better than those oranges. That's cool, right? But to go, apples suck because oranges are great, no, that doesn't make any sense. Like they could both be okay. They could be both levels of okay, right? Like on a scale, oranges could be a 9, apples could be an 8, but apples are not a 1 because oranges are an 8. Okay, it's not how it works. But people who review, that's what they do. They're like, well, because Superman: Dawn of Justice is fucking great, then the Flash is a 1. Like no, they could both be okay.
Yeah, that frustrates me as well. Just because one thing's one thing doesn't mean another thing's another thing. Yeah. Oh, that really grinds my gears.
And the other thing that grinds my gears, I'm old. I don't know if you know this, but I'm like 40. Maybe 42, right? I have consumed a lot of media. Probably more media than the average person.
Oh, for a moment I heard weed.
No.
I heard wheat.
I've consumed a lot of weed. More
a lot of weed.
Are you guys out there?
Every day. No. I've consumed a lot of media, right? Whether it's books, TV shows, movies, video games, comics, etc., right? Radio dramas, all that shit. Right? Because some of it was for, recreation. Some of it was because I was, doing media reviews on different sites, right? So I've consumed more than the average. So I can look at something, right? Like I'll look at a game and I'll go, oh, clearly this is the same plot like in this other thing, right? That other, like 90% of you won't understand or won't reference in your brain, right? Because you've never seen that. So I'm not going to say this piece of media, this game, is bad because this other thing that did the same plot was superior, right? Because you don't know that. Like someone who's like some 10-year-old who's just playing fucking this game for the first time is not going to reference something else, right? They're just going to focus on the thing they're playing. And that's why I'm like, you should just review the thing that you're reviewing, right?
Yeah.
I know that's a weird concept to say that, like review what you're reviewing and only what you're reviewing.
No, that actually makes sense. Like as simplistic as it sounds. Just whatever's in front of you, review it.
Yeah, because I've seen people be like, well, the combat, like, so you got Batman and Spider-Man, right? And I've seen people like, well, the combat in Batman was better than the one in Spider-Man, right? So therefore, that means the Spider-Man combat is bad. And I'm like, well, if I've never played Batman, right, I might not think that the combat in Spider-Man's bad, right?
You wouldn't know the difference, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't know the difference. So you should review it from the perspective of I am playing.
You should just
Spider-Man.
review it, yeah, from the point of view: is the combat any good?
Is it good?
First and
Does it
foremost.
feel good?
For what it's trying to do. Yeah.
What's it trying to do? Did it accomplish the thing that it was set out to accomplish, right? If you're playing and you're like, oh, it's janky as shit, then that's fine, right? If you're like, hey, none of the unlockables worth, or they're not worth it, or like, the combos are always getting interrupted. You're never able to get combos because the bad guys are too aggressive. That's fine. But if you're like, well, yeah, but they did it better in Batman, so I'm gonna take a score off. Like I'm gonna take a point off. Like, no, that's stupid.
No, that's
Yeah, but I mean, that should be standard. I agree with you, Tony. The only reason that Batman's combat should be brought up in relation to Spider-Man is that that Spider-Man.
It's inspiration. Yes.
I can understand discussing it, but when it comes to
review the score and the
scoring it or like
that's irrelevant. That shouldn't be. I mean,
it is and isn't irrelevant. That's the thing, because it is influence, but at the same time, if it actually works within the confines of the game, then it really shouldn't be a problem, right? And if it actually builds on it, then you should point that out. It's like you have to like go down a list of things if you do go and compare it to something else, right?
Yeah, but I think like I said, there's a lot of instances, right? Like if I'm watching a newer show, right? Let's say I'm watching fucking Gumball, right? The Amazing World of Gumball. There's probably kids.
Such a random.
Well, because I was trying to think of like a newer show, That was like the first thing that popped in my head. But like, they probably reference a lot of things that like kids just miss, right? Because they don't have the knowledge base, right? Not that they're
Mhm.
dumb, but they just don't have the knowledge base because they've never seen, like, say, fucking
Yeah, and
Nosferatu or like fucking Bram Stoker's Dracula, right? They don't get the reference,
Mhm.
but they can still enjoy the show, right? So you should be like, whether the reference works or not, that shouldn't influence. Like, oh, I got that reference, so it's a better show. No, you should be like, well, did the joke work on its own, whether you got the reference or not?
Mhm. Mhm.
And it's like I said when they were talking about the finale for
She-Hulk.
no, not She-Hulk,
Oh,
the Star Wars
What?
one,
Andor?
Andor.
Andor. Yeah, you don't
Okay, yeah.
need to have watched Les Mis, right? In order to appreciate the Andor finale. If you have to,
Mhm.
then Andor has failed. Okay, because I didn't need to know that Kurosawa made a bunch of samurai films where that lone wolf and cub was a thing in order to enjoy The Mandalorian season
Yeah.
one.
Mhm.
It helped my appreciation, made me like it more. But people who don't have that frame of reference can also enjoy the show, right? And that's how you should.
Then what,
Fucking
what do you think about the MCU then? Because there's movies that are like specifically tied to other movies, like Endgame.
I think it's its own.
Well,
It's its
Like,
own
wouldn't that
beast.
be hard to
Yeah,
review as just
it is
you've
now.
never seen any Marvel movie and that was like your first one? That would be
I
pretty
think
hard to watch.
well,
previously,
that's different. That's like a sequel. That's like a plot
yeah,
thread, right?
previously, like the
Sh-
first phase, they were
yeah,
trying
but
to
like
keep them all separate.
even if you shrink it down even further, is this like and just go it's a sequel to Infinity War, like part 1 and part 2. Even reviewing Endgame in isolation is going to be hard.
I don't think it
Yeah,
is.
like you.
I think you could do it like this. Here's how I would do it. Right? I would say, okay, if you've never seen Infinity War, you're probably going to be lost on some of the plot, right? There's going to be things that they reference that you're not going to know if you've never seen any previous Marvel film or whatever,
Mhm.
right? They're not going to. But there's going to be things that you can follow along with, and the major plot of the film is going to be enough for you to watch this, and you can say, "Hey, this is the action, the set pieces, the emotions, they're still there. It's still a decent movie."
Debatable.
I think there's some.
I'm not giving that as my review. I'm
Mm,
just saying that's how.
Yeah, I
yeah,
know. I'm
yeah,
just throwing in
yeah.
a joke. I'm throwing
By
in a
that
joke.
point, by the point of Infinity War and Endgame, I think if you hadn't seen, for example, Ant-Man, where like you need to know why he's not in it and why he pops out of nowhere.
But you would have to watch all of them in order
Yeah,
to,
Yeah,
but
or at
for
least
it
have.
got like that. It got like that in the end because it had to get like that. There was no really any way to stop it from becoming
Yeah, but I
like
think
that.
that's different though. Like I said, that
It's
it's
its
a
own
sequel.
beast. Yeah,
If it's just okay.
A sequel is different. Like it's not like you don't have to watch Creature from the Black Lagoon to have a good understanding of what's going on in Endgame, right? Because
Mhm.
they're totally different things, right? They're unrelated. Whereas Endgames is a sequel, even though they're not like Endgame 1, Endgame 2. It's like Ant-Man, Thor, whatever, right? They have different names, but we know that this is all one string of movies.
Mhm.
So
Okay,
it's
okay.
essentially a sequel to
yeah.
all these other things. So it's like no shit that you have to watch these previous things to
Mhm.
understand what's going on here, right? You have to watch Lethal Weapon 1 and 2 to know why the fuck Lethal
Okay.
Weapon 3 is happening, right? And
Mhm.
there's going to be references and jokes and stuff that are made to the first two movies that you're not
Because
going to
I'm
get.
trying to think of something where it would be you would need to actually know something to understand it, even though it's not a sequel.
well,
Like the same with the adult movie Pirate and Pirates 2. If you watch Pirates 2 and have never seen the first one, Pirates, I'd imagine you'd be confused. You probably would. Those are at one point. I just know this off the top of my head, but at one point, Pirates was like one of the highest budgeted pornographic movies that have ever been made.
well done. I had kind of an interjection idea. But what about it? Like you're a reviewer, right? So you've reviewed games, you've reviewed multiple games. Like maybe people want your opinion of games you've played from your history and reviewed in the past, compared to your taste of a new game which comes out. And I was thinking of a specific example. Look at Hades and Curse of the Dead Gods. I know you've played both, Tony. You
Yeah.
played Curse of the Dead Gods first, and then you played Hades. And for me, it was the other way around. So I played Hades, and I thought this was like a perfect game. And then I've played Curse of the Dead Gods, and I was like, well, because they came out about the same time, and Hades was the game I first hooked into, Curse of the Dead Gods seems a worse game in relation to me because of Hades, because it doesn't have a couple of elements that Hades has. So I don't know how you feel about that one.
Well, I would say I played Curse of the Dead Gods first, and even just playing that game, I was like, it's a decent game, but combat just didn't feel fluid. Because I don't know if anyone's played this, so I'll just give a brief. But in Curse of the Dead Gods, the gimmick is that you have a torch. If you're in the light, right, then you get a bonus. And if you're in the darkness, so if you put your torch away to like pull out your weapons, then you're in darkness. Then you get a debuff, right? So you can light like torches on the wall or like little braziers that you could light up to make more light. So that's like one of the gimmicks. But because of that, right, the game is less fluid. It's more strategic. Whereas Hades, you can just go in there and you're just like just trying to kill. It's like all you're focusing on is killing shit. You're not focusing on all these other things.
Oh, I hadn't actually approached that thought. Yeah, I didn't think of that. This is why. Yeah.
And then again, Hades, you have a one weapon. That's it, right? Whereas Curse of the Dead Gods, you have three. You have your main weapon, your secondary, and then there's like what's called like the heavy weapon.
Yeah.
And you can mix and match.
Yeah.
So again, combat is depending on which weapon you have and which combinations. It's not as fluid. Like the pistol's a lot slower. And the bow and arrow, because you got to pull it back and you got to wait till it flashes. So
see, that's where sometimes I think comparing two games and the scores could be important if you're like trying to recommend one or the other. If someone came to you, well, I guess it depends, because then it wouldn't be
because you could review both games on their own, and they go, well, what would you prefer? And I go, well, look, I reviewed Curse of the Dead Gods, gave it an 8. I reviewed Hades, gave it a 9. Obviously, I think Hades is a better game. Now, if you have a preference for what style, we'll read both reviews, and you can see what both games are about, and you can decide for yourself which one you think.
Which one you would prefer. Well, okay, I thought about it. What happens if the piece of media that you're reviewing is meta, so it references other things that is not related to what you're currently watching? Like you would have to know specifically.
Like a meta joke or like the whole.
No,
thing
I'm talking about the whole thing. Like Scream, right? Like you would have to kind of understand what it's referencing and the tropes that it's making fun of or pointing out, right? Because if you don't, you might just see it as like, well, what was the point of that movie?
Hold on. Baldwin Bob Ross says Pirates was the first and only DVD porn I ever bought. He said, and Vandal wants to remind us that Pirates 2 outdone them by being made for $8 million. And Pirates was just made for over $1 million. Could you imagine a $8 million
$8 million porn?
Yeah. Dude, like they went all out. Like fucking like there's like fucking CGI fucking skeleton pirates and shit. That's what I'm saying. Like back in the old days, like go to Pornhub now. There's no plot. Like it's just like two.
Yeah, it's just whatever.
Like, this like has a story. Like you could watch it.
The plot's usually like step siblings.
Yeah, now
that's all it is.
The budget for Insidious was 1.5 million.
Oh my god!
Going back to Blinded,
like 6 Insidiouses for one pirate.
They did nearly. No, they made like 3 or 4.
Going back to what Blinded was saying about Scream, that's assuming people are familiar with that genre, people that are watching that film.
Yes.
So the idea is most of the audience that are watching it will be familiar with the tropes that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But what happens if you aren't?
Well, if you aren't, you can still watch the film. It's not going to be impossible for you to understand the story.
Have you ever watched like a movie. Well, it could happen with, say, even Scream. I haven't seen the newest ones, but I hear they get a bit meta or whatever. But you could watch like a more recent Scream, miss the meta jokes, and go back and watch the earlier ones, and then be like, then like light bulbs go off in your head.
Well,
Be
that's
like,
what
oh, I
happens.
get that reference.
That's what happened.
retrospectively.
That's what happened with me growing up with The Simpsons. I know it's not like central to the episode, but there were some episodes that heavily borrowed off stuff. It wasn't until years later when I saw
Do you understand?
like Citizen Kane. Like when I'm looking at it, going, "That's the fucking song from The Simpsons," and it's not. It's from Citizen Kane that they ripped it off.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. Back then, I still watched it, still laughed with it. I was a kid, so I didn't really know any different.
It's like you've seen Shutter Island, right, Blended?
Yes, yeah.
Well, you watch it the first time, right, and you're just like, "Oh, this is a good movie." Like, oh, and then when you watch it the second time, you go, "Wait a minute, that's why that person did that." Oh,
Yeah.
that's why his clothes don't fit right because those aren't his clothes.
Those are, yeah.
No,
you pick up on
no.
clues.
The first time I watched Shutter Island, I called it from the moment Leonardo DiCaprio got out the car. I was like, he's a patient.
Because you're smart, Bob.
And then I was just like,
Because Bob recognizes real. And
I
Bob's
was
like, that guy's real nuts.
like, I actually ruined the date because of it. This girl come around and she bought the DVD and was watching it, and I was just like, just completely ruining the movie, like scene to scene from the start. Like she wasn't very happy.
56K says Bob's capping.
But a better. I could see that, but like a better for me at least was Fight Club because I definitely did not see that coming at all.
No, I didn't see that coming.
And the hints are very subtle, like really super subtle. Looking back, yeah, that one I feel like is harder to pick up on. If you've never seen it.
I didn't see the Sixth Sense twist even after it was pointed out to me by my ex-girlfriend.
Oh,
I went, but wait, how did he die? And she went, he died at the start. And, and she went, he got fucking shot. Oh, did he? Couldn't remember it happening.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
Sorry, spoilers, guys.
I actually agree with that. When I was watching that as a kid, I always forget about the scene in the beginning, and it makes it
like
seem.
Yeah, it's designed like that though.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
but
Aston
still.
says, but even in Scream, the tropes are explained. Though I thought,
Yeah, they are explained. That is true. Yeah, I was trying to find an example. So
56K says, what I used to do was play a game and then read the reviews. If the review aligned with mine, I follow that reviewer. Yeah, I think that's another thing that people really need to sort of understand, right? Find a reviewer that likes and dislikes the same things you do, right?
Kind of, but not really.
Yeah,
I feel like you need like this is what I do with a lot of stuff. You have like people that I agree with, and then there's people I disagree with. So then I can kind of understand, certain things that I would miss on it because I like something, right? Or I'm like on this side, right?
I'm not. So like for video games, right? Like there's a like you could watch a movie that you don't think you're gonna like and still probably enjoy it, right? But certain games, you're like, yeah, I spent $50 on this and I didn't like it. Why would I spend $50 on something I'm not gonna have fun playing? So if you're like, oh, well, this guy, he doesn't like sports games. I don't like sports games, but he says this sports game is really fun. I might like this sports game, right? Because we both hate sports games and he likes this one. So there might be something to this one, right?
True.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah, from like a buying perspective, yeah.
Yeah. Not so much as and a lot of reviews, and that's another thing. Like a lot of reviews is for media and movies. They're not really reviews, right? They're not really like.
They're more advertisements.
Well, not even like some of them are advertisements, but some of them are like just opinion pieces on like why they don't like the movie or why they do like the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not actually like what's the movie about. Like, say I don't like this movie because fucking SJW bullshit are in it. Like, but what's the plot of the movie? What's the setting? Who are the characters? Did the characters believable? Was the dialogue good? Was the atmosphere set up? Did the plot flow?
It was just fun.
Yeah,
was it good entertainment?
Was there explosions? Flashy lights?
Yeah, I feel like people forget about, is it just good entertainment? Like it's always like, oh, it wasn't innovative enough. Okay, but like, was the game fun?
Okay, Gary.
But it's just like,
I didn't do anything new.
yeah, it's like, are you playing a game just to see if it did something new, or are you playing it because it's fun?
Fun.
Gary's like, yeah, but it has a crank connected to it.
I like fun. Fun is fun.
I get different things out of different games. Some games are fun. Some games have a really cool story. Hopefully they're fun. Like, I need lots of action to keep me. Well, I don't always, but I prefer action in my games to keep me invested.
You know what I was playing? I played like 6 hours, and I don't know if you guys ever heard of Kingdom 2 Towers.
No.
No.
Okay, so it's free right now on PlayStation Plus. I don't know if it's on the premium or the what the hell's the middle tier?
Extra.
Extra. I don't know if it's on extra or premium, but it's on one. So I got the premium, so it's free. But basically, so this game is you play as a king on a horse, and you ride back and forth from left to right, and you recruit guys, and then you spend coins and say, hey, build up a wall here. And you spend some coins and say, hey, make a bow and arrow. And then a guy comes and gets the bow and arrow. Now you got an archer. And literally, there's like no action. Like literally just going back and forth and getting your kingdom to spread out across the 2D map. And then at both ends, there's usually like portals where the bad guys come out of.
Mm-hmm.
And the goal is to eventually destroy the portals and cleanse the land. But literally, it's just like, okay, run this way, collect the coins from the crops, then run back that way, and now buy another archer. Now run back that way and collect some other coins. It literally, and I'm doing this shit for like 6 hours. And I'm like fucking mesmerized by this pixel art.
Yeah.
And it is like the most boring. And I don't like. I'm saying this right, like it's the most boring shit ever. But somehow, I played this for like 6 fucking hours straight.
Yeah, it's like this hard space shipbreaker game. I'm addicted to it. I played like an hour and a half in a solid row, just sitting there in silence, just taking apart a ship. It's so boring, but it's just so fun.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
It's a new genre of game, so boring that it's good.
Yeah, I'm going to do a review of it, and I want the intro to be something like, after a hard day's work, why don't you settle down, put on your console, and do a hard day's work?
Well, now Tony understands why people like Death Stranding. Because that's literally the reason.
Yeah, but the difference, right? The difference is in my game where you go back and forth, Kojima doesn't shit on it and tell you that there's like an intergalactic space being that doesn't maybe exist inside your mind, but it's actually connected to the Gaia of the universe. And then these guys are like spirit blobs of ghosts that maybe died on a beach 15 years ago of your mother. It's actually your child.
Yeah,
Kojima.
Death Stranding's weird.
And I'm like, what? What was all that?
Does that make all the work good then? Yeah, because it's got that backstory. Because I know mentioning Shenmue. When Shenmue, you get the job in the warehouse, and you literally just do a job in a warehouse and go home. I was doing it for days. I was doing it while I was on holiday from work.
He doesn't move the plot along; he just keeps going to his fucking job. Fuck the plot. This is gonna be a fucking.
I also remember. Do you play? Have you played Gran Turismo?
No.
Yeah.
Right, in Gran Turismo, there's endurance races. There's an actual 24-hour endurance race in Gran Turismo.
No.
I would drive home when I was based down south in England. Bob, you would know, in Wiltshire. I drove to Glasgow, and when I got home to Glasgow, where my PlayStation was, I sat there and I did an endurance race after driving 7 hours in the car.
Oh my god!
And the whole way up, I'm thinking, can't wait to get in and play Gran Turismo.
Amazing.
There's a reason why no one has given Kojima the green light on a movie TV deal.
You might want to check the news.
He did get the green light on something.
He did. He's making a Death Stranding movie.
Oh god,
dude! But oh my god, it's like so common. Like Kojima, Metal Gear. It's just awesome, like 80s action game where you play as a guy. There's an evil terrorist organization. They're building a fucking Metal Gear. You got to go in there and stop them with your 80s action hero. And then suddenly Metal Gear Solid's like, but actually, you are the terrorist. The terrorist is inside your brain. But actually, they cut your arm off, and the arm has an arm of somebody else, and that's infected his mind. And the big boss wasn't really the big boss, but it was actually this guy pretending to be the big boss because it kills the big boss, but actually came back to life. And then you play as Raiden in the second game. I'm like, what? What was that?
Yeah.
Could you explain that again, but really slow because I'm stupid?
Yeah, he likes fucking with you, doesn't he?
Yeah. Just me specifically. But when me and Kojima, we sit back, have the sake, and we discuss things. Me and Kojima.
Okay, Tommy.
Okay. Oh man.
All right. So, are you excited for the MCU? 98 votes. We're finally getting to the question that you've been waiting for like the last hour. 21% said yes. 47% said no. 32% said the MCU ended with Endgame. Man, a lot of bitter.
Well, that's factually wrong.
That's right. Finbar Saunders, with the first answer, says the MCU could break into my house, murder all my family, steal all my consoles and games, then pull the sheets back on the bed and take a big shit in the shape of a question mark before escaping out the back door laughing hysterically.
What the fuck?
And I'd still be excited for Phase 5 because that's how much of a Marvel sim I am. Why the
You
question
exposed
mark?
yourself.
Are they trying to be like the Riddler?
No,
Trying to blame it on someone else?
There was a show. There was a show on TV years ago in the UK called Modern Toss. Bob,
Which
remember?
one?
Modern Toss.
That's what I think
There was a sketch where a guy came into the customer services and he said, I bought this bed, took it home, pulled back the sheets, and someone had taken a shit in the shape of a question mark, and it just stuck in my head. I just thought it was funny. I just thought that's if you break into somebody's house, right, and steal all their stuff, the ultimate insult is to take a dump in their bed but make it a funny shape, like a smiley face.
Oh man,
that takes talent. I don't think I could
That
shit
is-
into a smiley face.
well, you gotta like get your hands dirty then.
You would need a few visits as well, I think.
Yeah. I'm assuming that it's a pile and not like a smear.
Yeah, it would need to be one long shit with just a dot.
Oh my god.
One Bicep says, "Well, Snake is just a ripoff of Snake from Escape from New York."
Snake Plissken.
Maybe if they made Snake a movie, Carpenter would sue the shit out of him. I still want that one. Well, they had Escape from New York. What was it? Escape from LA.
Escape from LA.
And then in Escape from LA, they keep talking about like Cleveland or some shit. And I want that movie.
They should do Escape from Earth.
Escape from
They
Earth.
were going to do that after the last movie.
Oh.
Because
Yeah,
after
they're making a
remember
new one.
when he put off the EMT or whatever.
Right.
That was
with
supposed
Kurt
to,
Russell?
close off the earth.
Is it with Kurt Russell?
Yeah.
Apparently, it's with Kurt Russell.
Fucking-
Yeah.
Oh,
Escape-
new one with
Escape-
Kurt Russell.
Escape from
Yeah.
the nursing home.
Escape from the nursing home.
All right. Johnson Naveen says MCU fatigue. I look forward to a character here and there, but other than that, meh. I mean, I don't think
Yeah, pretty much. I agree with this.
that's more MCU fatigue. I think that's more of a like just general. Like you don't have to be excited for every single MCU project, right?
Yeah, but it's a little bit different though. It's not like the comics. It's like you kind of have to watch all of them to really understand what's the plot, right?
But you don't have to be excited for it.
Yeah, I guess
think-
you're right.
In my opinion, and this is only my opinion, I have not talked to Kevin Feige. We have not
Mhm.
had extensive meetings.
Feige-san.
We're not.
What?
we're
You
not
don't? I talked to them last week.
But what I'm saying is,
Yeah, he said, "Get the fuck out of my office."
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the next big crossover movie, what is that? Avengers, Kang Dynasty.
Kang Dynasty.
They're going to basically have a summary of the previous shit.
I don't think so.
It's going to be one of those weird exposition drops, like where Kang's like watching monitors and he's like, "Look it, they just defeated Ultron," and then like they did this. Like it's not going to be like previously on Marvel. Blah, blah, blah. No, it's going to be like in the movie, but it's going to explain the shit that happened in the other stuff.
Well, I heard they're delaying Kang Dynasty. They're gonna push everything back because they got even more movies before then.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Somebody named Blinded Braille. I haven't seen him around the channel in a while.
Yeah, who the hell is this fucker?
He says, not really. Hard to get excited for mediocrity. Guardians and Daredevil are the only things that interest me. He don't like the women's shows because he's a misogynist.
You're not.
God damn.
You're not looking forward to Loki too, no?
I forgot about Loki. I always forget about it. But yeah, I'm excited about that.
Little Movie Perp says, hell yes. It looks like they're going to be a little more horror in some of their stuff, and I'm really excited for that. Huge horror fan, huge MCU fan. Give me Blade and Ghost Rider, please. What is he referencing? I don't think.
I don't even know. I think he's just talking in general because there's no Ghost Rider in Phase 5 at all.
No, I was talking about the horror thing. I don't see
There's been like two, like there's that.
No, there's
Werewolf by Night and then Multiverse of Madness.
well, Phase 5. We're talking about Phase 5.
Phase 5.
Blade is the only one in Phase, and we haven't seen anything to even say that it's a horror movie.
It probably is going to be a horror movie, but
I don't think it is. And I think okay, just because something has monsters in it doesn't make it a horror movie, right? Can we agree to that?
Yeah, okay, I'll agree with that. Yeah.
Right? Because you ever watch a movie called Monster Brawl? It's literally a movie about monsters that wrestle against each other in a tournament, and there's no horror, right? It's like a comedy, but there's monsters in it, right? So monsters don't equal horror, right? There's certain things that you need to have a horror movie. I don't think Blade, like even the first Blade, it's not really a horror movie. It's an action movie with dark elements to it. It's not a horror. Like I'm not scared. Like you don't watch like, oh, what's going on? Oh shit, like, right? It's just an action movie that has horror elements and has darker tone. But it's not.
Well, some people might kind of be scared by it because
I could show a movie that has
I mean,
like
like
a knife and a little kid will be scared.
But like the first scene is kind of like that's a
Have you
horror
ever seen
scene.
Last Action Hero? Last Action Hero.
Yeah,
scary
yeah.
To some people, but
No. But I mean, like, no. The way that it's paced in the like that first scene where it's like with the club, because you're not expecting that at all. That scene is a horror scene.
I mean, there's a lot of horrific stuff in Blade. It's almost borderline horror. Like, even like that big.
If it has gore, I would say it's a horror movie. Like if it's really gory.
Yeah, and there's some strong horror themes.
Okay, what about Blade 3 isn't a horror movie? Can we agree to that one?
Maybe not. Yeah. No. I would say gore is a considerate for horror. Because it is a
Blade 3 is a horrible movie.
Dude, I like Blade 3. As stupid as it is, Ryan Reynolds, like whatever. I love Ryan Reynolds. Whenever he's quippy, he's good in that.
If you can name me a movie that has excessive amounts of gore, that is not,
Twins should be dubbed a horror movie. But I mean, like horror and suspense are really closely linked, right? But you could have a suspense movie without horror and a horror movie without suspense.
Army of Darkness is a horror movie. Come on, it's literally the sequel to Evil Dead. Like,
no, Army of Darkness isn't a horror movie.
Yes, it is.
Army of Darkness.
I would call it like more of a dark comedy.
It's only a horror movie because it's a sequel to a horror movie.
We just established that Blade 3 isn't a horror movie and it's a sequel to Blade 2.
Then we will have to say Blade 3 then is also a horror movie.
I don't think it is though.
Like maybe like, I mean, but we know that a movie can have multiple genres, so
yeah, it's true. But I don't think Army of Darkness is a horror movie.
No, like not off the bat, but it's still has horror elements to it, even though it's not.
You could have horror elements and not be a horror. That's what I'm saying. You could have horror elements and not be a horror movie. Like you could have sex in a movie without it being a porno, right? Like
yeah, but that's different though. We're talking about a genre.
Yeah, it might not
porn
be
is a genre.
Yeah, porn is a genre, but there's elements. Yeah.
You could call that scene pornographic.
Porn gets mentioned and Gary comes back.
Gary shows up.
There's a Blade 3. Yeah.
And then he leaves.
And it's awesome.
Yeah, no one wants it.
It's got Dracula. Blade comes back to life at the end, or maybe he doesn't.
They had the CGI in his eyes opening because he was being a dick on set.
Well, because he was high.
No, he wouldn't.
Bob,
he
your
refused to
audio
open
is
his
He was
eyes.
high and he couldn't
your
open.
audio is like really fucked up, Bob.
Oh no! How fucked up? Low?
Like low, like super. It sounds like you're
Yeah.
like 10 feet away.
Well, I haven't changed.
All right, there we go.
Oh, how did the automatically adjust mic volume come turned on again? Is that any better?
No.
Has my mic changed?
What do you think, Gary? Is Blade a horror movie?
A horror movie? No.
Gary's a simple man. He said no.
Okay, is that better?
I guess we gotta say no then.
It's a little better.
I boosted it by 30% on the studio.
All right, so 56K Warning says he's been bored with MCU since they massacred my boy Spider-Man. I don't think they massacred. I think Spider-Man's been pretty good, pretty decent.
I mean, the movies are fine, but they did kind of massacre him a little bit.
Yeah, they've handicapped him by not allowing him to have his own movie without it basically being a mentor movie.
You can't say the movie's fine, and they massacred the character, right? Like I can
No,
say they
we just
messed up.
established we can.
They kneecapped him, maybe, but not like if you massacred the character, then there's no way the movie.
No, the character's not like all the iterations that we've seen of him. He's not even really close. Like he's pretty much handed everything, which is not Spider-Man at all. I mean, it's still a decent movie. Like I had a fun time with it, but it's like it's not my favorite interpretation of the character.
No,
I feel like at the ending of No Way Home, there's potential there. But yeah.
No Way Home pissed me off. That whole thing with Aunt May and the responsibility line, it really fucking.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't like.
Do you know what?
The whole trilogy.
Hot take: No Way Home really disappointed me. I thought it was too gimmicky. It was not.
It's not a hot take because we said this when the movie came out.
I was really like, still to this day, right? Somebody explain to me.
Relief.
Okay, so in the scene in No Way Home, right? So they get to the apartment of Happy, and then the Green Goblin reveals, surprise, I'm evil, right?
Mm.
And then shit hits the fan, and then Doc Ock takes off. Why the fuck does he take off? Because he's a good guy. When he comes back in the big fight scene, he's a good guy.
Well, because the shit was hitting the fan, wasn't it? So.
But literally, when the shit hit the fan, he could have helped Spider-Man, and they probably could have stopped the Green Goblin right then and there, the two of them. Because the rest of the guys took off.
Yeah.
Was there an explanation why Green Goblin was like super strong all of a sudden and throwing Spider-Man through?
No, he was always strong. Yeah, it's because of the serum.
I think he's as strong as the Tobey Spider-Man, and I think they've established that the Tobey Spider-Man is stronger than the Tom Holland Spider-Man.
Yeah,
right.
Kind of, yeah.
Is that to do with their age as their powers mature?
No, I just think the movies were made, and so what he did in this movie was just more impressive than what he's done in this other movie.
Right.
No, people have talked about that in general. I think it might be true.
So like, and they tell you like they cure him with the chip, right? So it's like you're not going to be evil no more. We cured your chip, and he fucking takes off. And I'm just like, but you're not evil. Why did you take off? And he's not like he's wanted, right? Like in the normal universe, you'd be like, oh shit, he's wanted, so the police are going to arrest him, right? Like nobody knows who he is in this universe.
Well, here's my
the only explanation I can give is that he was fighting the other ones, the other villains.
Yeah, but the other villains seemed surprised when he came back to help the good guys. So I don't think that works.
Here's my explanation. My spin. He's been under control of the AI of the arms for so long that the sudden freedom of getting the chip implanted, he wanted like some time to just like chill and think without these like crazy voices in his head.
Well, he's definitely a piece of shit then. Massive piece of shit.
Here's another explanation, right? He's come through from Tobey Spider-Verse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it's all kicking off. He doesn't know any of these people. Has anybody never been in a situation where it's all kicking off and you just think, with people you don't know, and you just think, fuck this, man, I'm out of here. And then
No, but he
you just
knows
get
that
away.
Spider-Man's
Yeah, but he
I
does know people though. He knows
Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I know.
he knows
Who does he
Norman.
know? Yeah, but Norman's the
Norman.
one that's turned. Norman's the bad guy. And the whole
Yeah, so
Norman's
wouldn't that give him? Yeah, he knew. So why wouldn't that be more reason for him to stay?
Not really, because the one guy he knows is starting to stir some shit amongst a load of people he doesn't know. He's just thought, fuck this, I'm out of here. And he's climbed out the window.
I don't know. I feel like it's more reason for him to stay and
I
stop
like
him.
Finbar's take.
But some
But
people are
the
just,
guy just cured
some people
you.
are flighters.
Literally, Peter Parker from this universe has cured you.
Mhm.
And you thank him by letting him get his ass whooped by the Green Goblin. Well, thanks,
Yeah, but he
guys.
doesn't know
I
the
hope
kid.
you survive this fight because I'm fucking out of here.
He doesn't know the kid, though.
But he cured him.
Who cares?
But he's a good guy. Good guys don't do that. If he was bad,
Well,
like,
really a good guy.
He's a dickhead.
Was
So
Doc,
he just
was
took
Doc
off.
Ock ever a good guy, really, in Spider-Man 2?
Technically,
He was
yes.
a scientist. Well, no, well,
Bob can't hear
Yeah,
you.
he was a mentor to Peter.
you can't hear me at all now.
I can hear you, Bob.
Is it just my?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, it
Bob?
might be just you. I can hear Bob.
Yeah, I can hear Bob. Fine.
Yeah, I'm at 150, and
Yeah. Okay, it was just me. It was just me.
okay. Yeah, I
Fucking
know, Rabbit,
headphones.
dude. I want to go to bed.
Yeah, we're still, I don't know how we had like no fucking topics going in. And I was like, oh,
And we
it's
have
gonna be
5 hours.
5 fucking hours. But it's established in the Spider-Man 2 that Dr. Otto Octavius is a good person.
Yes.
He has a wife he
Oh
loves.
yeah, from the beginning of the movie, right?
He mentors Peter. He tells Peter how to, you got to get your priorities straight. They go out of their way to establish that this is like a fucking
Even the way he
outstanding
dies.
guy. Yeah.
The way he dies, yeah.
And also, he was trying to generate unlimited power for everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
And
He's not a bad guy.
It's the AI that is the bad guy in the movie. So when the chip is fixed, he's now in control and he's a good person. And he's just like, oh, fuck it. He knows Spider-Man's a good person.
Yeah, he doesn't need to know that Peter to know who Peter is.
Yeah.
Didn't they establish something about like it being connected for so long or something like that?
No, because he just shows up later and they're just like, oh, look. Because remember that he looks like he's going to hit him. And then Peter takes off the thing and he's like, look at you. You're all grown up.
Yeah.
They have that little tender moment. And they're just like,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm like, where did you go? What? Why are you?
Yeah, why did he leave? It's dumb. It makes no sense. Yeah.
Like the other people make sense because they're like, oh shit, they're gonna try to send us back, and they didn't cure us yet, and like who knows what's going on?
Is anyone else getting hungry for breakfast?
No, I'm hungry for dinner. I'm
Just you and
literally
me, Bob.
I'm looking at my dinner, Bob. It's still sitting here, getting cold. It's ice cold now. Half a can of Monster.
Of course.
Yeah, I got the Ultra Fiesta Mango.
That sounds terrible.
It's delicious. I hate mangoes. This is the weirdest thing, right? Like I hate fucking mangoes. You try to give me mango, and I'll fucking punch you. But you give me mango flavored something, and I'm like, this is delicious, and I love it.
Well, next time I'm going to give you a mango.
I'm gonna get those dried mangoes and just chuck them by the handful at Tony.
That's racist, Bob. It's because I'm Mexican, right? You think Mexican people like mangoes? Throw a taco at me next time, why don't you?
What kind of taco? You have a preference?
Mango taco.
A pink taco. I want a pink
Lady
taco.
That requires way too much work. You got to butcher it and.
What?
Well, what are you talking?
Whoa!
He said pink taco.
That's a restaurant.
Oh.
It's called Pink Taco.
Yeah, but that was just after Finbar said lady taco, and you're like, that's a lot of hard work. You gotta butcher it.
That's true as well.
Of course, that's the joke.
Oh. Anyway, 1inch says, how does Venom from the movie know who Peter Parker is when Topher Grace?
They explained this.
Yeah,
Hive mind.
it's It's
You have to
I
watch Venom
advise-
2.
Mexican people don't like mangoes; they like cocaine. It's possible.
That's racist.
A little bit. All right, so Hiram says MCU died with Iron Man, and of course, the comment of the day. Gen X Gamer says in Phase 5 they will castrate all the male dominant figures. It's all trash. Or it just trails off.
I love how he just ends.
Or
You fell in
Or
the
what?
blanks,
Damn that Disney woke female MCU agenda.
Look, I
How
don't
many
agree.
female characters did they even have?
A
Like,
half
didn't
dozen.
two of them
Characters, like just characters or movies?
movies, shows,
I
like
don't
Black
care.
Panther,
I don't even
She-Hulk,
want
Miss
to
Marvel,
entertain this.
Black Widow. That's it, right?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? These people are so wrapped up. And this is what I was trying to tell Daisy the other day, right? People are so wrapped up in this culture war, this idea that everything is an agenda, right? So they go looking for things. And when you go looking for things, you find things, whether the things exist or not, right? You go looking for Bigfoot, you're going to find evidence of Bigfoot. And Bigfoot don't exist, right? So this is the same way, right? Even if it doesn't exist.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah, you're going to find evidence. You go, well, you see, when the She-Hulk was smart, when she gave that smart-ass comment to Bruce Banner, that proves that Disney hates men, because that's why she said that smart-ass comment. It's like, no, because they're cousins, and cousins sometimes are smart-asses to each other, right? Like this is to demonstrate the familiarity with the characters and how they interact with one another and how they the banter that they can have, that they're friendly, right? They're friendly cousins. They're not cousins that are long distance. They're not cousins that are, antagonistic against each other or competitive. These are friendly cousins who have a friendly little thing, a little quick back and forth. That's what it was supposed to represent. But because of the agenda, she's woman, he's man. Obviously, this is pushing something. Right?
Yeah. I say to Mobius all the time, like, this whole woke agenda thing is just such nonsense. I just hate
It's
it.
kind of annoying now. It's like if everything is woke, then why just don't watch it?
I'm not denying that some companies, i.e. Disney, sometimes do some race swapping to build controversy and get more clicks and views and more promotion and marketing. I'm not saying that stuff doesn't happen sometimes, but it's not like a Hollywood woke agenda. It's like a specific company using a strategy to get more marketing.
Yeah, I think there are some agendas. Like it's a case by case basis, right? There's definitely like we go, this writer definitely has an agenda when he wrote this thing or she wrote this thing. It's a piece of media. But like Bob said, there's a lot of times where they're like, how can we maximize attention? This is a shit movie, but if we put a race swap in it, people will start talking about it. Right?
Ghostbusters.
They go, hey, you know what? This actor or actress is really hot right now, but we don't have a property for them. But you know what? Fuck it. We'll just put him in this other property, even if he doesn't fit the character, because he's hot. There's a buzz on this actor. Maybe we'll get some buzz for the movie based on that, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, how I don't understand why people have to attach this woke thing. Like, why not just say it's not good?
Somewhere Hammy is seething on this topic.
Yeah.
It's like we all saw Morbius, right?
Nope.
Yes. Great
Never gonna
film.
watch
10
it.
out of 10. You're missing out, Blinded. It's a masterpiece.
Mm.
Film of our generation, man.
Actually, well, I did see a GIF that condensed the whole movie in a minute.
It doesn't do it justice.
Was it the It's Morbin Time gif?
No, this is a GIF that has the entire movie.
In like a minute.
I'm not even joking. Yeah, in a minute.
I saw that.
Blinded is so woke.
Yes.
Well, here's the thing.
Even though I'm blind.
Everyone was complaining when Venom 2 came out, and there's a scene where Eddie Brock and Venom are discussing something, and they're like, "Oh my god, it's gay agenda, right?" Because it's like be who you want to be, right? Because he's in the Venom thing, and Venom is like walking through this like pride party, and they're like, "Yes, just be who you want to be," right? And it's like supposed to be like this joke because Venom is like this monster, right? And they're like telling people to be what you want to be, right? And people throw a shit fit over it.
That's because people are dumb,
right? But Morbius is the whole movie is
has such gay undertones.
Yes, dude, there weren't even undertones.
So many gay undertones.
There were overtones, right? Like
Yeah,
it was just like in your face. There was much, and I'm just like, how did you not see
wanted
this?
was a little dick. And he was jealous of Michael for his female friend.
Yeah, and they even have a scene where he goes to the bar to try to pick up chicks, and he's like so uncomfortable, like he can't do it. And I'm like, oh my god, this is like so gay.
You think there's a cut of that movie which is even more gay, but like some Hollywood execs pushed back on it and they had to cut it down?
I think so. I think there probably is a scene somewhere that they filmed where basically Matt Smith's character, I forget what the hell his name is, but he tells Michael Morbius.
Milo.
Oh,
Milo.
Yeah, Milo. There's probably a cut somewhere where Milo tells Morbius, "Fucking, I love you. Like you're mine." Basically, right?
Yes, that would make so much sense. That would actually make it an even better movie, if you ask me.
And the writer got a note back saying "too gay."
No, because
too gay.
I think that would have. I think I would have liked to see that in that movie. That would have like really added another dimension.
So you're saying it would have made the movie gone to a 3 out of 10?
No, because it would make more sense because if you watch the movie, there's some things where like it just doesn't make any sense, right? But like if he's in love with Morbius, then you go, yes, this makes sense. Why he's willing to like, the living forever. Because as long as I'm living forever with you, Michael, as long as the two of us are living forever together, he's happy because he doesn't want to die. He's like, you're gonna live forever and I'm gonna die, and I'm not gonna have you, right? And you're not gonna be with me. But if we live forever, we're both monsters, but we're living forever. That's good enough for me. And I think that it's like, oh shit, that's the part that's missing in the movie. But it's like, no, I just want to live forever because I want magical monster powers too, Michael. It's like, oh, okay. And then like where he's like watching the girlfriend, like he's really like fucking jealous. Like he's literally like it's like almost a scene out of like fucking Basic Instinct or something. Like he's watching fucking the chick leaving Michael's apartment. They never really explain why he's doing that, but like if you're like, oh, it's because he's fucking jealous. He wants to be her.
I think that would have improved the movie. Definitely.
Because even when he calls him Milo, right? Like at that point, Morbius has changed him. He's turned him into Milo, and he's accepted this. Like I'm yours now. You've named me. You've made me. I'm yours, baby. And now you don't want me? And then there's like a spurned lover type thing in there.
And like that letter when he gets beat, even as a kid, when he gets beat up by those people because of his letter from Michael, like in retrospect, it makes more sense if he was gay and had feelings for him, even if he didn't understand it.
Like I like you could be cool with me. We're like best friends. But yeah, I'm really not like going out of my way for a letter like that, like the way he is in the movie.
Yeah.
Like he tears that shit up to 11. He's like fucking beating people with his crutches and shit.
Yeah.
Tony, go to bed. No, never.
I've got to get breakfast, dude.
There's so many hints, and the movie just doesn't want to like
execute on
it. Accept it. Yeah. Weird.
Yeah. All right. That was the second poll question. I think we had like 2 more.
So another 3 hours.
Another 3 hours. All right. This is a Gary question. Are you going to buy games from Limited Run ever again? 92 votes. 11% said yes, they did nothing wrong. 15% said yes, I care about games, not politics. 16% said no, they need to learn their lesson, and 58%, this is where I fall in, no, I never did anyway.
Yeah. Same.
Someone was upset in the comments. I'm not going to read the comments because we're trying to end this. But someone basically said that why didn't you have a question like I did before, but I'm not now. But I think that's like no, but like not. He's like, but not for political reasons. I'm like, oh. I mean, they need to learn whatever it is, whatever lesson you think they need to learn, whether it's better customer service, better products, cheaper products, right? I think that's all covered and no, they need to learn. All right, and of course, the member-only poll was 8 people voted. There's like 30 members, and only 8 of you voted. Very disappointed.
I need to become a member.
Me too.
I'm not even a
too.
member.
Well, now you have to.
I'll be a member of my own channel. Pay myself
Well,
$1.
75% happy. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
All right. So speaking of members, we got to go over the members. Big shout out to the following members. We're down to 22. We only got 22 members. Of course, let me see. The first member was Evil Streams. So we always got to remember that. Then we got Potion Sword Run, Haunted Wisp, Aston Vandal, Movie Madness and Entertainment, Aaron World Order, Tommy Uyamiko, Jay Cuts, U Super J, Beefy Bites, No Call No Show, Mike Hawk Hertz, Adam Wilson, Loki Doki, Gen X Gamer, Botched Vasectomiko.
Botched Vasectomiko. Oh, that's dark.
Slopes Game Room, Justy Views, Finbar Saunders, Sweet and Tender Hooligan, Carl O, and the one and only Amiko Chan. So thank you guys for being members. We appreciate it. I'm going to eventually, sometime,
Emotes.
When I redo because I'm going to redo this Avatar. I like it, but I'm going to redo it in a more cartoony style. I'm going to have somebody do it. And also, I don't got a white beard, so we're going to put a black beard on him, more cartoony, little more Mexicanish frog.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to redo that. Maybe do some other things for the channel.
A little less copyright infringing, maybe.
No, I own that.
You did buy it.
I bought the license for that.
Okay.
That was the first thing I did,
Tony.
Isn't it the Frog King from South Park, though?
No, it's literally someone. It's similar, but it's not. Literally, someone drew this, and they licensed it out to Adobe, and I bought the license from Adobe. Because I used to have Kermit, and I said, well, at some point, they could technically they could technically hit me, right, for using the image because it's not my image. So
I'm being told in my ear that you should not change that avatar.
Who said that? Was it Rosie?
Yeah.
The new one's gonna look nice. Don't worry. And then we're gonna have some emotes.
Soggy biscuit emote.
Soggy biscuit. Yeah. One of his biceps says he's still waiting on his game from last year from Limited Run.
Jesus.
Gary will buy the re-release. Carnage.
What game? What game is he waiting for? I'd like to know specifically what game.
I have no idea. What game are you waiting on, 1-inch biceps? Let us know in the comments. But that is it for the show. 5 hours and 38 minutes. Man, that was a fucking marathon. It's not a race, it's a marathon.
To the post show.
Yeah, post show. I got to yell at these guys. Cool Squad SNES is what he's waiting on.
Nice.
All right. Take us away, Bob.
Where's the guitar?
Okay. One sec. Where's my plectrum gone? I'll go without. Fucking hell. No. things I do for fame.
No, we
Money.
did talk about the new Velma show. I haven't watched it.
Oh, it's terrible. I watched all 4 episodes. I'm a
There you go.
sadistic. Yeah, it's terrible.
Let's go, Bob.
One sec. Again, the fucking chord sheet up.
All right. You know what? Bob's probably the one that got his copy stroke last time. Fucking love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.